of the Dare to Lead Differently virtual summit. For those who have been hanging with me on day one, day two, and now you're back, we're back for even more. And those who are joining us for the first time, I am Brigadier General retired Twanda E. Young, CEO and founder of LT3 Leadership Solutions, and your visionary for this summit. We have had an amazing 2 days, now here on the third day, to do the same thing as we started on day one, sharing actionable, implementable strategies to help us all be better leaders for society. Whether you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner, a new founder, you're emerging leader, supervisor, manager, or just looking to pour into yourself to help yourself develop as a leader, you are in the right space and place. And I'm so excited, so tremendously excited that you decided to put yourself on your schedule and join us today. We are going to hear from some extremely amazing, when I say amazing, some amazing voices sharing with us today strategies that we can use as leaders to better lead our organizations, build different teams of where our people want to actually stay in our organizations, and grow as a leader for ourselves through emotional intelligence of becoming more self-aware as a leader. You know, John Maxwell talks about a leader goes the way, knows the way, but more importantly, a leader shows the way. And that is the impetus for this summit, is to be able to help you be that example as a leader for your people. But it requires us doing inner work. So I don't want to prolong you getting to hear these phenomenal voices and hear the information that they have to share. I say to you, let's go. Let's get started in daring to lead differently. Good afternoon, Dare to Lead Differently Summit. I'm Brigadier General Twanda E. Young, visionary of this summit, and I'm excited to be able to give you what I would call a gift in sharing time with a friend of mine that God has blessed me to connect with, Jamie Miller. Let me tell you, this individual, well, I'm going to let you meet him, and then you can make your own decision, but I'm telling you, I know that you're going to love him. He does and talks about the art of intentional communication, which is so extremely important. I want to give you a little bit of his background, and then we're going to jump into our conversation about how to become a better communicator. Here we go. So Jamie, often referred to as the wizard of communication, has spent over 20 years studying the psychology of people and professional interactions. He is a specialist in human-to-human influence, helping professionals in high-stakes industries like real estate, finance, law, find their message to build trust, keyword, build trust, and close deals. So I want to introduce to you my friend, Mr. Jamie Miller. How are we doing there, buddy?
Oh, fantastic, Tia. Thank you so much for having me on here.
No, thank you for coming on. Tell us a little bit. I read a little bit about you, but you're just a down home good person. So tell us a little bit more to kind of help us peek behind the veil of who Jamie Miller is.
Okay, so what's interesting when anyone says like tell you about yourself, and you've obviously introduced me as being intentional with communication, correct?
Yes.
To the audience. Now, as the audience watches this, what most people in the world are going to do at this point is they're going to just start telling people in your audience everything about themselves because you've said, hey, tell the audience a bit about yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's make it intentional where I can now utilize a conscious communication play. Because if I just start telling people everything about myself, all right, here's what I'm doing. I'm basically crossing my fingers and hoping and praying that whatever I share resonates with the audience. Whereas if I say, hey, look, Tia, we met at a lovely event in Atlanta, and I was to share, look, if I was to ask you to share, rather than what you've read about me, what do you think that I did, said during that time when we were actually with each other that would be a gift indeed, for your audience? What
So
were some of the things that came to your mind?
I can do that. And I asked you that question because if you recalled our conversation, that was one of the questions that kind of keyed us off in our conversation. Do you recall that?
Oh, I always record. That's why, look, when it's the same for the people in the audience when they're watching. If someone says at a job interview, tell me about yourself, it's not going to be a good intentional play to start talking about yourself. It's actually a better reflection just to throw out a question subtly, very quickly, and just gather some, like, hey, Tia, would your audience like to know about my professional existence, or would they like to know more about like Jamie as a person and personal scenarios? And now I get to share with the audience, things that matter to them in your mind. So yes, yeah, I do remember that I probably did exactly the same
You did. You
thing.
did. So I'm trying to help my audience understand the
Right.
expertise you bring to the table. So
Yeah.
let me tell you, audience, here's what happened and how I got to meet Jamie. We're at this particular event and a room full of people, and we're all in white, and the music is going, and everybody's chitter chattering to each other, and Jamie is standing there just observing. And I looked at him initially and I said, wonder what he's thinking about. And this particular event happened to have a lot of African Americans to it, and Jamie was standing there very brightly shining in that group of individuals. And I said, I'm going over to talk to it. And I walked over, introduced myself, and I started out with, tell me a little bit about yourself. And from there, the rest is history. We have been, or I put it this way, I've been connected to his hip ever since, kind of thing of building our relationship. So does that kind of give a
Oh,
synopsis of how we met?
absolutely. And then, I would just throw out to the audience, how many of you absolutely and rightfully so love Tia, all right, and could understand that if Tia is inviting you to speak at an event, you'd want to be a great reflection of her. And if you trust in Tia, then, obviously being present in June when I'm speaking and teaching everything that I possibly can with abundance. All right, that's the question I would have for the audience, is has, based on what Tia just shared, has that resonated for you guys? And then the hope would be they're saying yes right now as a lesson. It was a glorious event, Tia. I definitely, it was one that the universe definitely aligned with. I'm doing things right in the universe
Yeah.
to thankfully been invited to speak there. So and definitely even more so meet you.
Yeah,
So
well,
that's
the beauty of what I enjoyed about our interaction in our first meeting was from that, if you recall, you came down to the session, the vending area, right? And I introduced you to a couple of people, and we ended up having what I call a seat at the table round robin discussion. You recall that?
that was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I would like to say, and I don't know if I'm giving her the correct snap. She went by Stephanie there. I
Stephanie,
think
Dr. Stephanie Walls.
okay, and that's why I just said I don't know if I'm getting this wrong. However, I don't think she introduced herself with the doctor part. I just come later to find out, and so that I do recollect that conversation, and it was definitely a very fun, impactful one for sure. Yes,
So out of that conversation, we were talking about things about communication. You were sharing some nuggets and wisdoms of from your foxhole and toolkit to help us grow in our communication. If you were to have that kind of conversation with just say a group of people you met at a coffee shop talking about, and they asked you, so Jamie, tell me at least one or two things that you readily say, here's something you can work on immediately that's going to show you a difference in how you communicate.
Perfect. So one of the things, so everyone likes things in threes. So I'll just share that uh, in order to have better conversations with people, and if you're meeting someone for the first time, especially, the first thing that we will want to do is we want to gather information. And what that basically means is we've got to ask questions. All right. If we're the ones doing all the talking, we don't actually know whether or not, what we're sharing is going to help us. So first thing is gathering information. The second thing is what I call garnering understanding. It's a very important part of a conversation whereby you'll get people in front of you feeling like, I don't know why this person seems to get me a lot more than other people. All right. And then the third thing is what I like to call predictability. And that basically means this: if any of the audience who watches this is feeling like they've ever brought on a headache client, for example, I'm here to share that's on them, because I don't bring on headache clients. The reason you and I are aligned is because if you weren't the person that you were, I just wouldn't be on here today, Tia. All right. And that basically means predictability means how is someone responding to the questions that we're asking them? Like, are they, okay with you being you and me being me? All right. And we intuitively, we know stuff when we meet with people. Yet we've got to make it question based. It's not sufficient enough to just be like, this is who I am and this is what you have to put up with.
Hmm.
It's more about so I'll give you an example. They might be like, who is this white man in a baseball hat looking kind of disheveled, with you right now? Now, rather than me just say, hey guys, like it or lump it, which is a statement, I would be like, hey everyone, do you guys care more about appearance or do you care more about the value of the content of what someone's going to teach you? And look at your body language. Just when I just said value of content, your head's nodding. That shows me in predictability we are aligned, as an example. Now, the garnering of understanding, here's no one will care if we go up to someone, I just wanted to meet with you, as a lesson for everyone. If I go up to someone, go, I just wanted to meet with you, in psychology and communication, is there any emphasis on the other person in that interaction? There isn't, because I'm saying I want. Tia,
Hmm.
you said you've got daughters, 31, 32. All right.
Yes. Two
Okay.
heartbeats.
Okay. When they were kids and they go, Mum, I want. All right. Did you ever say no to them? And you probably did. Like if
I
they
did
said,
many times,
okay.
especially
So,
going into stores where I said, don't touch anything.
right. So, so perfect. But here's the lesson. What if we're not giving our own flesh and blood what they want when they say I want? Hopefully your audience can align. If you're saying I want to a complete stranger, they really won't care. So in terms of a lesson and how to ask a question that garners understanding, I simply would, and here's the good news for everyone: you don't need a British accent, all right, and you
You
don't have to
sure?
say
Because
you.
yours quite, it's pretty nice and it kind of pulls me in kind of thing.
Oh, listen, I think here's the great news. I think we're all given miscellaneous ingredients that are amazing to embrace for ourselves. Yes, I live in the US. I have a British accent, and I've kept it. It does indeed, supposedly make me sound intelligent, and I get that. And so evidently, I've kept the accent. However, in terms of the framework, can everyone in the world, anyone watching does not have a British accent, could they turn around to someone and start with a question of, hey, has this ever happened for you? All right. And so, because you said coffee shop, I'll give you an example. If I was to approach someone in a coffee shop cold,
Hmm.
I would consciously, intentionally start with the words, a question. Hey, curious, has this ever happened for you? Have you ever gone to a random coffee shop, you haven't been to it before, and you end up having an interaction with someone who's a complete stranger, and it ends up being actually a really nice interaction? Does that sound kind of nice when those things happen? And the person in front of you is going to go, yeah, that does sound kind of nice.
Yeah.
What I'm not doing is going up to them, hey, I just wanted to come and introduce you, in myself to you, and encroach on your space, and I want to tell you what I do for a living. It's not going to have the same effect. Now, hopefully, people can associate the same verbiage can happen with a phone call. Hey, look, we haven't had the privilege of speaking. Have you ever had a call with someone whereby you'd not spoken to them before and it ended up being a really great phone call? It's kind of nice when that happens, right? And then the person on the other end of the phone goes, yes. And then at that point, because you've garnered understanding, you've prefaced with the right question, the other important component is this. When you want something in life, you have to get the other person to want it first. All right, I'll let that sink in. Whatever you do is always get the other person to get what they want first in order for you to get what
So it's
you
serving.
want.
It's serving.
It's always serving. I don't know if you do this with Tracy, Tia, and I feel for him if you do. Women are better salespeople than men. And I study psychology. You said, Jamie, you're very like studious of the room. Like I study every interaction I ever have in terms of body language, in terms of what is being said, the tone of which it's being said. And for any women who are listening into this right now, if you do this to your husbands, I feel for them. All right, because it's a predictable, it always gets the same response.
And we're saying, give it to us, give it to us, give it to us.
Well, if you've ever said these words to Tracy, this question, Tracy, honey, how much do you love me right now? That is a question. And the response all the time from a Tracy or from a me is going to be like, what do you want? All right. And then the follow up is, oh, would you just be a darling, go to the store and pick up XYZ? And then we're like, okay. And it can be any time of day. And that is going to be the outcome from that. Now,
that's the predictability.
Right. So I'll give you an example of how I get upgrades on aeroplanes. All right. Using the same psychology. I don't turn around to ticketing agents and go, how much do you love me right now? But here's an example of how I get them to get what they want first. I approach them and I say, hey, I couldn't help yet notice as you were checking people in before me approaching you, but you just look like you just got the biggest kick out putting a massive smile on everyone's faces when they checked in with you. Am I right? And then here's what they say with predictability. Oh, I love to do that. What can I do for you? And then I say, oh, I'm so glad you just asked that. I or we would just really appreciate whatever you could do to put us towards the front in the best possible seat. And then they say, let me see what I can do. Now, watch this. Amateur would go up and say, excuse me, is there any chance of an upgrade? It is a question.
That's the norm.
But if you ask a question, is there any chance of an upgrade? They could say yes to you. They could also say no.
Yes.
When you go up to someone in customer service and say, hey, you just look like you love making everyone happy when they check in with you, am I correct? Think about, what does a good customer service person want to do? They want to make the customers happy. I'm just proactively bringing that to the attention. And it's a psychology play in communication when whatever the interactions are that you're having. All right, it sets up the rest of the conversation. And again, I can't do justice in terms of all the time today, Tia. Yeah, I can share anyone who's around me on the 26th or 27th. I will absolutely, with abundance, be having seat at the table conversations where I get to share these kind of things and why they work.
So tell me this.
Go ahead.
Is it the differentiation of what I hear is asking a closed-ended question versus an open-ended question?
No, I wouldn't say. I don't structure my life based on an exact script here. It's a case of you go into an interaction with an outcome in mind before the interaction takes place.
Okay.
And every interaction, you typically want to go into it with the words, I agree with you, before the conversation gets started. If you can say the words, I agree with you, at the end of your conversation, you basically made whatever you're wanting, your idea, their idea. All right. So it's not all about a closed-ended question of just getting yeses or what have you. That would be a very forced scenario. And typically the person will be like, I know what you're doing. Like, I'll give you an example. With my daughter, whether it's unfortunate or fortunate for me, she knows what I'm doing when I'm doing it now. So if I just go and start asking Ruby questions, she's going to say, Dad, I know what you're doing. That's not a positive. Okay. So I
You
have to,
trained her well.
well, I have to start the conversation. Ruby, what do you think I'm going to do right now? She's like, you're going to ask me questions. I'm like, great. All right. Like, so now I've set up what's going to take place. I'm like, let's just play pretend that you want to have the conversation. Hey, I'm just curious. Is it a really good thing or a really bad thing to be on your device too much? Now she says it's bad. When I go, well, why is it bad? Just so you know, it's open ended. Why is it bad? I'm now looking for her to go off on a really long tangent, Tia,
Mhm.
because I'm not going to make it logical. All right. And she will go off on this tangent like, oh, like it's bad because I'll end up with no friends and no social life, like a hermit in a room all alone. And then I'll elevate emotion even more, which is important by saying, well, how would that feel in life, Ruby? She goes, Daddy, it would be absolutely like awful. And then I might even say, well, awful, elaborate on that for me. And now she's telling me how awful it would be. And then I would go, well, then, Princess, what's your thoughts? She goes, I think I should be on my phone a lot less. And I'll go, I agree with you. All right. Meaning I've made it her idea because here's the deal. Everyone should know this. My daughter doesn't want to be told, get off your device. It's going to do this for you if you do this. The more sophisticated approach is getting your client, your kids, your husbands, to your wives, for the men who are watching this. You've got to make it question based, all right, and it will give you more what I call peace in life. So I don't know if there's necessarily a focus on an open ended or close ended. It's reading the situation when you're physically there,
Okay.
reading the body language, and having your gut intuition that we're not looking to develop robots. A lot of the world is looking to develop robots with a script and make it a numbers game. I would I would rather for my clients they focus on the caliber and quality of the conversation when they actually have the person in front of them. Because if we're scripted or robotic or trusting in AI to do some heavy lifting for us, I think that we're missing such the key ingredients of human interaction. All right.
Great.
So
Oh, you had me say it. I agree. So we just gave them an example without even knowing it, right? So that's good stuff.
correct,
This
correct.
is the kind of stuff you're going to get at the summit. Real conversations, real information that can help you grow, and that's really the essence of why I'm putting the summit on, is to be able to help give value to people and bring people that I know have that same mind, that alignment, and want to help people. If people want to get in contact with you, to either just talk a little bit more to you, see what you have, where you're going to be, where you're going to be speaking, what you're going to be doing, how do they get in contact with you?
I'm hoping this comes across as a class act, all right? Because people always remember leaving the way we leave them feeling, right? From
Mm-hmm.
that standpoint. So rather than me leaving any feeling of, oh, go to this website or anything of this nature, I think the whole world gets programmed that we're meant to do that, right? And
Okay.
bear with me. I just want to make sure I end it. Okay. Can you hear me? Because I had a call come through at the same time. So
No, we
I'm
can
just,
hear you.
okay, good. All right. So rather than leave people feeling like transactional or anything of that nature, or feeling like they have to have this big social media presence, Tia, and to keep it very personable, for anyone who's watched this or anyone who knows Tia that and you feel compelled to want to reach out to me, all right, and get any advice or that's between now and June 26th, 27th, or on March when I'm doing the
Seat at the table.
see at the table. Tia, I trust in you so much that anyone who you love, who loves you, if they reach out to you and say, hey, I would really like to get in touch with this guy, Jamie, then I would be absolutely honored and grateful. You can share with them my cell number. You can share anything that you feel see fit at that time to share with them. And as long as they reach out to me and say, hey, I got introduced to you by you, I know it's going to be the most warmest, amazing call. And I get to be a reflection on you with helping them with abundance. All right, how does that sound?
That sounds amazing.
There you
That
go.
sounds amazing. And that is why I am so tremendously excited about people getting to experience being in the space with you and learning from you. This is going to be, I'm looking forward to learning and growing, right? We do these things, do different events and things, and people might think, well, you do these events just to make money. And money is a part of it. Don't get it wrong. In order to put it on, that there is a monetary requirement. But looking at the impact of what we do, of sharing and serving others to be able to help them grow and do things differently. Ergo, the dare to lead differently. Do something different that's going to give you a better result, that's going to help you in the long run to build your legacy, to build that, continue that impact is why we're doing this event. And I am just honored and thankful to God for you being a part of these memories.
Well, I am honored and extremely thankful to be invited to do it. Tia, I believe nothing happens by accident, and I'm very grateful to the universe. Our paths are crossed, and for anyone who's watched this who's like, I like what that guy just shared, you'll definitely want to be at the event in person on 27th, because I will be there all day long, before I talk, after I talk, and I will share whatever wisdom I can whilst I'm there for sure.
Appreciate you. Well,
Cheers.
everyone, this is Dare to Lead Differently Summit headline interview with the Wizard of Communication, Mr. Jamie Miller himself. We look to share more with you as the time comes toward the summit. But as I always share, start strong, end stronger. And how we do that is continuing to grow and increase our knowledge. Take care.
Fantastic.
Welcome to Rules of the Road, navigating the life and journey of a leader. Thank you for letting me share the road with you today. Every leader has goals, resources, and constraints. Today, we're going to be talking about the fuel that you use as a leader to get you and your team where you need to go the most efficiently. We're going to talk also about the hazards that you might encounter and how to overcome them to prevent delays. And most importantly, we're going to talk about how all of these things help you and your team reach your destination and achieve success. Hello, I'm Debbie Mond. I'm an Army Reserve chaplain, hospital chaplain, and founder of Veterans for Worship and 3 Leaders Group. Rules of the road, rule number 1, travel light. Regardless of your destination, you want to make sure that you travel as light as possible so you can get where you're going as quickly as possible. Sometimes traveling light means letting go of physical stuff, and sometimes it means letting go of personal and professional hurts that weigh you down and prevent or delay where you're going next. Last year, my husband and I decided to move to North Carolina. We had to offload 21 years of items and stuff in our house. We also had to say goodbye to friends and family. We had been with them over 3 decades. We had to say goodbye to this state of Washington, where we lost his mom in 2017. And then more recently, his brother passed in 2024. But what we realized is we needed to get on the road to our new season and our new chapter. It didn't mean that we didn't bring the memory of his mom and his brother with us. It just meant that we needed to bring joy into our new season while letting go of the things that might be weighing us down. Maybe you're sitting there today and you're realizing that you might be bringing every single
personal or professional hurt into your new season, into a new position, no matter how you try to bring joy into your life, either personally or professionally, you realize that there's something that's weighing you down. Maybe today you take the action to let go of that. It's all about getting where we are called to go. So, rule number 1, travel light, my friend. Travel light. Of the road, rule number 2, watch out for hazards and watch your indicators. During rule number 1, we talked about traveling light. Rule number 2 is about how those good and bad things in life can impact us as we travel along the road. Sometimes those good and bad memories can create major obstacles. Sometimes it's just daily situations that can slow us down. But what's important to know is that we need to be alert and aware that there could be obstacles in our way. Sometimes these obstacles can erode our resilience. They can erode our joy. And then what happens is we feel the fatigue of those things. We feel the fatigue of those speed bumps. And if we're not careful, we can get so tired that we can completely run off the road. That's why I think rumble strips are so important. Maybe where you live, you have rumble strips on either side of the highway. This prevents drivers and truck drivers to be aware when maybe they're getting drowsy and sleepy and tired on their journey. If we're not careful, those rumble strips can also let us know that we're driving off the highway. If we're not careful to watch the rumble strips and to feel how they're impacting our ride, we could easily hit some major potholes in our life. Potholes can be dangerous. Maybe it can be a major damage to your vehicle or to yourself, or maybe a pothole just requires a simple realignment. Regardless of how short or long our journey is, we need to be aware of speed bumps. We need to be alert to these rumble strips, and we certainly want to make sure that we're avoiding potholes. Rules of the road, rule number 3. During rule number 2, we discuss potholes. If you hit a pothole hard enough, you're going to need a realignment. Additionally, your side mirrors might get out of whack, and it might prevent you from seeing oncoming traffic or problems. This can certainly impact your blind spots. It can also have an impact on how you safely change lanes and determine where you're going next. Rules of the road, rule number 4, leaders make a way and avoid gridlock. In the previous rule, we talked about blind spots. Good leaders will always analyze their blind spots and try to improve them. They know if they have really bad blind spots, they're going to have lane violations. Sometimes lane violations are no big deal. It's a near and miss. Everything's okay. No harm, no foul. But sometimes lane violations can cause great damage and people can get hurt. And when emotions are high, lane violations can turn into road rage. And good leaders don't encourage road rage. Again, they don't tolerate gridlock. And when I hear the word gridlock, I think about my time as a manager. I was new on the scene and I was managing over 24 different locations in 5 states. I had a really great team that I had already worked with for some time. And in this one location, it was a historic building and the elevators didn't work. And you can imagine how hard it would be to get parts replaced on an antiquated elevator. And in talking with my team, it seemed like this had been going on for a while, maybe even a year. So this was my priority project to get this moving. So again, I talked with my team about the challenges. We developed a timeline of how long it had been, what actions had been done and which ones hadn't been done, what had been responded to and what hadn't been responded to. And I took this information to another agency for help. Initially, they were saying that we needed to give the landlord more time, but I resisted. We've already given plenty of time. Well, we need to make sure they have a plan. Well, we waited, and there was no real hard plan. They were making progress, but there was no major plan, no project completion date for this elevator. So I reached out to the agency and I said, we need to relocate. As you can imagine, with the elevators not working, our customers had to walk up 3 flights of stairs. This gridlock was causing potential danger and safety issues. So you can imagine customers who couldn't maneuver stairs, they were redirected to another location 70 miles away. That's not customer service. That was unacceptable. So I reached back out to the agency and I said, could we have an expedited relocation? Just like a hurricane, that's all I'm asking. Can we have an expedited lease relocation based on this scenario? And they responded, no, it didn't qualify. So I took my facts and my data, the timeline, and the lack of response, and I went back to the agency, and I made sure that they understood that not only our agency was at risk for a major legal lawsuit, but so were they. Thankfully, I think those facts brought everyone together, and we developed a plan to do an expedited lease relocation in 1 year. Everyone promised that this was the priority and that anything else that got in the way was put to the side and all attention was focused on this project. I'm grateful to report that we were able to relocate in that year's time, and we were prepared for the next business year. So again, leaders don't tolerate gridlock. They work with their teams and they're seen when it matters most. And their blind spots are adjusted so they can see everything in view. Rules of the road, rule number 5, choose your stay. In the last rule, we talked about gridlock. If we're honest, sometimes in our personal and professional lives, we can feel gridlock. We can feel stuck. And when we're in that season, we have 3 different choices. When we realize that we might be stuck for some time, we can complain about it. We can make the situation really uncomfortable, and we can lay down in that position feeling every rock and maybe every rock that's being thrown at us. The second option is people around us might know that we're looking for something else and that we're only going to be there temporarily. I had an employee once that came in almost every day. just saying, I'm not going to be here too much longer. I'm applying for this, I'm applying for that. I'm working on my resume, and yet he was still there. But by communicating that he didn't want to be there, he eroded the trust of everyone on the team. The third option is you might be feeling stuck where you're at. And again, this could be personally or professionally. But within that season, you find something of joy. And people don't know exactly how unhappy you might be because they're seeing the joy that you're finding in that season. In talking with my soldiers about job satisfaction and mentoring them and finding work that they really like, I talk about the 4 sides of a career. So one side is how much you love that industry, that career, that choice. The other side of the box is how much you get paid to do it. And then on the left and the right, it's the customers you serve or the people you work with. Unfortunately, we don't always get 4 out of 4. We know that there's lots of people who make a lot of money but hate their jobs. And we know some people who absolutely love what they do, but they don't make a lot of money. And you might be in an industry where you love the people you work with, but you don't always like your customers. And so in that analysis, if you're feeling stuck, if you're feeling gridlock professionally or personally, maybe find that area of that position, that job, that agency, that organization in which you find joy. Rules of the road, rule number 6. Listen for upcoming changes in your route. During the last rule, we talked about feeling stuck, personally or professionally. There will be a time that you'll be able to move forward in something new. You won't be stuck there forever. So you have to be able to listen when change is coming. And change can happen on a dime. A few years ago, I was deployed with the United States Army Reserve. I returned home from there only to realize that I could retire early from the federal government. So I had to listen for the changes that were coming up. And sometimes in our life, we do have new opportunities. Sometimes we have so many new opportunities, we don't know which one to choose. I want to share with you some advice I was given from an advisor. She was helping me professionally pick 1 or 2 options. And she said, Debbie, one day this week, I want you to select one of those options in your head and in your heart. And I want you to notice the peace you have in making that decision. Then the next day, I want you to make the other choice in your heart and your head and analyze how much peace and or joy that one gives you. And then compare the 2. Sometimes it's just a sliver of a difference. But when we take the time to reflect on all of our choices, we understand that there's definitely one that resonates with us more than the other. We have the freedom to make our own choices. Sometimes they work out great, and sometimes they don't. But when we own our decisions after a careful analysis and reflection, then we know we're moving on to a new season, being curious and being excited for what's ahead. Rules of the road, rule number 7. Leaders bear the load in times of crisis. In the last rule, we talked about when you might be able to move on to a new season and a new chapter. And what you might find, like I did, is your new leadership in this new season is needed during a crisis. My husband, Bob, worked commercial construction in the Seattle area for over 30 years. One of the last projects he was on was the 520 bridge. And if you're familiar in the Seattle area, you know the 520 bridge spans from Bellevue, where Microsoft is, over to Seattle in about 20 minutes. The old bridge had its issues, and repairs were not doing the job, so they decided to replace the whole thing. This was a huge project that spanned many, many years. I remember my husband being on this project, and he would come home each and every night just exhausted. And I could tell that it was taking a toll on him. Unfortunately, he came home one night, and as he was getting out of his truck, he received a call. The project had been shut down. You can imagine a project like this that took millions of dollars to do would not just stop abruptly for no reason. Based on my husband's experience, he knew that in closing down and shutting down this project, someone must have been hurt really bad or someone lost their life. We stood by to watch the news, and finally some of the details were coming out. And on March 12th, 2015, we had learned that Joe Arentz had lost his life that day on the bridge. He had fallen about 30 feet. He was a young guy. And everyone on the job absolutely admired Joe. He was a guy full of hope. A lot of construction workers are a little cranky, including my own. But Joe had a different kind of personality and style on the job. He had a great attitude. Even that day, that fateful day, people said that Joe was suspended from the bridge and his equipment, and it was a beautiful day in Seattle, and he said, "I can't believe I get to do this." Unfortunately, his fall and his death had a great impact on the team. They were scared. They were grieving. And thankfully, the leaders around them knew that they needed their support. So the leaders of this project and this company brought in chaplains for the team to talk to. And through their grief processing, they decided they were going to do something in Joe's memory. And if you're familiar with the construction trades, you know that every local and every trade has a hard hat sticker on their hard hat to represent who they are and what they do. And so this team rallied together, and in their grief, but also their creativity, they created hard hat stickers in memory of Joe. They knew that Joe was a guy full of hope. And thankfully, the leaders of this team knew that they needed to build bridges in that shared hope and in that shared grief. You can imagine how much this story impacts me and my family, my husband, even today. Most people knew where Joe got his hope from. He was a worship leader at his church, and he created a record label called Bridge Builders. I even have one of those stickers. They also did some window decals, and I had it on my car for many years WWJD, what would Joe do? And so in their grief and in their healing, whenever they got discouraged, they would remember Joe, and they would remember how Joe might maneuver the situation. We are so grateful for Joe's service on that project. During this time, my husband showed me a picture of the team, and I saw their construction boots, and I saw their safety vests, and I saw their hard hats. And in many ways, they reminded me of my military soldiers with their combat boots and their body armor and their Kevlars. And we know that in deployments, not everyone comes home. And so this 520 bridge project was very similar to a deployment, and unfortunately Joe didn't get to go home that day. But we have his example, and we have this shared hope, and we have this shared story that may be sad, but also inspiring. So again, your next season could be a season where your leadership is needed in crisis. Rules of the road, rule number 8. Use the HOV lane to turn your pain into purpose. During the last rule, we talked about a crisis situation on a bridge in Seattle. As you heard that story, you might be thinking of a similar situation in your life. And you might be wondering, was there a purpose for the pain? During this time with you, we've talked about speed bumps. And you might be sitting there with some speed bumps that are fully healed and some that you're still working on. I want to encourage you to reach out to resources when you feel that there's more healing to do. Certainly, I encourage you to reach out to a counselor, a mentor, or a chaplain to work through some of your past hurts. Because in our hurts and in our speed bumps, we're not alone. And healing happens faster when we do it together. And you might find that there's other people who have a similar story. Speaking of stories, I want to share a story from a friend in Florida. He gave me permission to share it. I met my friend in 2018 on Facebook, and he had heard a little bit about my story and wanted to interview me on a podcast. By 2020, he had just been so excited about our mission, Veterans for Worship in Washington State, that he wanted to expand what we did in Florida. My friend also loves working with new organizations like ours, and he also worked for many startup companies. As you can imagine, startup companies that have capital and investors, their employees can get paid. And if they don't have capital and investors, sometimes their employees don't get paid. And my friend was in this situation. He and his family were about to get evicted. They had struggled to pay their rent, but the veteran community rallied behind them and kept them in their home. Then he reached out to another organization that helped him with resume writing and also encouraged him to try a new industry where maybe there was more financial stability. He and his family really struggled last year. And in this last organization he reached out to, and they provided the resume and interview help, his case manager reached out to him and said, I'm headed to a new opportunity, and I can't think of a better person to replace me than you. I want you to know I'm letting the leadership know that I recommend you as I'm leaving. Long story short, my friend got this new position. It is the kind of work that he's wanted to do for a very long time, helping veterans, helping homeless veterans, and being on the street finding them, trying to bring hope and help them in a new season and chapter. So, where do you need help? Where do you need hope? Where do you need people to walk alongside you in your speed bumps? I encourage you, it's so much easier to do it with others when you invite them into the HOV lane with you. You'll move faster and you'll get farther than being by yourself. Thank you again for letting me share the road with you today. During the last rule, we talked about reaching out to others to help us with our speed bumps and on our journey. At this point in time, I want to invite you to reach out to me, scan the QR code, and reach out to me. I would love to talk with you about your speed bumps, about your story, and help you recalculate your route. Maybe a free 30-minute conversation can help you gain clarity. It can help you position and reposition to something else. And certainly, reflecting with other people can bring you on the road to success. If I can help you at all, please reach out, scan the QR code for a free 30-minute conversation. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and welcome, welcome, welcome. I thank you so much for being here with me on today. Before we begin, I do want to let you know that this talk is not about speaking more, advocating louder, mastering confidence, any of that. This talk is about something so much deeper than that. It is about truth. It is about what happens when a woman finally stops performing strength long enough to realize what she's been actually carrying. My name is Deb Davis. I am the founder of the Transparency Table. It's a faith-centered coaching and community platform for women who are ready to stop hiding, to stop living in survival mode, and to start living whole and in freedom. What I'm going to talk to you about today is not theory. This is testimony. Let us begin. I'm going to start my presentation, and then we're going to walk through this together. Now, I want to set the frame for this conversation right up front. Many women come into rooms like this thinking this is about learning how to speak or how to advocate for themselves or to push back. But I'm here not to teach you about how to speak. I am here to invite you back to yourself. This work is purely about honesty, healing, and alignment. Honesty that tells the truth. Healing that begins when we stop pretending everything is fine. How many of us in this room, when we walk past people or you casually say, "Hey, how you doing?" Our go-to is, "I'm fine." And we don't really take the time to really evaluate what we really are feeling on the inside. That's what this is about today. And when alignment shows up and it lines up with what we're really actually feeling on the inside, that is what we're really going to talk about, we're going to share today. Because when those two things don't match, something suffers. So let's talk about it. Okay, let's go, slides. So I want to pause right here, right now. I want to name something that is happening in rooms just like this. It's happening in boardrooms, in churches, in homes, in every space that we come across. There are women who are deeply capable, deeply gifted, and deeply exhausted. They have learned how to function without feeling free. They show up, they perform, they deliver, they hold everything together. But on the inside, there's a quietness that has nothing to do with peace. It is that quietness of a woman who stopped expecting to be seen. She carries much while saying little. She looks strong because people need her to be strong. But she is not thriving. She is managing. And there is something that's totally different. Those two things are totally different. Managing and thriving is totally different. She is not broken. She is buried. And today I want to help us to start digging out. So before we go any further, I need to honor the silence. Because I personally do not believe every woman who has gone quiet or silent did so because she was weak. That is not true. Many of us went quiet because silence felt like it was the safest thing for us to do at the time. Sometimes silence meant survival. Sometimes it meant protection. Sometimes it meant responsibility. You knew that if you yourself allowed yourself to feel it all, everything might just fall apart. And you were the one that was holding it all together. So guess what? You held it together. And I want to honor that because going quiet was not always wrong. Because sometimes we needed to do it. But here's the flip side of that. There comes a point when when silence once protected us, it began to imprison us. And that's what I want to address today. Now, I want to talk about how this actually happens. For many women, the question is, when did I lose my voice? And the answer is usually not one simple moment. It was not one conversation. It was not one relationship or one event. We lose our voice in layers. For some of us, it started in our childhood when we learned what we said was too much, you're talking too much, you're too loud, you're too sensitive, or you simply just wasn't welcome. Then that's when the rejection came. Then came the roles that required us to always look like we had it together. Then came places that should have been safe, but wounded us instead, right? Then came the weight of being the strong one. Every layer added additional weight. Every layer taught us how to become more quiet. And today we are going to name that. So this is the turning point of everything I want to say today. There comes a moment, and it looks different for every woman, when something shifts. It is the moment when the cost of staying silent becomes greater than the cost of speaking. I know that moment personally. For me, it did not look like a dramatic declaration. It looked like one honest sentence, one honest word, me being real true to myself. It looked like me finally admitting the truth about what I had been carrying. Not what it looked like I was carrying, but what I was actually carrying. I wasn't trying to sound like I was so mature, but I wanted to actually be truthful. That is what I want to invite you into today. Not a performance of courage, not one more round of pretending, just the truth. Because everything begins to change when you stop carrying it alone in the dark and bring it to the light. I want to be very clear about what I mean when I say restored voice, because there's a common misunderstanding we need to address. When we hear finding your voice, we often think it means getting louder or being more assertive, taking up more space, or saying more. But that is not what I'm talking about, you all. The restored voice is not about volume. It is about honesty. It is about whether you say what you say matches what is actually happening on the inside. Now, a woman can be real loud, and still be hiding. Or a woman can be very quiet and be fully free. So the question is not how loud you are. The question is how honest you are, how aligned you are, how true you are to yourself. That is the voice we are restoring today. I want to talk about what happens when a woman tells the truth. Not the idea of a truth, not a half truth, but the real life truth. Truth creates clarity. Once you name it, you can see it. And when you see it, you can finally address it. Truth creates freedom. What is named can be released. What stays hidden stays heavy. Truth creates alignment. When you stop saying one thing while feeling another, your whole system begins to settle. Your your yeses starts to be yes. Your no's start to mean no. And truth opens up the door to transformation, because we cannot transform what we refuse to acknowledge. Every breakthrough I have witnessed in my own life and in the lives of the women that I coach began with one honest sentence. Now I want to address the cost of not restoring the voice, because someone may be thinking, I'm fine. I have learned how to manage. That's what you say. But guess what? Managing is not the same as thriving. When a woman's voice is restored, there's different patterns that begins to show up. No, when a woman's voice is not restored, these are the patterns that show up. She overperforms, she overexplains, she overworks, she overgives, and she overcontrols. Not because something is wrong with her, but because somewhere along the way, survival taught her to prove herself, to protect herself, to avoid, to go along to get along, to carry the things. These are not character flaws. These were survival or are survival strategies, but they are costing her so much. I want to speak specifically to the woman in this room who lead. Whether you lead in a corporation, a church, a nonprofit, your own business, or your home, the restored voice changes how you lead. Before restoration, leadership often looked like, I'm proving myself. You're trying to prove your value, prove your worth, prove your capability, prove that you have the right to even be in certain rooms. It looks like performing strength instead of being present. It looks like managing perceptions instead of truly serving the people who are right there in front of you. But when your voice is restored, everything shifts. You stop leading to prove, and you start leading to serve. You stop performing, and you start being present. And when you choose honesty, you give other women permission all around you to be honest at the same time. That is the kind of leadership that changes things. Here's the invitation I want to extend to you today. We can make this real complex and difficult, and there is a place for therapy, coaching, and deeper inner work. But the first step that I'm talking about today is really simple. It's one honest sentence. One honest sentence. It might be, I'm tired. It might be, I'm still grieving. It might be, I have been carrying this for far too long. It might be, I have been hiding behind being strong. Or it might be, I am so ready to stop surviving in silence. That sentence does not have to be public. That right there is my most important sentence in my life, where I felt like I was so tired of just surviving in silence. I mean, I didn't have to make a post about it. I didn't have to make it public. I didn't have to scream it off the rooftop. Only thing that I needed to do was be true to myself. And I found one safe person to share that with. And I encourage you to do the same thing. Even if that safe person is God. And you do not have to have the whole path today. You just need to have that first honest step. Now I want to paint a clear picture of what we are moving towards. Because sometimes women avoid this work because they do not know what restoration actually looks like. So let me tell you, the restored voice is honest. It tells the truth without performing or pretending. The restored voice is grounded. It is not reactive, anxious, or desperate to be validated. The restored voice is whole, not perfect, but whole. It can hold grief and gratitude at the same time. It can hold strength and tenderness at the same time. Truth and healing at the same time. The restored voice is free. Free from the need to perform. Free from the weight of carrying everything alone. And the restored voice is aligned. What you say matches up with what you feel. What you do matches up with who you are. And what you lead matches the calling on your life. This is not a personality upgrade. This is the restoration of something that was always meant to be yours. Before we close, I want to give you a moment to reflect. You do not have to answer all of these out loud. Just sit with these questions quietly. Where has my voice gone quiet? What have I been carrying in silence? What truth do I need to acknowledge? Not perform, not to pose, just acknowledge it to yourself or to God. Okay, before I leave you on today, I want to leave you with something practical. I created a free resource called Shift from Silence to Strength. It walks you through 5 simple steps to begin restoring your voice. You do not have to have it all figured out today. You can download this. Either you go to my website at thetransparencytable.com/silence to strength, or you can scan the QR code that's on the slide right now. And I do want to offer this. If this message has resonated with you on today, I invite you to stay connected with the Transparency Table. You do not have to do this work alone. I want to close now. For real. Everything I have shared with you today comes down to one conviction. Your voice matters, not because of what you produce, not because of the platform you have, not because of the title you hold. Your voice matters because you matter. Full stop. I love you all. Thank you so much for being with me on today. Have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are, and go walk in truth. I'm cheering you on, and I cannot wait to hear your testimony of your restored voice. Share this with someone that you know who may need it. I love you all. God bless.
So, Dare to Lead Differently, Chew on This, 16 Bites for Bold Leaders, is a book that I realized when I was in the military.
And meet Twanda E. Young, a revered leader and a visionary in modern leadership practices.
More self-awareness training for our leaders to be able to be better leaders for our soldiers. So thus, now that I got a little bit more time on my hands, retired, I decided to launch LT3 Leadership Solutions for that purpose.
Recently spotlighted across Las Vegas for her leadership prowess.
The essence that I really like to push is start strong, end stronger, keeping the main thing the main thing.
Author of Dare to Lead Differently, she distills her military and life experiences into 16 powerful bites for bold leaders. Twanda doesn't just speak. She engages, inspires, and transforms her audience. Experience the power of her bold leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Twanda E. Young.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you may be listening in. I am ecstatic to be in your presence. I'm Brigadier General retired Twanda E. Young, founder and CEO of LT3 Leadership Solutions. And I get the honor today to be with you. And we're going to talk about some information I know is going to help you be a better leader. What are we going to talk about today? Well, I'm glad you asked. We're going to talk about your leadership currency, the value of your leadership currency. Now, I know you're saying, well, what is leadership currency? What is she talking about? What are you talking about, General? Well, I'm glad that you want to know more about the value of your leadership currency. When I talk about the value of leadership currency, here is what I mean. Your leadership currency. What I mean is really what is already depicted on the slide, but let me break it down just even more. It is your knowledge, skills, and abilities, and how you take your knowledge, skills, and abilities and utilize them to add value to others. Think about it kind of like the stock exchange, right? On the stock exchange, you go up, you go down, but in your leadership currency, you're trying to keep your leadership acumen at a certain level. It's how you motivate your teams. It's how you build trust. And it's how you resolve conflict. You know, everyone thinks that every conflict can be resolved. It cannot, but it can be managed. And how you manage it can increase or decrease your leadership currency. It's a driving change in your organization of how you lead your people. Leadership currency. Now that we all are on the same playing field as to what leadership currency is, knowledge, skills, and abilities, that you utilize to influence others for the greater good, let's move on to the next area that we're going to talk about, which is talking about how you cultivate your leadership currency and where does it stem from. Basis or foundation of your leadership currency, we have to look at your leadership philosophy. You know, if I asked you, what is your political philosophy? You probably could rattle it off. If I asked you, what is your religious philosophy? You probably could rattle it off. Even if you say, I don't believe, I'm not a believer, that not believing is a part of your philosophy and how you utilize your leadership or shape your leadership in order to influence others. And it makes up who you are. So your leadership philosophy is the cornerstone of your leadership currency. Our past experiences, our knowledge we've gained, different insights, mentorship, coaching that you may have received, your childhood, all of those things that you have experienced through life, they shape your leadership philosophy. And if you don't know what your leadership philosophy is, I encourage you to sit down, draw, say, a shield in the center. And what I want you to do is put 4 things that are valuable to you. For me, that could be a symbol of a cross. My spiritual faith is a part of my leadership philosophy. A bridge. A bridge denotes for me being able to be a facilitator or a helper of helping people reach their goals, helping and guiding people to get to their end state that they desire. The other that would be in my shield would also be a boot, because the boot represents for me structure. That's what the military has taught me over 33 years, structure and organization and making decisions and being strategic. But those boots have a lot of meaning in it for me. And then, believe it or not, the last thing, if I had to pick 4, the last thing is the house in which I grew up in. Because there is where my foundation was laid by my parents, Miss Annie and Mr. Willie James Williamson, Jr. There is where my foundation was paid for me. So that is where my leadership philosophy grows from. Trust, structure, the lessons learned through my childhood, morals and values, and being a bridge for others is where my leadership philosophy flourishes most. So I want you to take a moment, draw a shield, and put in there 4 things, 4 symbols. You don't have to be a great artist, because believe me, I'm not. But I want you to draw those things or write those things that are important to you, because that begins to build the foundation of your leadership philosophy that you would then share with your people to help them visualize why they do what they do, why you lead the way you lead, why do you guide them in a certain way. It's because this is your foundation. Does that make sense? Good. Now let's move on to the next area of building our leadership philosophy, but also increasing the value of our leadership currency. There's a story I want to tell you that I think is very appropriate to kind of shape and share structural wise what I'm talking about when I'm saying leadership currency. I had a few soldiers that were depending on me to ensure that they got the resources that they needed in order to do a particular mission. And this mission happened to be COVID. Remember COVID? That nasty bug? COVID was our focus. And I had a very short and limited time in order to pull a team together and develop the processes and procedures we needed in order to bring people that serve the military, but they're in the Army Reserve, so they work in the reserve half time. In their civilian lives, they're doctors, they're lawyers, etc. But our focus was on the medical area, where I had to develop a medical augmentation unit. Well, to do that required for my people to trust. Remember, in my shield, I have trust. To trust that I was going to be able to get the resources, get the stakeholders to buy in, and support our efforts. I also had to be a great facilitator of communicating the needs and guiding them through the process of what needed to occur in short order in order for us to get what we needed done, to get the people in place throughout the world. So I pulled on my morals and values that were taught to me when I was young. Treat people like you want to be treated. Treat them with dignity and respect. Even though we had to work long hours, I was very respectful that the soldiers and civilians and contractors that worked for me who had families, I tried not to keep them longer than I needed to. And also back to that, the trust, the bridge, my home, and my spiritual faith helped me be able to be sensitive to those around me that were going through COVID as they tried to help me plan putting an augmentation cell together. Their family members were being impacted. That's very hard. But my leadership currency had risen so high that they trusted me and that I could guide them through this process, that I cared for them, that I showed empathy for them. All of that increased my leadership currency. But it all ties back to my leadership philosophy. Now, we all have crucibles, I call them, challenges that we go through in life that can kind of make us topsy-turvy sometimes as we go about leading others, and sometimes can make us doubt ourselves. I recalled a particular event when I first came into the military as a second lieutenant, just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And in the civilian sector, you would kind of say that I came in as a junior VP into the organization. And as I was in the organization, I was, like I say, on Sesame Street, and I know my hair kind of dates me, but in Sesame Street, if you remember, it was one of those things that don't look like the other. And that's what I was within my unit. I was the only female officer out of a plethora of male officers doing the same job as executive officers for their respective units. I remember standing literally, as the picture depicts, standing at the base of a rappel tower. And I had to meet my officer, my senior executive, if you will, and report to him and tell him what was going on in the training, what was happening, where we were in the training. And I remembered our conversation veered into longevity in the military. And out of that conversation, he told me, looked me dead in the eye, and told me that I had no right and that he was going to do everything that he could to ensure that I didn't make it to the next level. Was it because I was a woman? Was it because I was Black? Was it because I was short? I don't know. Really didn't care in that moment. What just startled me is that a leader that I was told that was going to take care of me, that was going to mentor, coach, and teach and guide me, didn't have any belief in me and was going to do everything within his authority to make sure that I did not succeed. His leadership currency for me was low, extremely low. But I remember back to that picture I told you of how my philosophy began, that house of where I was taught by my mom and dad to be very focused in on my goals, to be intentional in my commitment to what I was doing in life, and to be decisive and disciplined in any decision that I made. And I stood there flat-footed and I told him, I'll be here, sir, when you retire. Well, long story short, I was there when he retired. But that experience shaped my leadership philosophy. It shaped me because I wanted to make sure that I was never that person to the people that I had the honor to lead. I never wanted them to walk away with a very belittling and demeaning kind of dejected feeling because of me. Now, I have no issues with correcting people, but there's a way in which you correct people. You don't do it out in the public. You don't berate them. You're constructive in what you share with them and how you share it. You share it in a way that shares empathy and shares your genuine concern for their well-being and for their growth as a leader. But every experience since that time has shaped my leadership philosophy. And I know you're saying, well, why are you holding on to this leadership philosophy? Because this is your foundation. And if your house is shaking, everything else is going to fall. So I want you to understand that the bedrock of your leadership currency is on your leadership philosophy and how you cultivate that through self-awareness and attending events like this, seeding in and investing into yourself. Think for a moment, what kind of experiences or challenges or your base of rappel tower moment that you've had that you have garnered some insights from that make you a better leader or that could make you a better leader to ensure you're not repeating what was done to you if it was not favorable. Base of rappel tower moment. So as your leadership currency grows, there are certain things of components. What are the key components? Well, from my perspective, the key components of your leadership currency is how well do you know your craft? How well do you know your job? How well do you do your job? How well do you execute? Then how do you communicate? How do you communicate to those who have the responsibility of taking your vision and making it come to reality? Are you a good communicator? I want you to write down yes or no. I won't see it and I won't tell anyone. I promise. But you need to be very clear with yourself on how well do you communicate your guidance. The other item that is extremely important is, can you be trusted? How trustworthy are you? And how trustworthy would you say your people see you? On a scale of 1 to 5, where would you put yourself? At a 1 being the lowest, or 5 being the highest? Or is there some work to be done in there? Only you know. We all can improve upon how we lead as we learn and grow and not become stagnated. When we fall down, dust ourselves off, get up and try something anew to be able to be a better leader. Because your people, I can't say this enough, your people deserve great leaders. So look at how well you know your craft. How well do you communicate? And are you trustworthy? Those are kind of like the pillars of your currency. Because in that, if you can be trusted, if you know your job well, if you communicate well, you can continue to build your leadership currency within your organization, among senior leaders that see you doing your job, executing it well. They want you on their team because you are leading in a way that is being received well. I'm not saying that every day is going to be sunshine, because we learn again from our experiences and from challenges. But it's not how you fall down, it's how you get up, and it's how you react to what has happened to you. So the pillars of your leadership currency: your expertise, knowing your craft, your ability to communicate effectively, and are you trustworthy? Does your video, as my daughters would say, match your audio? Or is there silence on the end because you're not what you say you are? Your leadership currency. Assessing your leadership currency is equally important as making sure that you understand your leadership philosophy that we talked about earlier. Why do I say that? Because it allows for you to gauge and monitor where you are and to be realistic as to what it is that you really need to work on to be a better leader. There are 5 questions I want you to ask yourself that will help you frame a plan to move forward in enhancing your leadership currency. First question I want you to ask yourself, and I want you to be honest. And sometimes it's not easy for us to just talk it out, so I encourage you to write it down. What are your strengths and weaknesses as a leader? If you answer that truthfully, that will help you build the strongest and most robust plan you can for becoming a better leader. What are those things that you need to work on? The second question I want you to ask yourself is, what are my skills and abilities, my area of expertise? What do I know, whether I'm sleeping or I'm awake? I know what I know, and I can teach it to anyone. I can guide anyone. I can coach anyone to be able to do their job effectively because I know my craft well. Then take that information, because those are your building blocks on the next question. How well do I deal with people internal and external to the organization? And you can take this for in your personal life. How well are you leading in the civic organizations you belong to? At church, your softball team that your child may be a part of, the Brownies, the Little League, whatever it is, how well are you building relationships and cultivating those relationships and strengthening them to help you be a better leader, a better conduit for support for others to be able to reach their goals because of your guidance and your support? And another question that I want you to really think about is, what is your personal brand? When people talk about you, what do you want them to say? Put that on one side of the sheet. And then on the other side of the sheet, what do you think they're saying? And then really look at that information and digest it and chew on it and develop a plan that is good for you to be able to put yourself on a trajectory of being a better leader. Answering those questions. Leadership development and conflict management at Bowie State University. I'm a professor there. And I will tell you, one of the things that I teach in my leadership development class that has helped a lot of my students, and I hope will help you. Well, I take back, I hope. I know it will help you if you put in the work for it and write down the information that applies to it for yourself. I call it the ESPN score. And no, I'm not talking about football. I don't know nothing about football, although I am a Cowboy fan. And that's about it, because my brother's a Cowboy fan. But your ESPN score, I'm talking about that in the perspective of your E stands for enumeration. Where are you competitively with your other counterparts in your organization? Back to, do you need to go back to school? Do you need to increase certifications? Where are you honestly on the playing field? Then the S ties into the schooling that you might be looking at, or the certifications that you may need to get to shore up your knowledge, abilities, and skills. The P is your potential. What is your potential to be the leader you want to be? Are you willing to put in the effort? Are you willing to take constructive feedback? Are you willing to seek out those who have gotten to the end state you want to be and humble yourself enough to ask questions of those individuals and gain their insights on how they maneuvered the space and met their trajectory of being the leader they want to be, or on the path of being the leader they want to be? And the last is networking. All of this ties in again of being able to connect with other people. Who's on your board of directors, I call it? Who are the people that you can call very quickly and share your information, and then they give you some valued added insight to help you figure out how to develop a plan to move forward? These are the people what I call on your board of directors. These are people that are not going to just tell you that you're doing great. They're going to tell you that you need to do more in this area. Have you considered this? Maybe you want to think about approaching this particular situation this way. Maybe you want to handle this particular employee that way to get better results. Who's on your board of directors? Do you have a board of directors? Those are things I want you to think about as you assess your leadership currency and the value that you want it to bring to others. Ooh, we have talked about a lot in this brief session, a lot of great information. But I'd like to do a quick recap just to help you kind of come down off that high for just a moment to remember the valued information that we've shared. Your leadership currency is a valuable asset to making you a better leader. By understanding your development and what you need to do to enhance your development, by taking the experiences that you have garnered throughout your life and putting that and melding that into your leadership philosophy to carve out the type of leader you want to be, and taking your unique blend of skills and abilities will only enhance your leadership currency, whereby allowing you to be able to drive change, positive change in your organizations, helping you to be able to inspire your people to greatness and achieve remarkable results through your leadership currency. I'm excited to see what's going to happen for you and through you as you continue to lead and move out smartly and execute the strategies and tips I've shared today. You are a great leader, and great leaders are continuous learners who continue to invest in their ability to be even greater. You got this. morning, wherever you might be, my Dare to Lead Ohana. Look, I have with me today the sister leader of all leaders. When I tell you, this woman is a walking billboard of sisterhood. And she has taken time out of her busy schedule to come and talk to us today during this summit. So, welcome, Dr. Karen Hill Pruden. How are you doing, sis?
I am wonderful. I am excited about this conversation.
Oh, I am too. I'm telling my people that are listening to this, get your pens ready. No, actually, turn on your recorder because what she's getting ready to drop, you're not going to be able to write fast enough. Look, I've been in her classes before. I've been at her summits and her conferences. And when I tell you she's all about the bottom line up front, that's what she does. And that's why I'm so excited to have her with us today. So before we get started, Karen, would you share with us a little bit of who you are? Who makes up Karen Pruden?
Oh, absolutely. I am a coach for women leaders, particularly women entrepreneurs, as well as women senior leaders. But I am also someone who rose through the ranks from the front line all the way up to the C-suite. And that's where I linger for the last 20 years. But the basic Karen is that I am a lover of people, a lover of God, and I want to influence and impact as many people while I'm here on this earth. And so how do I do that? I share my knowledge, I share my platform, I share my networks, with everybody in hopes that they can elevate themselves and go further than I went in less time than what it took me to do it.
That is awesome. That it reminds me of a quote that my mom has always shared with me as I was growing up. You have a test to have a testimony to help someone understand what it takes to get beyond that barrier. And your willingness to be able to share your knowledge and expertise and abilities is evident by being here with us today. So thank you. I appreciate that. So let's dig down into the conversation because I know your time is limited and I want to get as much as I can while I sit at your feet. So
You're scaring me. You're scaring me.
No, I'm not. You know you're ready. You know you're ready. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Now I host a seat at the table leadership mastermind every other month. And it coincides with what you just talked about pouring in and sharing your network, sharing your value, but also amplifying others that are coming to the table to be able to showcase their expertise and, as you coin, bring their brilliance, what lane of brilliance they bring. So you have a framework that talks about amplifying your value. I want you to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, Amplify Your Value is a framework that I created to help women articulate what it is that they bring to the table. I found through my career that some of the women leaders that I was interacting with were more focused on relationship type information, relationship type competencies, but not necessarily tying them into the organizational data. And so Amplify Your Value is a way to quantify what it is that you're bringing to the table, where it is that you need to be, what gaps are involved in between it, and then devise a plan to get there. And so it is basically, it is 5 steps. So first of all, you examine your experience and your expertise. How many people have you managed? How much money have you managed? If you are looking to be in the C-suite and you are a manager, sometimes C-suite budgets are millions of dollars. If you've only managed $10,000, then there's a big gap there, and so you examine your experience and your expertise, how many people you've managed, where are these people that you've managed? Are they in multi-site, multi-states, multi-countries? Because that type of information is going to lend to what gaps you need to close in to get to your ideal role, whatever that role may be. Then it's also the levels of the people that you've managed. Who are these people? Are they managers, directors, frontline type things? So you really just look at what have I done up to this point and where am I trying to get to? So the first thing you do is you examine your expertise and you examine your experience and or education, depending on where you need to get to if there's a qualifier that's associated with education. Then the next thing you do is determine what your next level is. Again, identifying what is the next level for me. Someone who's in entrepreneurship, it may be getting more of the market. Someone who's in corporate, it may be a title, a position title, but what is your next level? Because identifying what is your next level will allow you to identify what are the qualifications for where you're trying to get to, so that you can do that. And then you close the gap. So now you know what you bring to the table. Now you know what your next level is and what your next level require. What doesn't sure up on your resume? And is it a short-term goal, meaning that you can close it within less than 1 year, or is it a long-term goal, something that's going to take a little longer than 1 year? And you write it down and devise a plan on how you're going to get that, which is the next step, which is build your blueprint. I certainly believe in articulating and being strategic and intentional in articulating what your plan is, writing your plan down. I'm going to do this, 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 this. This will keep us from going zigzag and maybe going straight up vertically, because we have it written down. And so then you build your blueprint, and then you just plan your pivot. That's the final, whatever that pivot may be for you, whether it's to get more of a share of a market, whether it's to get that next position. And so you examine your expertise, you examine your experience, you determine your next level, you close the gap, you build your blueprint, and then you plan your pivot.
That is such a great framework. And I guess I did that without knowing, as when I retired from the military, and coming out of the military as a brigadier general, many people, as I've said before, like, so what is that? When you say military, everybody that's a general understandable term. But when you say brigadier general, they're like, oh, that's good. Congratulations. And it's like, you don't understand what I'm saying.
It's a big thing.
You don't understand what it took to get to that level. Mm-hmm. But I also realized that coming from the military construct into a civilian construct, there were things that Tia had to do to transition what that meant, right? So I had to get other certifications, although I came with a lot of experience and knowledge and had trained thousands. That didn't add up really in the civilian sector. Now that I say, okay, I'm John Maxwell certified, I'm EQ certified, I'm DIS certified, those things are tangible, relatable, contextual things that are realized in the environment. So it is so important understanding the environment you're going into. That next level is a different environment. So what do you got to do to level yourself up to that? Now, that's a great framework. So that kind of leads me into my next question. We talk about getting a seat at the table, but once you've gotten there, did you find that the table was actually worth sitting at, or did you realize that the real decisions weren't being made at that table entirely, that it was being made at a different location?
No, I didn't find out that the decisions weren't being made there. But what I did find out is that, decisions are made at the table, but really you have to talk to the people who are doing the work. And so you are at the most vulnerable state the higher you go up. And so once I became vice president, once I became in the C-suite per se, because I'm not doing the day-to-day work, I had to constantly talk down the line to find out what were processes changing, what system changes, what vendor changes, what heartbreak are the employees going through. And what a lot of people don't understand is that if you make decisions without talking to your people, you're making decisions in a silo, and it may not be the best decision for the current environment that your people are working in. And so although you have the authority to make the decision, you always have to line down, meaning you have to communicate with those that are actually doing the work on a regular basis to ensure that the decisions that you make are representative of the culture, the processes, the systems, and the talent that you're working with at that time. Because talent, system, and processes also change. We buy new systems all the time. We have people who retire. We have new employees coming in. And things operate differently when you change something. And I'll say something. When you buy a new system, things operate differently. When you bring in a new leader, things operate a little differently. When you have someone who retire, you find out they were doing the work of 3 people instead of the work
Yeah.
of 1 person, and you got to hire 3 people to cover what they're doing. And so you still make the decisions in the C-suite, but the decisions are based on the information down the line. And so you are most vulnerable the higher up you go because you aren't actually doing the work. And so having that line of communication open with everyone down your chain is critical to your success.
I couldn't agree more. I used to love managing by walking around is what I call it, and getting to know the people that are in the cubicles, because I'm a believer that more minds on a problem can give a better solution or options for the leader to make a more informative decision about whatever that may be. Now, you talked about a key thing that I want to dig a little deeper in, and you just had your summit that I had the opportunity to be a part of purpose over profit, right? Versus profit, which was a phenomenal experience. And thank you for letting me come in and add value. But you shared in that session about when we talk about systems, AI. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, AI. And I don't want to kill the punchline because it was so profound when you said it, and I kind of felt a little shame about myself. I said I should have known that. I should have coined that phrase. Why didn't I coin that phrase? So I want you to talk a little bit about what you shared in that forum.
So in that actual session, I talked about the wisdom economy. And the wisdom economy is that as leaders, our role really hasn't changed that much with AI. We still need to know the capabilities of our talent, our systems, and our processes. AI cannot mimic a lot of the leadership competencies that we need to operate on as leaders or even as day-to-day workers. And so that session talked about what those limitations are, like lived experiences. AI only has what is put in by us. It doesn't have a memory. It doesn't have any humanistic qualities. It's input and output. And in the world that we live in today, where people are a little bit fearful of AI, I am more and more going into workplaces, introducing to them that AI is not something to be feared, it's just something to be understood of how it operates. And then you need to understand the humanistic qualities that are required of leadership, and then what the system itself is capable of doing, which is just collecting and batching information and spitting it back out. I hate to say it in such a simplified way, but really that's all AI really does. It collects information that is put into it, batch it up, find a commonality based on the questions that's asked, the information that's asked of it, and then it outputs it back out. It doesn't have the relational type history that we as business owners would deal with in terms of customers, that we deal with in terms of vendors, in terms of problem solving with systems and all of that. It doesn't have that unless you put that in, in which you don't put everything in your systems. You just don't. Some stuff you just deal with and move on to the next problem. And so that session really deals with the leadership competencies that still stand as leaders, that we need to know the capabilities of our systems, our processes, and our people, which are the 3 buckets that run any business.
Systems, processes, and people.
Correct.
I hope the audience is catching on to the theme, because you said that before. It's the theme of understanding what is important as leaders to keep those 3 things, systems, processes, and people, at the forefront of any decision you make. But to have a successful business, you got to make sure that you're giving equal and balanced time to all of those things.
Yeah.
And that takes focus. I call it the Sid Law approach. You got to be strategically focused on what it is that you need to do. You need to be focused on people, processes, and systems. You got to understand the intentional value that those 3 things bring to the table. And then you have to be decisive and disciplined to make sure you incorporate those things before you make a decision that can just totally rock the boat of your organization and your ability to scale. This is good stuff. I know the audience is going to be like, wow, when is Karen coming back? When is she coming back? So I'm telling you now, you're coming back. All right, so I'm gonna move on to our last question because I know your schedule is busy and I want to find out what's going on in your sphere that we could share with the community. Karen, for the audience to know, is a data addict. Yes, I said it. She is a data addict. Watch when I read this last question and how her face just lights up when I give the data. Here we go. This one is about the broken rung versus the glass ceiling. While we often discuss the glass ceiling, at the C-suite level, data shows the real issue is the broken rung, the first step up to management. Data from 2026, according to LinkedIn 2026 State of Women in Leadership report, women hold 31% of leadership roles worldwide, despite making 44% of the workforce. The most alarming trend is the sharp decline in representation as career progression. Female representation falls by 30% in the single step from vice president to C-suite. The question is, how do we fix the entry-level leadership pipeline so that the C-suite dip does not become an inevitability? Talk to me.
Yeah. So it's a couple of things coming into play. There are internal factors and there are external factors. And what I mean by internal factors is factors that are associated with each individual candidate that may be stopping them from going as high as they desire to go in the C-suite. And the external factors are culture, environmental biases, and different things like that. And so I'll talk about the internal factor first. Very little people talk about what is needed to make the transition from a manager to a leader. Individuals in the C-suite are not managers, they're leaders. They're not synonyms. Those words are not synonyms for one another. Managers are focused on day to day. As a leader, I'm already working on the 3 to 5 year plan, which means I'm not focused on day to day. And so if you are a manager who have your eye on the C-suite, some candidates believe that if I work hard enough, if I just work hard enough day to day, that they'll tap me on the shoulders and put me in the C-suite, not realizing it's a totally different skill set. That skill set involves you reviewing benchmarks, reviewing competitors, knowing what they're doing in terms of their services, their service levels, how they're rating in their industry, knowing your data that's associated with your business. And a lot of women candidates don't talk in data form, and so data is where your value is. It's where your undisputed value is. Why? Because you can verify data, quantitative data. Qualitative data is our opinions, some of our biases, and we need that a little bit too, because that gives us a part of the story. But the undisputed factual information of business, did we make our numbers, is quantitative data. And a lot of women candidates don't even learn the number side of business. They focus more on the relationship side of business without knowing the number side of business. And the number side of business is where you articulate how are you adding value. What changed in this environment since you've been in that role? Whether it is terms in terms of service delivery, whether it's reducing the cost of production, whether it is increasing the number of people in succession planning. What changed about the dynamic of this business? And so if people do not share with you that there's a different set of skill set, you don't know to work and cultivate and elevate that additional skill set, even communicate using that type of skill set, because you need to talk in numbers. You got to start talking in numbers. And as women, we view it as bragging when we're talking about our receipts. Oh no, it's not bragging. Unless they were standing beside you when you accomplished it, it's just telling them who the whole you.
The holistic of who
Yep.
they have in their presence.
Yep, is all about, because they may be unaware. They may you can come into an organization, have 20 years worth of experience. They've only worked with you for 1 year. All they're judging you on is that 1 year of interaction. But what about the 19 years worth of interaction and experience that you got prior to that? You got to let them know through the terms that you're using, through the impact that you're making in the workplace. Environmental, um, in terms of external, is the higher up you go, there are less positions.
Oh, I know that for sure.
So, just like most of the world are C-suite students, are C students, when it comes to the C-suite, as you're moving up, it's fewer and fewer positions. Most of the people are in middle management because that's where most of the tasks are being done.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're going up, so another reason why is because there are fewer positions. How do you make yourself stand out when there's fewer positions and people aren't rotating and turning over those positions on a regular basis? People don't jump C-suite positions every year.
No, because it's competitive to get there.
Yeah, and then the more you know about an industry, the more valuable you are. And so from an environmental standpoint, because there are fewer positions, now you have all of these managers who are vying for a very small number of positions, and individuals don't know how to stand out. And again, the only way that you can stand out is to articulate your value or amplify your value. How do you amplify your value? You have to show and tell them, how did the atmosphere change by you being in that role at that particular time? And so it's twofold. And people just need to talk about it so that women leaders would know how to focus on it. I check off many boxes. I've worked in 6 different industries. Last 20 years, I've been in senior leadership. Most times, I'm the only woman at the table and the only person of color and the only woman at the table. So they get to check off 2 boxes.
Yeah, I got you on that.
Yeah, with me, and that's the reason why I am a girl boss, a girl coach, a girl mentor, because I want to see more of us. But part of the hard conversation that I have with even my potential clients is that you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Let's talk numbers. Let's talk about how you add value. Let's talk about how you weave that in your everyday communication so that it doesn't come across as bragging. It just comes across as you giving like people give the state of the union, you're giving the state of the business.
I like that.
You're giving the state of the business
and how
to
you
the
bring
point,
value to it.
Yeah, to the point where people want you in the room because they know that you bring that. I hate it, but it happens to me a lot where someone say, "Hey, we're meeting at 1:00 and they forgot to invite you. Can you come to this meeting?" And it's after 12, and it's like, let me check my calendar. But what has happened is they know that I need to be in the room because of my skill set. That is the way that you want to add value to an organization, where people start looking at the addressees on a meeting and say, "Yo, Tia's not here. Tia has to be in this room. Otherwise, we're going to have another meeting after the meeting." You want them to recognize what it is that you bring to the table and know that you're supposed to be at that table if they're really trying to get done what it is that they want to get done. And that's really how you close in the gap. You work with them individually on how they show up in the workplace. And then you also inform them and educate them on, look, it's not that many positions as you move up, and sometimes you only get one shot.
One shot, yeah. And if you miss that opportunity, it's not getting prepared. You got to be prepared.
Yeah, you might have to go to another company because, and it's sad to say, but if you take an interview with an organization, people have long memories.
Yeah.
And they may
Information
not
travels.
Yeah, they may not invite you in
events and dinners and I
they
know
may
how
not
that game
invite
is
you
played.
in for an interview again. And so when you get that shot, you want to make it work for you.
Awesome. Those are nuggets that we don't think about. We don't, no one articulates that to us. We do the relationship part well, because I think it's innate in us as women to culture and to nurture, right? But to get at the brass tacks, the bottom line up front is being able to stand flat-footed in an environment where they understand that you left that organization or that position, that department, better than when you found it. And there's factual data that is not only tangible, but it can be visual as far as the environment and culture and climate that has changed because of your leadership. So those are some great nuggets. I appreciate that. Well, I know I got to let you go, but like I said, you're coming back. You got no choice. You're coming back. So before we go, I want you to tell the audience some things that are going on your platform.
Absolutely. So we are kicking off for this year's, my conference is October 2nd and 3rd, which is later in the year. However, everything that I do throughout the year works towards the conference. And so we just finished up the summit where we had the brilliant Tia, among other leaders up there. And we are getting ready to revamp our Just Facebook series. Just is the acronym for Just Us Sisters Talking. And it is a weekly free Facebook series that I did in 2020 during the pandemic. And I put out a survey and said, hey, this popped up on my Facebook feed. Should I bring this back? And I wasn't prepared for the response. I wasn't prepared for the response, but they said yes. And so we're going to bring the Just series back and pour in to some women leaders and entrepreneurs about the various competencies to run businesses. The focus on the three buckets. I mean, systems, processes, and talent, capabilities. And we'll talk about something different every week. And so I'm excited about that. And then, of course, it's still Women's History Month. So I'm all over on different people's platforms because, it's reciprocal. They come over here and I go over there. And so I'm just like all over for the rest of the month. And I'm excited about just celebrating women brilliance. It's so many women leaders who are doing the do out there. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm a cheerleader for women leaders who are just doing their thing. And so I want to go out and support as many women as possible. But so I would encourage everybody to just stay connected with me on social media. I have a free community called Sister Leaders Community. If you join that community, my people and I usually drop everything in there that I'm doing. And I do a lot of stuff for free. We got to make money too, but I do a lot of stuff for free.
And she does. I can attest to that. She does.
Yeah, because that is part of my philanthropy, is giving out free knowledge. Now, what people do with it, that's up to them, but I give it to them.
It's not lack of knowledge that you're not sharing, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we appreciate that. We appreciate you coming on, appreciate you sharing your wisdom and your insights that have been invaluable insights given today. And I always say nuggets of wisdom. I encourage the audience, take what she shared today, chew on it, digest it, and then put it into action so that you're moving forward and closer toward your goal, because she shared some gold nuggets here today. And I'm appreciative that she's my friend, my sister, my sister leader.
You're my sister leader.
I am so excited again for you. Just thinking enough of the Dare to Lead Differently Summit to give of your time throughout your busy schedule. We appreciate you. So as we always say, Dare to Lead Differently, Johanna, I'll see you when I see you. Peace.
I like that.
What does your life look like right now when no one is watching? Not what you post online, not what people think you're doing, but the real structure of your life. your habits, your discipline, your consistency, the way you take care of yourself when nobody sees it. Because what's unseen is usually what's holding everything up or everything back. Hi everyone, my name is Nicole Bonilla and I am a real estate developer, project manager, a Master of Divinity student, and the founder of Seated Leadership. Seated Leadership is a platform focused on leadership, personal growth, and building systems to help people not just start, but sustain what they're building. There was a season where I was doing a lot, working, building, showing up, but internally, I felt inconsistent. I had vision, but I didn't always have structure. And maybe some of you feel that too. You know you have potential. You know your team have potential. You know you're capable of more. But sometimes it feels like something isn't fully aligned. And that's when I started realizing something. Purpose alone isn't enough because purpose needs structure. When I think about leadership and growth, I think about seeds. Because not every seed is the same. Different seeds require different types of care, different environments, different soil. And if you don't understand the seed you're working with, you can mismanage it. You can overwater it, underwater it, place it in the wrong environment, and even if it grows, it won't flourish the way it was designed to. And I really believe God places different seeds in each of us, different gifts, different callings, different assignments. But it's our responsibility to learn how to care for what we've been given. That's where the blending of the 3 B's come in: backbone, business, and back end. Your backbone is you, your discipline, your character, your consistency, your identity. Because before you lead anything, you have to lead yourself. And honestly, a lot of this became the heart behind my first book, Fix Your Bed. Personally, the way you talk to people, the people you talk to, your networks, your mentors. I've mentored a lot of people that are younger than me, that are the same age, or even older than me. And I've realized that the wider your network is, and if you know who you are, you know who you need to talk to. And honestly, a lot of this became the heart behind my first book, Fix Your Bed. And it's really a reflection of my story, what I've learned, what I'm still learning as an immigrant, as a leader, as someone navigating this generation, learning how to adapt, learning how to grow, and learning how to stay grounded in who God created me to be. And if you'd like to have more information about it, please scan the QR code on the screen and you'll get more updates from me. I'd love to share that journey with you all. Next, let's go to the second B, business. Your business is what you're building. Your vision, your purpose, your work, your impact is the thing that God placed on your heart, the thing you keep thinking about, the thing you know you're supposed to build. And the third B, your back end. Your back end is the structure behind everything, your systems, your workflows, your habits, your organization. Because if there's no structure, what you build becomes difficult to sustain. I've seen so many people with vision, with passion, with potential, but without structure, they burn out. And I've lived that too. And this is where I had to do the deeper work, not just externally, but internally. And that's where my framework comes from. Self-worth. Self-worth is self-worth, self-reflection, self-identity, self-reassurance, and self-forgiveness. Self-worth is understanding your value without needing constant validation. Self-reflection is being honest with yourself, slowing down long enough to reflect. Self-identity is knowing who you are outside of what you do. Self-reassurance, encouraging yourself even when things feel uncertain. And lastly is self-forgiveness, learning how to grow without staying trapped in guilt. And through all of this, God has been stretching me, not just to go through it, but to share it, to help other people, team, individuals, build something that actually lasts. And that's really why I started Seated Leadership, because I realized a lot of people have vision, but they don't always have support, structure, guidance, or systems. And with my data science background and my people skills, it's a win-win situation for me. I can understand what they need for their back end. And I wanted to create something that helps people grow intentionally. I'm still growing, still learning, still building. But one thing I've learned is that growth becomes sustainable when purpose and structure work together. So wherever you are right now, whether you're still planting, still rebuilding, still figure things out, don't ignore the seed. Learn how to take care of it, protect it, grow it, because what God planted in you deserves to flourish if you let Him. So if you'd like to stay connected, you can scan the QR code on the screen or at the bottom of my screen. Thank you all so much for tuning in with me today, and I pray that you gained a lot more things from other speakers throughout the Dare to Lead Differently Summit. And I hope to see you all in person on June 27th.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic. And it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue. And that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's health care insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dare. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to pose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to report over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience, I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Oh my gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Nora, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera? Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to professional sales conversations. So we talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team. Yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, that not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated. I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out. But jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars. You watched all of the webinars. You've been to all the masterclasses. In fact, you're tuning in. But yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work. And you're tired of that. If that's you, I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is a system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's an evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? Jay, you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones. Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I share with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about being a mompreneur. You be a successful CEO. When you signed those papers down there at the courthouse or you went online and you came a business, a successful CEO is who you are. Put down, I am a successful CEO, because systems beat goals every single time. Jot that down in your notes. Please don't miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. I'm going to say that one more time and say that one more time. And please, if you're out there right now, I want you to jot this down in your notes. I don't want you to miss this. I want you to put this in your notes right now. Systems beat goals every single time. I am a successful CEO. Say it loud. I am a successful CEO. Say it one more time for me. I am a successful CEO. Here's what I'm going to do for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a free gift. It's my gift to you. And I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team right now. But I'm sensing some of you just want the playbook on how to put together the right system so you can not have to take any notes. Because I'm about to go rapid fire, okay? You don't want to worry about taking notes. Text the word team right now. Text the word, get your mobile number. I'm only doing this, get your mobile number out right now. Text the word team. I'm going to give you the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series I did because I only got so much time on how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the how to build a 7-figure sales team challenge. So I'm going to work with you for 5 days and help you build your team. And then for some of you, I'm going to do a one-on-one customized session with me or one of my certified representatives. So here's what you're doing. Let me give you the instructions, and then we got to go rapid fire. Number 1. Text the word team right now. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Let me give it again. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Now, when you text, do it right now. Do it now. When now? When now? Now is the time. When you do it now. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number. Now, you only texting team because you're ready to have a sales team. And put your best contact number and email. For some of you, we're going to just text it right to you. You can click a link. Some of you love to do it right on your phone. Others of you, you still want an email coming to you. I get it. So we'll send an email as well because you might not be able to save it to your phone. Been there, done that. But here's my promise to you. It'll create a breakthrough. Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team right now. And I'm going to go rapid fire. I only got so much time, but if you're out there right now, you haven't done it, text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. I know for some of you listening, now is your time. Now is your time. And one of the things my mentor has taught me, he says it over and over again, it's really landed with me. He says, Shay, now is the time to get the team going. When's the best time to plant a tree? When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the best time to plant a tree? Right now. So now is the time. Let's prepare now. So let's do it. So let me go and go over the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Because when I ask the question to folks, what are the components of a 7-figure sales team? How do you even build a 7-figure sales team? Most folks don't even know. They have no clue. They're like, I don't know, Shay, hire a representative. And then I hire more sales reps. And I hire more people. I'm like, no, you'll never get there at that pace. So let me unleash the formula that's taken me 15, almost 20 years to learn. It's not about the 20 years, but you don't have to go through that. You want predictable. You want reliable. You want consistent revenue without your labor. Then let me go ahead and drop it on you right now. Let's go ahead and show it to them. And for those folks that texted in, you'll get all the details. Hope you did that. The components of a 7-figure sales team. There are 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Component number 1 is a sales rep. The first thing I want you to do is make a commitment that you're going to hire a sales rep. Now, here's what a sales rep does. A sales rep works on 100% commission. That means that they go out, they understand all your products and services, they make a sale, and when they bring in the money, you get a percentage of it. So let's imagine for a moment that they go out and sell $20,000 of revenue for you that you didn't spend any time with. And yet as a result, you paid them a 20% commission. For some of you it's higher, some of you is lower. 20% of $20,000 is $4,000. So you got $20,000 of revenue without your labor. Minus $4,000, just for the example, that means there's $16,000 left in. How many of you out there right now are doing all the sales? And if you just had a sales rep bringing in half the revenue you're bringing in right now, or double the revenue you're bringing in right now, your business would double right now. Your problems would be solved. Put 2 hands up if that's you. Sales rep. Go ahead and make a commitment. Write down in your notes right now. I will have a sales rep. So number 1 is a sales rep. For those that texted in earlier, and I'll give you that number again, we'll help you recruit. We'll help you train. We'll do that for you. Don't worry. But you make a commitment that you're going to have a sales rep. Number 2 is you need a sales affiliate. Now, Shay, can you break down what's the difference between a sales affiliate and a sales rep? A sales affiliate understands 1 or 2 of your products. And they're a mercenary. They're only in it for the money. The sales rep understood all of your products and services. They're in it for the commission, but they like you. The sales affiliate, you got to think of Amazon. You walk into Amazon, they own maybe 30% of the products in there. The other 70%, they're affiliates of. When you get your charger, that's not Amazon. When you get the glass screen, that's not Amazon. When you buy headsets that use the Bose headsets, that's not Amazon. And so I want you to think right now, if you're a coach, what type of affiliates do you have right now to sell your products and services? A sales affiliates are mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They're in spaces you're not in. They're in places you're not at. They bring traffic to your website you can't generate. They bring people to your masterclasses and your webinars when you're not there. They fill your virtual summits and some of you your live summits. That's what a sales affiliate is. So it makes sense. For some of you, if you're a life coach, it makes sense that you have an affiliate with someone that maybe does health and wellness. Here's the question. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days from just a sales rep? For many, 0 or not enough. How much revenue did you generate just from your sales affiliates team? For many, not enough. And if that's you and you're saying, Shay, it's not enough, I understand. Let me go over the last 2 if I can. The next one is a sales ambassador. Now, we're going to teach you how to do a sales affiliate. I'm going to give you all of the software you need so it's none of your labor, okay? Some of you texted it earlier. I'm going to give you that number in a minute. You'll get that. The sales ambassador, they understand that they're not in it for the money. They're only in it for rewards and recognition. Rewards and recognition. They're already in your circle. And they believe in your mission. They believe in the company's goals. They believe in the company's objectives. They're not in it for the money. You cannot motivate them with money. You can motivate them with a free iPad. You can motivate them with an Apple Watch. You can give them gifts and recognize them for just believing in the mission, goals, and objectives. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days just in that one area? For many of you, not enough. just not enough. So I want you to have sales ambassadors. We're going to teach you how to do that. Digital sales solution. You know, this is hot right now and it's popular. A number of folks are talking about it. Yeah, you got to have a digital sales solution. You need a sales funnel. You got to bring them to a sales page. They got to buy. Folks aren't buying on their sales pages. And the number one reason they aren't buying on their sales pages is because the purpose of a sales page is just to get the information. So you need to take the pricing off sometimes a sales page, and you need to take them to the checkout page. So they opt in to give you all their information. Then they go to a checkout page where they can see the value. Now that's important because price only matters in the absence of value. So if you can get the value to be there, and then you take them to checkout, now you have all their information. If they don't buy, you can follow up. I was working with a client recently. They said, Shay, I don't even know who went to my page. I had 3,000 people that went to my page. No one bought. We couldn't follow up with anybody because none of them opted in. They saw the price, didn't buy right there. For some of you, this is a breakthrough. Look, to build a seven-figure sales team, it's going to take a sales rep. It's going to take a sales affiliate team. It's going to take a sales ambassador team. It's going to take a digital sales solution team. And I know it's going to take your sales cheerleader, which I don't have time to get into that, but the sales cheerleader, their number one focus at the end of the day is making sure that we tell the story of all your successful clients. Here's what I want to share with you. You can build a seven-figure sales team. Do you have to do all five at one time? No. But I want you to make a commitment right now that you're going to take your labor out of it. You will not be the number one salesperson. You will not be the number one marketing person. You will not be the number one project manager. You will not be the number one tech person. You will not be the number one Facebook ad person. You will not be the number one collaborator. You will not be the number one marketer. You will not be the number one recruiter. You're going to take those hats off. You're going to continue to do that. I want you to focus on just being you. Let your sales team do the work. Let the sales team bring in the revenue without your labor. If that's you and that really resonates with you and you're like, Shay, that resonates loud and clear, then I want you to do me a favor. In the time we have left, I want you to text the word team right now. I'm going to help you, give you free access to the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series. I'm going to give you the challenge, and I'm going to work with some of you one-on-one. You've got to take action. The university rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. Text the word team right now to 202-270-1662. Include your first name. Include your last name. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. Now, I'm going to share this with you, and I'm going to help you on this journey. But at the end of the day, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. I love the quote. As many of you are texting in right now, I love the quote. You can build a ship by yourself, but it takes a team to sail that sucker. And that's what's going on right now. We're all out in the same ocean. Now, the question is, who's on your team? Build your sales team. Text the word text the word team to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number and your email. I'm going to send you the playbook. I'm going to send you the masterclass series. I'm going to make sure you join the challenge. And more importantly, we're going to have a one-on-one session. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Remember, time is long. Life is short. You got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless. I'm out of here. Peace.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. Welcome to the Dare to Lead Differently Summit interview with none other than Dr. Sean Fair. Now, let me tell you, I have seen this man in action. And when I tell you he's not playing about leadership and he's focused on leadership and about the value that good leadership can give as an impact, you are in for a treat today. So I want him to just be at home and enjoy this opportunity we have together today and just share in abundance. So Dr. Sean Fair, welcome to the Dare to Lead Differently Summit. Talk to us. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Sean Fair, just like you said. And I'm the founder of the Leadership Experience Tour, the co-partner of the Flux Awards. And I have the #1 platform for speakers here in the United States. But that is one side of what I do. But the other side is that I work with corporations here in the United States, Europe, and Canada, and I help leaders truly understand what it means to serve their employees. I also help executive leadership understand how to serve their leaders who are leading the most important asset of the organization, which are the people.
That's a whole mouthful. I mean, it's like you got 4 or 5 jobs, man.
I do. Listen, we got to keep busy in these times.
Well, given all that you just shared that you do, I'm sure that you've seen, especially in the corporate setting and probably just dealing in all the other various areas you have your hands into. Let's talk about leadership blind spots and how those blind spots can impact our leadership. Can you give an example or share a story where you've had a blind spot or you've gone into an organization and you saw the blind spots that the executives had that was holding the company back?
Well, I won't necessarily talk about my blind spot. I got a bunch of them that I can get into. But I will tell you, you know that I float on several different sides of this coin. There's the corporate side and there's the entrepreneurial side, right? Both sides have leaders. But let me just talk about the entrepreneurial side for just a second, because I think that a lot of people need to hear this. Probably the most major blind spot that leaders have on the entrepreneurial side is lack of strategy, right? Most entrepreneurs, they struggle with having defined strategies to help them get from one place to the other place. And it's so important that number one, they find a coach that they can work with who's been there, done that, right? That's the way that you cover that blind spot. It is very difficult to grow a sustainable business when there's no strategies that are in place, right? Number two, a lot of corporations have this particular issue, is that they don't have what I would call a defined vision statement. Right? Sure, they might have 1 or 2 sentences and you might get a little bit of information from that 1 or 2 sentences, but at the end of the day, everyone cannot see themselves in 1 or 2 sentences, right? A vision statement is something that I should be able to read, and when I'm done reading it, I should be able to see myself in it. It is the very thing that allows me to understand it and align myself with the views and the values of the organization. And if I'm not able to do that, that means that I come to work for one reason and one reason only, and that's for a paycheck. And when you have a bunch of employees that's working for you for a paycheck, I can promise you those are some of the most difficult people to lead. The third thing is that even when a company has a vision that people can see themselves into, the other thing that they're lacking in some of the blind spots that they have is that they don't have defined goals. And then you find out they don't have defined objectives. And then the mission that they have, they don't line up with any of the 3 things that I just mentioned. And so when those things are out of place, what you find is that most companies are operating in dysfunction. But that's a fact.
Now, you wrote a book about dysfunction in the corporate space.
I did. The book is called Effective Leadership, the antidote to corporate dysfunction. It's a wonderful, wonderful read, and it's all about dysfunctional leadership and what leadership should look like when it's not dysfunctional.
So let's go back to the entrepreneurial perspective. I'm an entrepreneur getting ready, got an idea burning in my belly. I'm starting. You mentioned about coaching and how important that is to have a coach who can help you and guide you along that way. Give an instance, and I've heard you share this before, about going into a room to networking and how important networking is to entrepreneurs or senior business people, but going into a room without having a strategy and what that looks like, and then going into a room with a strategy and how that looks like and what's the outcomes of that. Can you share about that from your perspective?
Sure. I mean, entrepreneurs that go into a room, or coaches, speakers that get on stages that are planning on getting business because they just happen to pop in the room. Well, just being in the room with no strategy is disastrous. You'll find that nothing will come out of that. So it is so important that you get with your team members and come up with a plan to generate revenue, to generate new relationships, to generate new collaborations, to build on the existing network that you currently have. There has to be a plan, and it needs to be thought out, not just with you, but it also needs to be thought out with people that you consider to be a part of your team. Like for example, if I'm on a stage and I deliver an amazing talk. And I mentioned that I have a coaching program that people can sign up for. And there's 300 people in the room. Well, how many people do you think I'm going to be able to reach out to or talk to after I get off that stage when there's 300 or 400 people in the room? Right? Maybe one or two people before the next talk comes up, before the next exercise comes up. Right? I'm not going to get the bang for my buck, which is why when I go into an arena like that, I bring in a team and I have something that I can give away to my audience, something that will attract them to me and also engage them enough to where they want to give me information. Because the sell, the engagement, the collaboration, the people that you would want to join your network, the revenue that you want to generate, the plans that you want to sell, they don't always happen on that day. But if I can get their information into my system, it allows me to connect with them after the show is over with, so I can have one-on-ones and truly understand what their business is and identify what their blind spots are and offer a product that aligns with their blind spots.
Okay, you said about a system. Explain to me your system. What is that system so that the audience knows?
Well, let me just give you an example. A system is nothing more than a predictable plan that you put in place that creates a result that you know that's going to happen. That's all a system is. So for example, if I go into and let's say I have a workshop, for example, I give a great story and I introduce a particular product. Right? Instead of trying to sell everyone at that moment, which is an impossibility, I got a team that's in the back. They're going to have a QR code on their phones. And I'm going to tell everyone in the room, go and scan that QR code. Now, when you scan that QR code and you give us that information, we're going to provide you with a free television interview with one of our professional interviewers, and they're going to ask you questions about your platform. And we're going to give you that video so that you can post it on social media so people can learn more about what it is that you do. Now, when you scan that, all you have to do is go into the vending space and then wait for your interview time, and then you'll have your interview. Now, here's the good news. They're not going to get the interview that day, right? So let's just say we have 300 people in the room. Okay. More than likely, we're going to get about 150 people that scan that QR code. We'll have about 150 different interviews over a 3-day period of time. And then when I get home, we're going to cut those videos up into pieces. And then we're going to send it out to the 150 people that scan that QR code to let them know that those videos are ready. And then there's going to be a calendar link that they can click on to have a 30-minute one-on-one with Sean Fair to get that video. And during that meeting, I'll get a chance to learn more about what it is they do and then let them know about some of the things that we have to offer that will elevate and expand and grow their business. That's having a predictable plan that will generate predictable results.
That to me is so important to have that strategy, because many entrepreneurs, and when I first started out, I just went into the room, no system. I just went in there just to say, okay, I was in the room, I'm trying to connect with people, but then the follow up and follow through fell flat. Yeah. I never followed up with the person, or even if I followed up with the person, it was just maybe once or twice and then it fell off. And that right there was losing revenue, losing the ability to have a partner to collaborate with, etc. But it is so important, like you said, to have a strategy, because time is valuable. So you got to make sure you're using your time wisely when you're going out and doing these types of events. As you shared about the systems, making sure that they're result-based, what other things would you share from an entrepreneurial standpoint of lessons learned that you have put into your toolkit that could help entrepreneurs kind of set a good foundation for building their business?
You got to learn how to pivot. Being able to pivot is so critical in business because the landscape of business changes, right? The landscape of business has seasons to it, right? There's a summer, there's a winter, there's a spring and the fall, right? And sometimes we're in the summer, everything is just going hunky-dory. We generate a lot of revenue. The clients are coming in like clockwork. And then all of a sudden we get a storm coming. We got a blizzard in the wintertime, and then the stuff is not coming in so good. Right. So you have to be able to pivot. Like we're in a time right now, under the current administration where the gas prices are high, the food prices are high, right? The inflation is up, right? We got all of these different dynamics that is causing us some pain and heartache. And so people have their pockets closed right now. So if I was to do business the same way that I did business a year and a half ago, it is likely that I'm not going to be very successful, which is why I created partnerships like with yourself, right? Like with Michael Johnson and Cedric Singleton and Dr. Tabitha Russell, right? The collaborating aspect of this was a big help in filling up my show. But if I was to do this on my own, this would have been very challenging. And with some of your help and pushing people to the tour, it started to build up a momentum for me that allowed me to carry us through the finish line. But if I was to continue to operate the way I used to operate, right, this would have been a very, very challenging time. So being able to pivot, right, that means that you're developing new strategies under the new conditions, right, is something that every entrepreneur has to be able to do. And they have to be able to do it quickly.
And that's the part I think sometimes entrepreneurs fail to realize, is that they have to make the pivot based on the environment that they're in order to continue to be present and to be seen and to be needed inside of whatever pain point that they're addressing. Now I've heard you talk about pain points, that your business should address a pain point to help give the solution for those particular people that you're going after, your target audience or your niche. Can you talk about that a little bit and expand what your thoughts are about how we go through that as a speaker on stage or just our business in brick and mortar? How do we do that?
Well, you have to think of your business like you're a doctor, like you're a hospital. That's how you have to think of your business. Like every business should think of themselves as if they're a hospital and you're the doctor, right? Okay. So if a person is not sick, there's no reason to visit the hospital to see the doctor, is there not?
Correct.
There's no reason to it. So that's why when you're talking with a potential client or prospect, right, you have to ask all the right questions to identify the illness that they currently have. In other words, the problem that they have in their business, because there's no reason to see me and there's no reason to have my product if my product doesn't solve a problem or is not the medication to the illness, right? So many times entrepreneurs, they're talking about all the things that they have and all the programs that they got, but yet the person that's in front of them, they have no idea what their issue is, but they're trying to sell something to them, right? You have to be the doctor and you have to diagnose what the issue is so that you can provide the medicine or the solution to the actual problem, right? So if there's no problem, then there's no solution that's needed, which means I don't need your product. Now, the second part of this is I've identified the problem. You even told me what the problem is, but the problem is not bad enough where your product is actually needed. That's what's in their minds. So a great salesperson has the ability not only to help an individual identify their problems, but help them to understand exactly how their problems impact their business, both financially, emotionally, and also how much time is actually being lost because I continue to do business the same exact way over and over and over again. Now, when you're able to do that, now all of a sudden you create something called urgency. And when you create urgency, that's when people move.
Wow, urgency. That's an important word. Urgency in the respect of needing, you talked earlier about needing a coach, being stagnated where you are, doing the same thing over and over, but not wanting to pay out the money necessary to get a coach. Talk about that, because that can be a blind spot and a barrier to think that I can do it all myself, tunnel vision, and take a lot of time and resources that I could have better used had I had a coach by me to help guide me and help facilitate me getting into the rooms and the spaces I needed to get into.
Yeah, well, that's what I call delusional thinking. Because if you have a business and you've never tried creating a business before, developing a business before. You've never done that before. And you think that you're going to have a level of success where you're going to generate enough revenue to have a sustainable business or replace a reasonable amount of income. That's delusional thinking, right? Do you know that 97% of businesses, new business that start up, fail? And you know the number one reason why they fail?
What's the number one reason?
They don't have a coach.
Yeah.
It's the number one reason that they fail. And then when they start back the second business, they identify that they need a coach, but they spend all that money pumping into their business the first time, going around in this circle, right? And they ended up closing the business down, all because they didn't want to pay 10 or 15 grand to have someone that's on their hip, that's been there, done that, and understand how business work, understand what strategies need to be in place. They understand how to connect with people and generate revenue through selling a product, through different strategies that they put in place. And to not do that, I call that dysfunctional thinking.
I agree with you. Dysfunctional thinking of doing the same thing over and over the same way, that and not expect different results. But let's talk as we come to a close about the value. You talk about a coach and the value of a coach and the different types of programs that coaches can offer. If I am an entrepreneur out there saying, hey, I have a great idea, or my business, I've hit a wall. What do I look for in a coach? First of all, you got to vet the coach. See, a lot of folks, they get all twisted up in the hype, and they get twisted up in the person that's making a bunch of millions of dollars, and they think that's the best coach for them. That's not necessarily the best coach for you, right? You need to vet the coach. How do you vet the coach? This is how you vet the coach. Tell that coach that you're thinking about paying. Tell them to tell you their story from the very beginning. Ask that person to tell you, how did they get into business? Understand what their experience was before they started building their business, right? And then have them tell you all of the minute details from the time that they started to the time that they are now. See, what you'll find is that some coaches didn't start from scratch. Some coaches, they were handed some things and they were able to take a business to a certain place. Some coaches, they had some unusual circumstances that gave them a competitive advantage when they got started, but you don't have that competitive advantage, right? I'm looking for the coach that started from scratch. They didn't have anything and they built from the very beginning, and now they have a successful business. I want to talk to that person, because that's the person that knows the ins and the outs. They know the challenges. They know the roadblocks. They know how to overcome those roadblocks. They know exactly what you're going to go through, and they can help you from being in the same position or prevent you from going through those same things that they went through. That just saves you a lot of money and saves you a lot of time and gets you to the revenue quicker. It's like fast tracking, like being at Disney World. You can either stand in all the lines and wait, or you can get the fast pass and get up there quicker to get on the ride, right? To be able to get, to get your business whipped in shape of where you want to be. I tell you, you have dropped some nuggets here today for the audience to grow from some very actionable, implementable strategies for us to pay attention to as we're either growing our business or leading our businesses or starting our businesses from scratch, of being able to make sure we have the right people, as I call on our board of directors, that's going to help us, the right coach that's going to pour into us, but going to challenge us to be able to meet the goals that we have and hold us accountable. In your closing words, what would you tell an entrepreneur attending the Dare to Lead Differently Summit of what they're going to gain from you as one of the keynote speakers? Well, they're going to learn how to effectively manage people. See, this is so important, because even if you're an entrepreneur and you don't have employees, the one thing that I've learned is that you can't build a business by yourself.
You might have contractors working with you. You may have volunteers that's working with you. You got some people that's coming and covering some of your blind spots, even if it's just for a small period of time. You got to be able to manage people effectively, and you got to get people bought in to what it is that you're trying to accomplish. And so we're going to talk about what are some of the critical attributes that you need in order to create great fellowship so that you can maintain and sustain the people that are necessary to build and grow a sustainable business.
We are excited to have you as our keynote speaker. And just thank you for your time that you've shared with us today and with the Dare to Lead Differently community. What is next for you? What's happening in your sphere that we need to know about so that we can connect in with you?
Well, number one, the Leadership Experience Tour, it's coming up August 5th through August 9th. We got 42 speakers that is going to be gracing the stage. We got goal achievers. They're having their summit within the Leadership Experience Tour on that Friday in one of the lecture rooms. So we're really excited about that. We got Abhishek from the Flux Awards, the founder of the Flux Awards, flying all the way over from India. He's going to be with us for 7 days, right? We got Dr. Teresa Mosley, who's going to be one of our keynote speakers. And we got Jewel Tankard, is one of our keynote speakers. LaShonda Johnson is one of our keynote speakers. It's going to be just an amazing time. And probably, I have to say, one of our biggest tours that we've had in a good while. So we're really fired up about it.
So how do they get in contact with you?
All they have to do is go to www.leadershipexperiencetour.com, or they can just shoot a text to 586-690-1879.
And are you still taking speakers, or
we're gonna take 3 more speakers, and that is really for overflow, but those 3 will speak. We generally lose 2 or 3 due to life situations before we get to August. So we're gonna overbook by 3, right? So we're looking for 3 more speakers. That's it.
Well, again, we thank you for being with us. As we say to the Dare to Lead Differently community, hey, I'll see you when I see you. Peace.
Welcome to the Whole Leader Advantage, where we develop your strategic strength from the inside out. I am Dr. Robin Sherrod, a transformational leadership strategist, and our topic today is the currency of transformation, leading from the inside out. Have you ever worked with or for a leader that was a good example of what not to do when you were put in a position of leadership? Good leaders know how to build systems. Great leaders know how to sustain people. Today, many organizations look successful externally while quietly deteriorating internally. The meeting continues, the goals are still posted, the dashboards may still look respectable, people are still busy, but beneath the surface, something is shifting. Engagement weakens, trust erodes, leaders become emotionally exhausted. Teams stop telling the truth quickly enough to correct the problem, and the organization begins to experience what I call the silent stall. Gallup's State of the Global Workplace research continues to show that employee engagement is directly tied to organizational performance, productivity, retention, and manager effectiveness. This matters because disengagement is not just a morale issue. It is a performance issue. Jim Collins in Good to Great showed that enduring organizational greatness is not built on charisma alone. It is built through disciplined leadership, disciplined people, disciplined thought, and disciplined action. John C. Maxwell is widely known for the leadership principle, everything rises and falls on leadership. I believe the next level of that conversation is this. Transformational leadership rises and falls on internal alignment. That is why I developed the Whole Leader Advantage, strategic strength from the inside out. This framework helps leaders strengthen the internal foundation beneath external success so organizations can grow with clarity, trust, resilience, and transformation. Because sometimes the greatest threat to organization success is not external competition. Sometimes it is internal fragmentation that has gone unaddressed for far too long. Let's talk about what happens beneath the surface of organizational success. On paper, the organization may still look healthy, the meetings continue, the goals still exist, and people remain busy. Revenue may even continue to come in, but underneath the surface, underneath the iceberg, the culture may be telling a very different story. Communication weakens, trust declines, leaders become emotionally exhausted, teams stop innovating, and growth begins to plateau. Patrick Lenciansi's work on organizational health emphasizes that healthy organizations have an advantage because they are marked by clarity, alignment, trust, and minimal politics. That is important because dysfunction is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet, sometimes it is gradual, and sometimes, unfortunately, it is normalized. In many organizations, the problem is not that people do not care. The problem is that people are tired. They are unclear, they are unheard, or afraid to say what needs to be said. The most dangerous part is this. Sometimes the stall is so gradual that organizations normalize dysfunction without realizing it. That is why the whole leader advantage focuses on helping leaders align internal strength with external performance so success becomes transformational instead of performative, which results in sustainability. At the center of the whole leader advantage is the silent stall. The silent stall is a leadership dynamic where organizations appear functional externally while internally losing clarity, communication, alignment, and sustainable momentum. Organizations often stop growing internally before the numbers reveal it externally. The team is busy but disconnected. The leader is visible but totally exhausted. Communication exists but honesty disappears. Is that true communication or is that false communication? People perform, but creativity declines. Gallup's workplace research consistently points to the role of managers and leaders in shaping engagement. When leadership, clarity, coaching, and communication weaken, employee engagement and performance will suffer. Daniel Goleman's work on emotional intelligence also supports this idea. Leaders who lack self-awareness and relational awareness may be technically capable, but still create a cultural strain because they do not recognize how their emotional patterns influence the environment. The silent stall does not usually begin with incompetence. The silent stall often begins with avoidance. Avoidance of those hard conversations. Avoidance of emotional exhaustion. Avoidance of unhealthy leadership habits. Avoidance of organizational truth. And eventually, what is avoided internally begins to show up externally through burnout, turnover, disengagement, communication breakdowns, and inconsistent execution. I call it, and I say that we compensate for what we cannot articulate. In organizations, oftentimes, leaders, team members, employees, supervisors, program managers will often compensate for what they cannot articulate. And the most expensive thing in your organization is often a truth that your team is too afraid to tell you. One of the reasons organizations experience the silent stall is because of what I call the strong leader paradox. This is where highly capable leaders are silently carrying overwhelming internal pressure. They are praised publicly, they're needed constantly, they're looked to for answers, and they are expected to keep producing at high levels while quietly operating from a space of exhaustion, of pressure, of fear, and even emotional isolation. John Maxwell teaches that leadership influence shapes everything around it. Leaders do not simply lead with what they say. They lead with what they model, what they tolerate, what they reward, and what they normalize. This means that organizations often mirror the emotional patterns of leadership. You've seen it before. If leaders avoid conflict, the organization avoids accountability. If leaders normalize exhaustion, the culture glorifies burnout. If leaders suppress honesty, teams become emotionally unsafe. Brene Brown's leadership work in Dare2Lead emphasizes courage, trust, and vulnerability as essential leadership competencies that matters because emotional unsafe cultures do not produce the highest level of truth, creativity, or ownership. This issue is not about capability. This issue is about transformation. This issue is about sustainability. This issue is about seeing people, seeing them in the framework of who they really are. They are more than the assignment. They are more than the workload of the day. They are more than the suspense. They are more than the taskers. Many strong leaders become skilled at managing perception while neglecting internal alignment. But transformational leadership is not about always looking strong. It is about becoming strong enough internally to lead with clarity, courage, and consistency. Leadership shapes culture. Culture is not built primarily by mission statements. It is not built primarily by vision statements. Culture is built by repeated leadership behavior. People study what leaders tolerate. They study how leaders communicate under pressure. They study how leaders respond to conflict. They study whether honesty is rewarded or punished. Jim Collins' Good to Great research highlights the importance of disciplined leadership cultures. Great organizations are not built by random intensity. They are built through discipline, clarity, humility, and consistency. Employee engagement experts consistently point to trust, communication, manager effectiveness, and meaningful connections as drivers of engagement. When those elements are weak, organizations may still function, but they do not flourish. This is why leadership development can no longer focus on strategy, productivity, and execution. We must also address the internal alignment. We must look at relational currency, which consists of communication flow, both ways, upward and downward, trust, emotional safety, accountability, and sustainment. Because leadership is not just about the mission, it's about the condition of the person that's leading the mission. The whole leader advantage was developed to help leaders close the gap between external performance and internal sustainability. Leadership success should not require emotional collapse. Achievement should not require losing yourself. An organization should not grow while leaders quietly deteriorate. Stephen Covey's principle of sharpening the saw reminds us that sustainable effectiveness requires intentional renewal. Leaders cannot continually pour from an empty cup. Leaders cannot continually pour from depleted capacity and expect long-term clarity, creativity, or healthy influence. The Whole Leader Advantage, which is my signature program, focuses on helping leaders align internally, to lead intentionally, to communicate courageously, and to build trust and create cultures capable of sustaining success long term. This framework is not about perfection. It is about awareness and alignment. It helps leaders identify the hidden patterns that quietly sabotage leadership effectiveness, organizational health, and long-term growth. When leaders strengthen internally, organizations stabilize externally. The Whole Leader Advantage. It addresses the spirit, the soul, and the body. When we go off to our places of work, to our establishments of business, we just don't take our body. We take our whole self, emotions included, which consists of our soul, which is our will, our emotions, our heart. We bring all those into the workplace. And oftentimes the focus is on the external. And we don't look at the whole leader, understanding that transformational leadership starts from the inside out. So this program, my program, this signature program, the Whole Leader Advantage, our stance is strategic strength from the inside out. And today we are looking at the currency of transformation, leading from the inside out. The real challenge in leadership is not simply building these external successes. The challenge is sustaining them internally. The challenge is transformation. The challenge is sustaining internal alignment while carrying external responsibility. Many leaders know how to perform under pressure. I know you know how to perform under pressure. But fewer leaders know how to remain healthy while doing it. This is the gap that the Whole Leader Advantage addresses. The gap between our image and alignment. The gap between performance and sustainability. The gap between sustainability and transformation. The gap between achievement and emotional capacity. And the gap between visibility and internal wellness. Organizations often invest heavily in strategies, in systems, and in execution. But when internal leadership health is ignored, even strong systems eventually experience strain. Research on employee engagement, emotional intelligence, and organizational culture continues to reinforce one truth. Healthy organizations require healthy leadership. Closing the gap inside and out requires leaders who are willing to reflect honestly, to communicate courageously, to lead intentionally, and to strengthen both people and performance simultaneously. This is not about choosing between compassion and accountability. It's about learning how to lead with both. Because transformational leadership, sustainable leadership, is not about producing results. It is about producing results without losing the people, including yourself, in the process. Think about those leaders who have left organizations because of health issues, because of massive depression, because of overwhelming anxiety, because of feeling as though they are not worthy. And some of those leaders have even committed suicide. This is an epidemic. This is a leadership epidemic that must be addressed, not only in conversation, not only on panels, not only in our spotlights and in our highlights, but actually dealt with in organizations and dealt with internally. And this is where the Whole Leader Advantage comes in, to help transform leaders, to help transform organizations to take that next step so they can show up not only internally strong, but externally exhibiting the strength that they have on the inside. And that is exactly why I created the Whole Leader Advantage. Strategic strength from the inside out. How is this done? What does this look like? To support transformational leadership, I utilize what I call the RISE framework. The RISE framework. R-I-S-E. The RISE framework. How do we get at the root of the issue? How do we address the elephant that is in the room? We have the framework, which is the Whole Leader Advantage, strategic strength from the inside out. We talked about the silent stall that happens within organizations. We have addressed the strong leader paradox. Now let's look at even more deeply the RISE framework. Recognize. You cannot conquer what you do not acknowledge. You cannot conquer what you do not confront. Organizations and leaders, high capacity leaders, must recognize the internal leadership patterns, the behaviors and blind spots that impact performance and impact culture. It is not all about this is who I am. This is what I bring to the table. Take it or leave it. You have a responsibility as a leader. You have a responsibility as a leader, regardless of what capacity of leadership you are leading in, whether it's entry-level leadership, whether it is mid-level leadership, or whether it is the C-suite leadership. We all have, and you have the capacity, you have the responsibility to continue to grow. And one of those ways within the RISE framework is to recognize. Recognize those patterns that you overlook. Recognize the behaviors that yourself says, I need to look into this a bit more. And being able to see the blind spots. Have you ever been on the highway, traveling from one destination to the other? You are going at your rate of speed. You look to your left, you look to your right. Things look clear. Things look fine. You look to your rear view mirror. Everything looks well. And then you change lane, or you attempt to change lanes. Did not realize that there is a car or a truck to your left or to your right. Did not realize that you had a blind spot. And as soon as you recognize, hopefully, you were able to readjust and not have an accident. But if you don't understand and you don't acknowledge your blind spot, if you would have continued to try to get into that lane, even though that vehicle was there, it would have resulted in a collision. Well, think about your organization. Think about your organization and leadership. You're on the path to growth. You're on the path to expansion. But yet, you're ready. You're looking to the left. You're ready to pivot to the left, to the right. And there's a blind spot. If you don't address the blind spot, eventually collision is going to take place in your organization. Let's bring it closer to you as a leader. You're moving, you're pressing, you're making it happen. You're doing all the things to continue to be successful, and you are seeing the results. But if you don't pay attention to the blind spot, if you don't pay attention to what your body is telling you, you need to shift. If you don't pay attention to what your emotional state is telling you, you need to not think in that pattern. You need to look at the negativity that you're bringing. You need to look at the patterns that have happened in your life that are showing up when you are in the office. You need to look at how you are perceiving what someone is sharing and saying to you. You're taking it personally. You're taking it as someone who's trying to bring conflict to you. But all they're trying to do is to help you acknowledge that there is a blind spot. And if you don't acknowledge that blind spot, and if you don't deal with the root of that blind spot, it is going to affect you individually. It's going to affect you relationally. It's going to affect you physically. It's going to affect you spiritually, and it may even result in affecting you financially. Recognize. Let's look at the I. Investigate. Investigate the root cause behind this reoccurring dysfunction. Investigate the root cause behind the burnout, the communication issues, or the stalled growth. You have to investigate. Is this something that's embedded in our organizational culture? Is this something that we have tolerated because it's what's been done in the past? So let's continue to do what's been done in the past. We want to take that into the future. Or have you heard it said before? If you keep doing the same thing over and over again with the same result, isn't that called insanity? We want to move beyond the negative and move into transformational leadership. So we must investigate. Again, we must identify the elephant that's in the room. What is the root cause behind this dysfunction? Have we been placing leaders in positions that we know are dysfunctional, that we know that need to have leadership enhancements done, that we know that they need to shift in their certain perspectives, all because they're the next person in line for the promotion? Or they have built a network and a system of which they've been able to go through the ladder of success by manipulation, by control, by sabotage. Oh yes, this is what we addressed in the RISE framework. And we look at it from also the perspective of burnout, being burnt out. You're not able to bring your best self to your job, your organization, and even to yourself because you're burnt out. You're full of creativity, but your creativity is stifled because you are burnt out, which results in communication issues. You're snapping, you're frustrated because you're not able, again, to articulate and to deal with the things that you feel and that is holding you down, the weight that you're carrying on the inside, which results in stalled growth. Talking about that silent stall. These are some of the symptoms of the silent stall. Let's go to the S, strike. Oh yeah, you've got to deal with it. You have to strike those unhealthy cycles, those avoidance patterns, that passive aggressive stance, leadership behaviors that silently damage organizational trust and effectiveness. This is just not only in the marketplace. I work with leaders in ministry as well as in the marketplace. And it's important for organizations, for leaders at all levels to strike down those unhealthy cycles. Does that mean we fire the entire staff? No, that doesn't mean we fire the entire staff. But what that means is that we come to the table. And that may require some more concentrated leadership training. That may mean, and it may look like group coaching. It could look like, and it could show up as organizational assessment. Let's look at the culture of the organization. Let's take an assessment of the organization. Let's do a survey. Let's do a climate survey and see what's really happening in the organization. But then also, we don't want to leave it at that. How many times have you been to strategic planning sessions and you go to a session and you're asked about a survey, you're given a survey, it says, hey, if you take this survey, we'll give you 1 hour off. So you take the survey because you're like, hey, I want to get an hour off. But then you go to the strategic planning session and you think about all these great ideas. You do map minding. You do strategic planning. You write out plans. You do all of this mind mapping. You do all of this. And what happens? It still sits on the shelf. Well, with the whole leader advantage, strategic strength from the inside out, not only do we look at and we assess the organizational climate, we also look at the individual. So we work with the individuals by providing an assessment, a strong leader paradox assessment, where they're able to determine and look at some of their blind spots and being able to identify those blind spots and begin to strike those blind spots and begin to rebuild themselves in their leadership capacity. And then the E, which is to embrace. We want to embrace transformational leadership habits, emotional intelligent communication, alignment, and intentional growth. And through the RISE framework, through working with organizations and working with individuals, we're able to get them to the place that they can embrace their leadership. They can understand their blind spots. They can understand their areas of success, their strengths. They can be able to show and to utilize their strengths when it's needed, but then also to identify their challenges and their weaknesses and where they need to bring in possibly another team member, or maybe they just need to reset themselves as well. John Maxwell teaches that growth is intentional. That applies to leadership transformation as well. Transformation does not happen through information alone. It happens through intentional awareness and strategic action by utilizing the RISE framework. Leaders who refuse reflection eventually lose perspective. But leaders who intentionally recalibrate strengthen both themselves and the organization that they lead. Let's talk about how sustainable leadership matters, how transformational leadership matters. One of the greatest leadership mistakes is believing that constant pressure produces long-term excellence. It does not. Leaders who never pause eventually lose perspective. Organizations that never recalibrate eventually lose alignment. Gallup's workplace research has repeatedly connected engagement with organizational outcomes such as productivity, retention, profitability, and customer experience. This means transformational leadership is not simply a personal wellness topic. It is a business performance issue that cannot be avoided. Transformational leadership requires clarity, self-awareness, healthy communication, intentional leadership rhythms, healthy boundaries, courageous conversations, and emotional regulation. You see, the goal is not simply to build successful organizations. The goal is to build organizations capable of sustaining healthy success without destroying the people responsible for carrying the vision. Pressure without renewal eventually weakens both people and the performance. As I close, I want to leave you with this thought. You can build a successful organization and still silently lose the leader sustaining it. Many leaders have spent years strengthening themselves while neglecting themselves. Many leaders have spent years strengthening themselves while neglecting themselves. Strengthening themselves on the outside, but neglecting themselves on the inside. But organizations rarely collapse overnight. Leaders generally don't fail just by an overnight. They often erode gradually through misalignment, through silence, through exhaustion, through frustration and unresolved pressure. Healthy leaders create healthy cultures. Internally aligned leaders create more sustainable organizations. The future of leadership is not simply stronger strategy. It is stronger leaders, leaders who communicate courageously, lead intentionally, sustain healthy culture, navigate pressure wisely, and strengthen people while building performance. This is the whole leader advantage. strategic strength from the inside out. The greatest competitive advantage in the future may not simply be innovation. It may be emotionally healthy, transformational leadership. I want to speak to you about the strong leader paradox, a leadership alignment assessment and guide that I have created. The purpose of the strong leader paradox, leadership assessment and alignment guide, is to help high capacity leaders strengthen the foundation beneath their success. This assessment and guide is designed to help leaders lead with greater clarity and intentionality, improve alignment between vision, communication, and execution, recognize internal leadership blind spots before they become organizational barriers, to strengthen emotional intelligence and emotional currency and leadership awareness, and create sustainable transformational leadership performance without constant internal strain. So this is not about fixing broken leaders. It's about helping strong leaders sustain excellence, expand impact, and lead from a healthier, more aligned position. I encourage you to take the Strong Leader Paradox Assessment. I encourage you to download the Strong Leader Paradox Alignment Leadership Guide. This will help you to begin to walk in the process of your healing and of your increasing your leadership capacity. The Strong Leader Paradox was created from years and years and years of my own extensive research. Being a military member in the United States Army for 22 years. Following that, having a wonderful career as a federal civil worker for 21 years. I have been a supervisor. I've been a leader. I've been a trainer of executives. I've been a trainer of C-suites. I've been a trainer. I've watched. I've observed. I have even experienced in my own leadership. I've experienced the highlights and I've experienced the lows. I've experienced the ups of leadership. I've experienced the downs of leadership. I've experienced as a leader when you pour out to those that are on your team, only to have them to turn around and file complaints, only for them to turn around and to not say thank you. I understand about the poor, pouring into others without receiving. I've been there, done that, as they say. You may be in that place right now. You may have experienced that place right now. And you're showing up and you're doing what you need to do because that's who you are. You are a strong leader. But let's identify the patterns that are underneath that iceberg, that are underneath the surface that you have had to stuff because you've been producing. You've been making it happen. You've been helping others to become successful at your own detriment. So the Strong Leader Paradox Assessment and Alignment Guide will help you to be able to identify that. You don't have to take this assessment in front of the whole team. You can take it in the privacy of your own home. The Alignment Guide, which is available now, will begin to help you to unpack and to understand your leadership strengths, but also identifying those blind spots that are internal to who you are. Because the end result is for you to bring your best self forward. It's important that not only you show up for others, you show up for your position, you show up for what others see, but it's also important as to who you are, because it will begin to affect your health. It will begin to affect your mental stamina. it will begin to affect you in areas that you have not even thought about. I leave you with this for the strong leader paradox. You cannot conquer what you do not confront. And oftentimes, we compensate for what we cannot articulate. Visit drrobinsherrod.com/strong leader. drrobinsherrod.com/strong leader to take the assessment and to download the guide. And once you do so, let's have a further conversation. Let's come back together. I don't want you just to take the guide and the assessment and we never engage again. Engage with me at robinsherrod.com. Engage with me by being a part of the Rise Leaders Inner Circle, which will be released June 27th in Charlotte, North Carolina. We look forward to this journey with you together. Strong Leader Paradox, Assessment and Alignment Guide. Leadership, Purpose, Impact. Leadership, Purpose, and Impact. The resources that I'm sharing with you, they were intentionally developed to help leaders move beyond inspiration and into implementation. Because transformation does not happen simply by hearing information. Transformation happens when leaders begin applying intentional strategies that strengthen alignment, awareness, communication, and sustainability. So each one of these resources that I'm about to address a different aspect of leadership development. We talked about the Strong Leader Paradox, that leadership assessment and alignment guide. It helps leaders identify hidden internal leadership blind spots before they become organizational barriers. My book, Overcoming Soul Wounds, Healed and Set Free, a 7-step guide to walking into your wholeness, focuses on internal healing, emotional restoration, and breaking patterns that silently impact leadership, relationships, communication, and decision making. Soul Food. This is a 52-week journey to transforming the soul. Soul Food was created as a transformational devotional journal designed to strengthen reflection, emotional awareness, and spiritual alignment and intentional growth. The Rise Leaders Inner Circle. It provides ongoing leadership development, strategic growth conversations, and leadership support focused on sustainable success and transformational leadership. And Rise, from idea to publish, helps leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries move from hidden ideas to published impact so their voice, their message, and their expertise can create greater areas of influence. So how does this whole leader advantage framework come together? How does it all work? Well, we start off with exactly that, the framework. The whole leader advantage framework, strategic strength from the inside out. We walk you through the silent stall. We then take you on the journey of the strong leader paradox. As we continue to travel together, we then enter into the places of the Rise Leaders Inner Circle. We talk about the idea to publish. So as a leader, once you do all of that work, you have a story, and your story needs to be told. And this is where Rise from idea to publish comes in, because we will take your story and we will turn it into a published work. As you can see here, Overcoming Soul Wounds, Soul Food. These books and many more are just not from myself. They were birthed out of my leadership walk in ministry as well as in the marketplace. And these resources are designed for leaders who are successfully externally, but know there is another level of intentionality, another level of clarity, another level of alignment, another level of sustainability, and another level internally that they desire to reach. So I know that this has resonated with you. And so I invite you to connect further, to explore the resources, and to continue strengthening the foundation beneath your leadership. I want to sincerely thank you for your time, your attention, and your willingness to engage in a conversation that many organizations will avoid. Leadership is evolving. The future of leadership will require more than intelligence alone. It will require emotionally aware leaders, intentional communicators, healthy cultures, and organizations capable of sustaining both performance and people. My hope is that today's conversation challenge you to think differently about leadership, not simply from the outside in, but from the inside out. Because transformational leadership is not built through constant pressure. It is built through alignment, awareness, courage, clarity, and intentional growth. Thank you for allowing me to share the whole leader advantage, leading from the inside out with you today. I would love to stay connected with you as we continue these conversations around transformational leadership, organizational health, sustainable growth, and leadership alignment. Remember, strong organizations are built by strong systems, but transformed organizations are built by healthy leaders. The next level of organizational growth may begin and will begin with the internal growth of its leadership. Thank you. I am Dr. Robin Sherrod, the creator of the Whole Leader Advantage, Strategic Strength from the Inside Out. Thank you for being a part of this session, unpacking the currency of transformation, leading from the inside out.
If you stepped away from your role today, what would people actually remember about your leadership? Will they remember your title, your accomplishments, your authority? Or will they remember something else about you? When we think about leadership legacy, many great leaders come to mind, but one stands out: Nelson Mandela. Not only because he was the first democratically elected president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela is remembered for what he represented, what he endured, and what he chose to become. Mandela spent 27 years in prison because he stood against South Africa's apartheid system, a system built on injustice, division, and oppression. Pause and think about that for a moment. 27 years. Not 27 days or 27 months, but 27 years. Years away from family and friends, years locked up behind prison walls, years of uncertainty. After all those years, bitterness could have easily taken root. And let's be honest, many people would understand if it had. Most people would have become angry, resentful, and focused on revenge, determined to make others feel the pain they endured. But Mandela, he chose something radically different. He chose purpose and transformation. And that decision is what makes his leadership unforgettable. True leadership is often revealed in the decision to make the lives of others better despite the challenges faced. It is easy to lead well when circumstances favor you. It is far harder to lead with wisdom when life has wounded you. Yet Mandela emerged not as a man consumed by what had been taken from him, but as a leader. He focused on what could still be built. When Nelson Mandela walked out of prison, he did not simply walk into freedom. He walked into one of the most defining moments of leadership in modern history. A nation divided, people carrying deep pain, and the world watching. And in that moment, he chose healing, he chose reconciliation, he chose purpose over pain. That is leadership legacy. Because leadership legacy is about what remains long after your leadership has ended. What stays with people after your leadership encounter with them? What do people carry forward because they experience your leadership? Because great leaders understand something many forget. People may forget your title, but they will never forget how your leadership impacted their lives. Mandela's impact was not just political. It was a deeply personal reflection of his character. He mentored through example, without needing to dominate a room, without needing to prove power, and without leading from ego. He showed the world that leadership is not loud dominance. It is disciplined influence. It is emotional maturity. It is strategic restraint. It is the ability to remain anchored in purpose. Mandela listened, and leaders who listen build trust. He learned, and leaders who continue learning remain effective. He gave others room to grow, and leaders who create space for growth multiply impact. That is mentorship. Creating independence in a culture of collaboration with the goal of fostering growth and developing future leaders. True mentorship develops people who can think, decide, and lead with confidence. Mandela demonstrated that mentorship is not about creating followers. It is about developing future leaders. Leadership conversations are easy when we are talking about someone like Nelson Mandela or other great historical leaders. It is easy to point to examples of transformational leadership and say that was remarkable. But leadership legacy is not just about the great, well-known leaders in history. It is about us. It is about the choices we make and the lives we influence. As I reflect on my own leadership journey, I think about great leaders whom I've had the pleasure of being mentored by. Many of them are not well-known leaders, but what made them great to me was that they challenged me. They believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. They saw my potential and pushed me beyond my own limitations. They made an impact on my life and my leadership. They created a sense of responsibility in me to give to others what they freely gave to me. That is leadership legacy. It equips people, challenges people, develops confidence in people. It creates thinkers, builders, problem solvers, and future leaders. Your leadership legacy will be measured by how empowered others became because of you. So let me ask you, years from now, when your name comes up in conversations you are not part of, what will the people you lead remember? A leader whose communication brought focus, direction, and confidence? A leader whose presence made people feel secure enough to think, contribute, and grow? A leader who communicated vision with purpose? A leader who made expectations clear? A leader who aligned people around shared goals? A leader who believed in them, who saw and believed in their potential? A leader who created a safe place to grow and thrive? A leader who inspired confidence? A leader who could be trusted and who also trusted their people? Who developed capability, who gave others room to lead, and instilled ownership and independent thinking? Will they remember a leader who created impact? Because impact creates transformation. Impact shapes people for a lifetime. Impact inspires people to want to follow you. And here is the truth every leader must face. People will remember how your leadership made them feel. Whether you saw their potential, whether you listened, whether you challenged them to grow, whether you created trust, whether you brought clarity, whether you helped them become stronger. As leaders, we are often intensely focused on the task, the deadline, the deliverable, the metrics, the numbers, the outcomes. And to be clear, those things matter. Organizations need results. Teams need direction. Performance matters. Execution matters. And accountability matters. Leadership is not the absence of standards or expectations. But if we are not careful, leadership can become entirely transactional. It can become a cycle of assigning tasks, monitoring performance, solving immediate problems, and moving quickly to the next urgent demand. Task after task, meeting after meeting, deadline after deadline. And before long, urgency and transactions begin to define our leadership. Everything feels immediate. Everything feels pressing. Everything becomes about what needs to get done right now. In that environment, it becomes easy to lead people as if they were simply resources for achieving outcomes. Essentially, that is management, not leadership. But when we remember people are human beings, watching, learning, growing, and interpreting our leadership every single day, that is where leadership and legacy begin to look very different. Because transactional leadership asks, what needs to get done? Leadership legacy asks, who are we becoming while we do it? Transactional leadership is often driven by urgency. Leadership legacy is driven by purpose. Transactional leadership measures efficiency. Leadership legacy measures impact. Transactional leadership focuses on short-term execution. Leadership legacy focuses on long-term transformation. And here is the distinction that matters. You can achieve excellent results and still very little meaningful impact. A team can hit every target and still feel depleted. An organization can meet every metric and still have people who feel unseen, unheard, and uninspired. A leader can be highly productive and completely forgettable. Because while results are important, results alone do not define legacy. So, another question. What are you leaving behind in the people you lead? Do people feel seen, valued, safe to grow? Do you grow leaders and create confidence? Your legacy will not be defined by what you built, but by who you built. What do people experience when they experience you? Do people grow under your leadership or just perform? If your team described you in one word, what would it be? Again, if I refer back to the great leaders in my life and answer those questions, I experienced leaders who wanted to see me win. They had expectations of my performance while fostering my growth. And if I could describe them in one word, the words would be transformative, visionary, and influential. It takes time to build a leadership legacy. And it's not built at the end of your leadership. It is built in every interaction. So what does it take to build a leadership legacy that lasts? Well, I'm glad you asked. Here are some keys to building a lasting leadership legacy. Number 1, stop trying to control outcomes. One of the greatest traps leaders fall into is believing they must control every detail, every decision, and every outcome. But leadership legacy is not about control. It's about influence. When leaders release control appropriately, they create space for growth, innovation, and confidence. Great leaders understand this truth. You cannot control every outcome, but you can shape the environment where success becomes possible. Ask yourself, am I cultivating capability? Because people rarely remember leaders who controlled everything. They remember leaders who trusted them to grow. The second key to building a lasting leadership legacy is to start investing in people. True leadership is measured by how people become stronger, wiser, and more confident because of your leadership. Great leaders do not create followers. They multiply leaders. That means mentoring, coaching, developing, encouraging, and challenging people to think bigger than where they are today. Investment in people requires intentionality. It takes time to listen, time to teach, time to provide feedback, and time to create opportunities. But that investment is where legacy is built. Because people may forget your strategic plan, metrics, and task years from now, but they will remember that you believed in them before they believed in themselves. The third key is to set clear expectations. People cannot succeed in environments where expectations are unclear, constantly shifting, or never communicated. Legacy leaders create clarity. They define what success looks like. They establish standards. They communicate responsibilities. They remove uncertainty. Clarity creates confidence, and confidence creates momentum. People remember leaders who made their path clearer. Clear leadership creates alignment, and alignment creates impact. The fourth key is to communicate clearly. Leadership rises or falls on communication. Clear communication creates trust. It creates understanding. It reduces unnecessary tension and assumptions. Great leaders say what matters and say it in ways people can understand, connect with, and act on. And perhaps most importantly, great leaders listen, because communication is not just about speaking, it is about connection. Ask yourself, do people leave conversations with me clear or confused? Because they will remember whether your communication created clarity or chaos. And the last key to building a lasting leadership legacy is to have a clear purpose to impact lives. The most memorable leaders lead with purpose. Purpose gives leadership meaning beyond performance. Purpose-centered leaders understand that leadership is ultimately about people. A leader with purpose asks, how can I help people grow? How can I create value? How can I lead this team, this organization, or this person better than I found them? That is leadership legacy. Because when your purpose is clear, your leadership becomes intentional. And intentional leadership creates transformational impact. So when we ask the question, what will they remember? Will they remember someone who developed people? Will they remember clarity? Will they remember impact? Will they remember what you stood for? How you made them feel? How you treated people? What your leadership built in others? Or what they changed about themselves as a result of your leadership? Remember, every person you counter is a key to your leadership legacy. Leadership is temporary, but legacy lives in the people you leave behind.
Well, welcome to the Dare to Lead Differently Summit, virtual summit interview session with Dr. Willie Jolly. How are you doing, sir?
I'm incredible, and I'm grateful to be on with you. And for those who know me, know I always start the same way. I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. I didn't seek it. I did not choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer. If I lose it, give account. If I abuse it, just a tiny little minute, but our eternities are wrapped up in it. So I'm grateful to and honored to be here for this minute, this moment, to be a part of this incredible program with you and your attendees and your viewers and your listeners and all that are impacted by this.
That starting us off like that, sir. I mean, I'm in awe. I am in awe. As a brigadier general with 33 years of serving her nation, I mean, that right there gets like running in the morning and doing cadence and stuff. So thank you for that motivation.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your service. Thank you, too.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I want to tell our audience a little bit about you before we get started. And then I want to get down in deep into your new book, so that we can share some nuggets of wisdom with the audience as we chat today.
Great.
So let the audience know, as a visionary myself, Brigadier General retired Twanda E. Young, the visionary of Dare to Lead Differently Summit, and we are dedicated and focused on providing you valuable information that will help challenge you and will help you grow. That is what we do. So let me share a little bit of background about Dr. Jolly. For over 20 years, he has interviewed the best and brightest wealthy creators on his top-rated Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways show and podcast, heard globally on SiriusXM, iHeart, and Spotify. He has taken the amazing secrets and systems learned from those powerful creators and distilled them into a roadmap for anyone looking to grow their wealth and maintain it for their families. As the host of this #1 wealth building show on SiriusXM, he is here to share his insights that have made him a global force in motivation and financial empowerment. So again, sir, we welcome you, Dr. Willie Jolly, to the Dare to Lead Differently show. Thank you so much again. So tell us a little bit about this new book that you have out.
Well, I am grateful for the last 20 years. I've hosted the Willie Jolly Wealthy Way show on SiriusXM, channel 141. Saturdays at 4 o'clock, by the way, and it re-airs Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 o'clock Eastern time. Now, for 20 years, I've had the honor to interview people like Bill Marriott, David Rubenstein, Bob Johnson, first black billionaire, Sheila Johnson, first black woman billionaire, Ted Leonsis, David Stewart, the wealthiest black man in America right now, one after another. I've had these billionaire after billionaire after billionaire. And about 4 or 5 years ago, the proverbial light bulb that we've all seen in cartoons went off above my head. And I said, oh my goodness, I did not know until right now. It finally hit me, the profound difference between being rich and being wealthy. I thought I knew what rich was, and I thought I knew what wealthy was. I was wrong. And so I thought maybe after I got this illumination, now maybe I'm the only one who doesn't know. I'm the one who missed the memo. I'm the only one who's the outlier. So I went around the country asking people, as I'd speak at these big corporations and conventions and churches, I'd ask people, hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What's rich to you? And the number one answer was always $1 million. You got $1 million, you're rich. Okay. Well, if $1 million is rich, well, then what's wealthy? And people would stop, they would ponder, they look up in the air, they say, I guess it's 5 million, 10 million, a billion. I realized they didn't know either. So I went back to those billionaires I'd interviewed on my radio show, and I called them and said, let me share this theory I have and let me know what you think. And I tell them the theory, and they say, oh, that's it, my friend. You got it. You got it. That's it. That's the difference between rich and wealthy. And most people don't know what it is.
I'm hoping you're going to share with the differentiation of what that is.
I'm going to do that. And so that's when I said, okay, I get it now. They said, you need to write a book. You do television, you do radio, you write books. Write a book and share it with people around the globe. And so that's what I've been doing. And people have been going crazy in the response to this. So the book is called Rich is Good, Wealthy is Better, and it talks to two groups.
Okay.
Now, first group is all the people who were like me, who thought they knew what wealth was, but don't. And if you don't know what it is, how are you going to hit it? Sister Young, if I were to give you a ball and say, hit a wall close to you, could you do it? Of course. Now, if I gave you that same ball and put it in your hand, but then I put a blindfold over your eyes and turned you around and around and around till you didn't know which direction you were facing, would it still be so easy to hit the wall?
No, because I'm a little dizzy.
You're dizzy and you don't know which direction. And it's hard to hit what you can't see. And it's even harder to hit what you don't know. And that's why I wanted to put in this book. And so first is the people who want to be wealthy but need to know clearly what it is so they can hit it. The second group are all the people who have worked hard all their lives, who have scraped, sacrificed, saved, and had a nest egg developed over these years, and yet they're concerned that their children will not be able to maintain it and will squander it. Or as one man, after he had read the book, came to me and said, I need 10 copies of your book, because my greatest fear, my biggest concern is that my children will not treat my money like I treated it. And they will go through in months what it took me decades and decades and decades to grow. And so I'm not letting my children go through my money. They're not going to squander my money. And so those are the two groups that we're seeing are buying this book in great number. And so what we want to do is help people to know, one, the difference between being rich and wealthy, and two, to develop this in their families, teach this to their children and their grandchildren, so they will be able to be something we really call generational wealth, and not just somebody leaving people some money who go through it and never gets to the third generation. That's what this book is about.
So as we talk about wealth, being rich, I probably would have been one of those people that says, yeah, give me about $3 or $4 or $5,000 million and I'm rich. But the wealth is the longevity of going beyond when that money is spent. What's the impact of it? I would say, for me, for my definition of wealthy. But how do you change the mindset?
Well, let me give you the definition that has come to, in the book Think and Grow Rich. There's a definition of success. And it is a definitive, detailed, clarity statement. Success is the ongoing realization of a worthy goal or idea. Success is the ongoing realization of a worthy goal or idea. That's the definition in concrete of success. Now, let me give you the definition of rich and wealthy. And it's profound, but yet so simple.
All right, go for it.
Before I do that, let me give you one more story.
All right, go for it. Go for it. I'm liking these stories. I'm getting to know you a little bit better.
I was in Cleveland 2 months ago giving some speeches. And my client took me to a fancy restaurant. And while in the restaurant, one of the star players from the Cleveland Browns football team walked by with his entourage. And my client knew him and said, "Hey, come over here. I want you to meet somebody." And he brought him over to the table with all of these folks all around, and he got his fur coat on and the jewelry around his neck, and he looking good. And
blinged out.
He blinged out. So my client says, "This is Dr. Willie Jolly, and he teaches people how to be wealthy." And the young man said, "I'm already wealthy, but I guess I can learn more and get more wealth." And he took my card. He left, and I said to my client, I said, "That young man thinks he's wealthy. He's really rich, which is good. Rich is good.
That ain't a bad thing now.
No, it ain't a bad thing. Rich is good.
Yeah.
But the owner is wealthy. See, that young man got a contract to play football, and he was given millions of dollars to run up and down the field, to catch the ball, to jump over the people, to get hit by the opposing player, to work hard, to come to spring training, to sweat. And he became a millionaire. The owner never left that owner's box the day of the game. He didn't run up and down the field. He didn't get hit by the opposing players. He sipped his favorite beverage. He ate his favorite food. And when he left, he was in a net worth of some multiple billions of dollars, while when the player left, he had a net worth of maybe $1 million if he hadn't spent it all up. Now, here's the thing. When that young man is no longer productive or gets hurt, he's replaced by another young man, and that young man will be given millions of dollars. And if that same scenario in 2-3 years, he would be replaced. The owner never is replaced. He passes it to his children, or he sells the asset, one to the other, and makes even more money. So here's the secret. Write this one down, folks.
I'm listening. Everyone listen to what he's saying. Write this down as he said.
Rich is money you earn. Rich is money you earn from what you do, usually during the day. Wealthy is money you generate at night while you sleep by what you own. Let me say it one more time.
Oh, you gotta say that a little bit slow. Say it a little bit slower.
Is money you earn, typically during the day, from what you do in exchange for that money. You're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're an entertainer, you're an athlete, whatever it is, you do something. And if you're good at it, people will give you more and more money. The more value you bring to the marketplace, the more money they'll give you. Okay. So it's what you do. It's what you earn. You can get rich. Wealthy is money you generate by what you own, typically while you sleep at night. Ooh.
That's one of the, the old adage things that make you go,
That's right. That's it. So that's the definition. It's
simple but powerful. And
very
impactful.
Powerful. And so what we want to do is help people to grow their thinking. And again, if you don't know what it is, how you're going to hit it, help them know what it is. Number one, start to give them strategies and ways that they can generate a wealth position, and then help them teach their children how to take care of what they have generated. Okay. That's the key. That it will, so that the children's grandchildren will be impacted. So in the book, I talk about the 5 money mindsets. There are 5 money mindsets, and we all fit in one of those mindsets.
Okay.
The lowest mindset is the one-day mindset. That's the person you see on the corner with a cardboard box saying, give me enough money for food today. Give me enough money for food today. And every day they repeat that process. The next level is the 30-day mindset. People who live month to month, whether they're on welfare, whether they're on Social Security, whether they're on a retirement of some sort, whether they're on a stipend, every month they get just enough money for that month. Then you got the 1 year mindset. People who live year to year. Did I get a cost of living raise this year? Did I get more money this year than last year? Then you get what we call the rich mindset, which is a decade mindset. And that's the people who go 10-year thinking. Typically, you see entertainers, athletes. A baseball player will get a 10-year contract to play baseball, $100 million, and he's balling. I mean, he's balling for 10 years. He got 5 Rolls Royces, 3 Bentleys, 2 Mercedes, 5 homes, and he got money and bling and jewelry and everything. Now, if that contract is not renewed, or if he gets hurt and he does not modify his lifestyle, and he gonna be broke.
Yeah, he won't be rich anymore.
No. And that is why over 70% of professional athletes are broke 5 years after retirement. But then you get the wealth mindset. That's the generation to generation to generation mindset. The Bible says that a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children's great-grandchildren. So a goal of the wealthy is to have generational assets that are passed from one to the other that will spur off money for each coming generation. And each generation's job is just take care of the golden goose that gives the golden egg. And so my goal in this book is to get each mindset to go up just one. So it's too big a jump for the 1 day guy to get to the generation. But if I can get that 1 day guy to go to the 30-day mindset, and the 30-day folks to get to the 1 year, and the 1 year folks could get to the 10 year, and the 10 year to get to the generational, then I've done my job. And that's what this book will do. Help you grow your thinking, at least to the next level. I want everybody to go to Rich is Good, wealthyisbetter.com. Rich is good, wealthyisbetter.com. Get some of the free chapters. I put loaded free chapters to help people get started on their wealth journey. Go right there, get it free. And then if you get the book, get multiple copies of the book for you, your family members. And if you get them at my website, richisgood, you'll get an autographed copy, and we will pay, if you do more than 2 copies, we'll pay for shipping. So Rich is Good, wealthyisbetter.com.
Look, I tell you, the gems that you have just dropped, just those 5 categories, is information that makes you sit and think. You know, because as you're telling, I'm like, okay, I've been in that one. I've been in that one.
Right.
Okay, all right. I'm in between this one.
Right.
But it makes you, it's reflective questions of making you think of where you are. We all want to leave a legacy, I would hope, for our children's children's children.
Right.
For that to carry on. That's why I'm in business. Is this business, I don't want to be in business all my life. I want my children to learn as we go through the different iterations of the business growing and scaling, that one day it becomes their business.
Right.
It makes money while they sleep.
Right.
But I also want them to teach what they've learned, teach one, lead one kind of concept.
That's right. That's right.
What I'm going for. So now with all that you have shared with those five iterations of where you could be or where you find yourself.
Yes.
And helping them leap not from beginning all the way to the top, but is there, with the book itself, is there a workbook that's coming with it?
Yes, there will be a workbook
that helps me sit down and really, not that the book does not, but I'm the kind, I like writing stuff. I like to have something that I can kind of take with me on the airplane or, sitting on the beach and doing some inner work to be able to further grow my knowledge.
Yes, there will be a workbook that's on the way. We already got the book. We got the audio book. We got the digital book and a workbook's on the way. And so we're going to be making sure we get every which way we can to help people grow themselves so they can grow their wealth, so they can grow their future, and they can grow their legacy. And it works if you work it. This stuff is, look here, Sister Young, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you that I was so erudite and scholarly and so brilliant that I thought up this book. This book didn't come from me. It came through me.
Okay.
All right. And I got to give God the glory because this book has taught me how to think differently and make better decisions. But not just me. My family has been profoundly impacted by this book. My granddaughter is a young lady, 30 years old, tech lady in Silicon Valley, tech professional. They brought her from North Carolina to San Jose to run the tech office of a big corporation. She got 6 figures, doing great. But I gave her the book in the pre-release before it was released, and she started reading it on the plane out to California from DC, where I live. Well, about a month later, she calls me and says, "Pop, I just finished your book, and I got to talk to you. I'm going to tell you something, and you're not going to like it." I said, "Okay, what is that?" She said, "I've been really enjoying this job and all the money I make. I've been flying off to here, to there. I got a luxury downtown apartment in San Jose, $3,000 a month. I've been going to Mexico." He said, "But Pop, I'm up to my eyeballs in debt."
Wow.
And she said, "And I realized I can't get wealth if I don't start doing something differently." So she said, "I got to get this credit card debt off of me." She said, "So here's what I decided. You're not going to like it, but I got to tell you. I decided to move out of my fancy luxury downtown apartment and live in my car for the next 3 months. I'm going to live in my car." I said, "What?" She said, "If I do that, I can take that $3,000 a month and pay down that credit card and invest some of the money that you talk about how important investing is." I said, "Baby, that's not safe." She said, I might be safe. This is a safe area, and I could park on my lot of my office, which has a gate." I said, no, I could clean. I can go to the gym every day and shower. And I said, no. I said, "Why don't you do this? Why don't you look for a less expensive apartment and take the difference in rental space, that margin, and then attack those credit cards and invest some of it." She decided, and stay safe. She decided to go with that way, and now her credit card level is way down. She's invested. She took full advantage of her 401k, which is another thing I write about in the book, and she's doing so much better. This didn't just impact me. This had a profound impact on my family, my children, my grandchildren. I'm telling folks, if you want to create legacy, it starts by changing the thinking of the people in your family. If you don't help them grow their thinking, then they are going to be people who go through your money. And we all know somebody who had big mama worked hard all her life. She worked hard.
She kept money under the pillow,
in her brassiere,
and everything else.
You need a little money. She go down in a little pocketbook in her brassiere. Everybody know that.
Pull out that little brown bag.
There you go. There you go.
That has peppermints inside of
That's
it.
right.
Everybody chewing gum inside.
There you go. Everybody got that. But we also know some story. Big mama left a house and insurance and a little bit of cash. The cash evaporated. The insurance paid for the funeral, and then 1 or 2 people in the family said, "I want my piece of the house," and made them sell the house, which was the asset. And they start back at zero. What we want to do,
story in many homes.
That's right. We want zero, starting off at zero, no more. We're going to end that cycle. We want to leave a legacy that can be built on. Look, one generation's ceiling should be the floor for the next generation.
I agree. That akins itself to John Maxwell's talk about the leadership lid.
That's right. That's right.
I'm here as the leader, and my people can only get right, if I'm at 10, they're only going to get to 9. I need to keep moving.
That's
And that's
right.
back to those 5 different steps
Mindset.
you're talking about,
That's right.
categories
That's
of
right.
continuing to progress through those. But you only do that with increasing your knowledge.
That's
And
right.
your book is something that will help people
Oh,
do
it's going to
that.
profoundly help people. It's going to change. This is going to look. Here, let me tell you one of the
Can
greatest.
you show us the book? Can you bring the
Oh,
book up? I want to see it.
absolutely.
All
Book is
right.
called "Rich is Good, Wealthy is Better." Rich is
It's
good.
good. And there's a good looking fella there on the front now.
Thank you.
I'm
You're
just saying.
kind.
I'm just
Thank
saying.
you.
Looking
Thank
mighty
you.
spiffy.
Thank you very much. So, let me tell you one of the greatest compliments I've been getting. And I've been doing lots and lots of interviews, and people have read the book, and they'll say, many of them have said the same thing. Said, Dr. Willie Jolly, let me tell you something. We believe, or I believe, that this book is the sequel to Think and Grow Rich. Wow.
Think and Grow Rich.
Because see, Think and Grow Rich was printed in 1937 by Napoleon Hill after he had interviewed the greatest wealth creators of his time: Andrew Carnegie, Henry Ford, DuPont, Edison, Wanamaker. He interviewed them. He took all that information and put it into a book, and the book became the #1 self-help book of all time, made more millionaires than any other book other than the Bible. That book has still today has great impact on creating rich. Well, for the last 20 years, I've interviewed the greatest wealth creators of this time, and I put all of that into a book. And now that book is available for people to help them grow themselves and grow their wealth and grow their future and their legacy. So go to Rich is Good, Wealthy is Better.com. Rich is Good, Wealthy is Better.com. Get multiple copies for your family members, your coworkers, the free people in your community, in your network. Because we want to change the thinking of our generations so that we can create real generational wealth.
You know, this ties directly into the theme of our summit. Dare to lead differently.
Amen.
And you can take that and say, dare to think differently.
Yep.
Dare to stretch your perception of where you are and where you can be, but it requires putting in some reps. It requires reading your book.
Yes.
And doing the work, and like your granddaughter did. I mean, just that story alone and the impact of someone getting it, which means that the book is easy to read, easy to digest, and easy to chew on, to get those nuggets, to have that roadmap to tell you how to do it. I'm looking forward to getting the book, the signed copy of the book. That's what I want, an autographed copy of the book.
Yes, indeed.
But I want to also encourage my audience and those that are looking, this is a great gift to someone that you want to pour into their lives because you care for them. And it's great for you to be able to use it for yourself, to be able to, my mom always say, you have a test to have a testimony.
Right.
To be able to share with someone what can happen and to be able to be an example and stories. And I'm sure you would want to hear about how this book has changed lives.
Right.
Would you
That's
not?
right.
So
absolutely.
Share again, how do we get in contact with you?
Yeah, first I want everybody to go to winwithwillie.com. That's my website, winwithwillie.com. That's got all my website, my faith-based, my business, my personal, my youth motivation, my products, winwithwillie.com. Then go to Rich is Good, Wealthy is Better.com to get the book. Now I'm going to give you one more thing. Okay. If you will just send me an email. Anybody, I'm going to give you a free gift. Anybody who sends me an email says, I'm a friend of Twanda Young. I'm a friend of Twanda Young, and I want the gift. I want the gift. I want the quiz. I want the quiz of Twanda Young. I want the gift. I'm a friend. I'm going to send you a product called Only the Best on Success. I'm in the Speakers Hall of Fame. And I got a bunch of our Hall of Famers came together, all have made millions of dollars as speakers and entrepreneurs, came together to put a product together on success. We're going to give that to you. It's a digital project. We'll send it to you free because you're a friend of Twanda Young. it's my honor to be able to give you a gift. So info, INFO at, just send an email to info at williejolly.com. WILLIEJOLLEY.com. Info at williejolly.com. Say, I want the gift. I am a friend of Twanda Young, and I want that free gift. Okay.
And we will make sure, for the audience, we'll make sure we have that in the viewing of this just awesome interview. And I don't even see it as an interview. I've enjoyed the conversation.
We just had a conversation like we were like at your breakfast table. You done cooked a big old fat, nice country breakfast, and I'm ready
that country steak, that
country
ham with the hole in it. You gotta have,
you know what
you
I'm
gotta
saying?
have the piece of bone in it. That
My mama loved. Ooh, you talk about something. My mama loved that one, that country ham. Ooh,
yeah.
Well,
And
bless
then you gotta have a side of grits with it.
That's right. That's right.
You gotta make sure the grits can't be runny. It has to be a little bit thick.
That's right.
You got the cheese, and you can add cheese to it. You can't oversalt it.
That's right.
And then you want those homemade biscuits that my mom, Miss Annie, makes.
All right. That's what I'm talking about.
That's some good eating right there, Mr.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about. You done got my mouth watering. So
well, I appreciate, again, just sitting at the table with you and having this conversation and the nuggets of wisdom that I have picked up.
Wow.
And that I will tell you that I plan to get the book to give as a gift.
Amen.
And really, at the Dare to Lead Differently Summit, I plan to get some to give out to the audience.
Amen.
At the live summit on the 27th of June, I'm going to make sure that I get that information and give it out. But again, blessings to you.
Thank you.
I encourage you to continue to do what God has led you to do. Do what you know you need to do to continue to help people change the mindset, do something different. Because if we keep doing the same thing,
we're going to keep getting the same result. Amen. You know it.
When we add something into it that's a difference, that can make a difference, like your book and the sharing of the research and everything that you've done to put this together, I commend you for that. I thank you for that. And I'll thank you early on behalf of my family that I plan to give it to my two heartbeats.
All right.
That are in the midst of doing their thing. So again, audience, thank you for being with us. Thank you, Dr. Jolly.
Thank you so much for having me.
We look forward to connecting with you again. If you would, just one last time, tell us how to connect with you.
winwithwillie.com, winwithwillie.com, and my website. Rich is good, wealthyisbetter.com for the book. And if you'd like the free gift, just put it again, email me and say, I heard about you or heard you with General Twanda Young, and I'd like the free gift. And we'll be able to send that to you. And then I'll close with this little thought. Follow your dream wherever it leads. Don't be distracted by less worthy needs. Shelter it, nourish it, help it to grow. Hold your dream deep, down deep where dreams grow. Follow your dream, pursue it with haste. Life is too precious, too fleeting to waste. Be faithful, be loyal, and all the day through, the dream that you follow will keep coming true. God bless you. Have a great day.
Thank you. And to my audience, remember, you start strong, you end stronger. And this book can help you end stronger. Take care. So, Dare to Lead Differently, chew on this, 16 Bites for Bold Leaders, is a book that I realized when I was in the military.
Meet Twanda E. Young, a revered leader and a visionary in modern leadership practices.
More self-awareness training for our leaders to be able to be better leaders for our soldiers. So thus, now that I got a little bit more time on my hands, retired, I decided to launch LT3 Leadership Solutions for that purpose.
Recently spotlighted across Las Vegas for her leadership prowess,
The essence that I really like to push is start strong, end stronger, keeping the main thing the main thing.
Author of Dare to Lead Differently, she distills her military and life experiences into 16 powerful bites for bold leaders. Twanda doesn't just speak. She engages, inspires, and transforms her audience. Experience the power of her bold leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Twanda E. Young.
They say half a day in Guam, Tailofa in American Samoa, and aloha in Hawaii. But where I'm from, here in Charlotte, North Carolina, we just say a good old-fashioned good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. We're just so ecstatic to have you with us today. I'm Brigadier General Twanda E. Young, CEO and founder of LT3 Leadership Solutions. And today I get the awesome honor of spending time with you and sharing and pouring into you. I want to share with you today about a method that I developed while I was in the military for over 3 decades. I was blessed to make it at the general officer level, which less than 1% make it to that level, and even lesser percent make it to that level as a female. So to all my ladies on the line, girl power. I am just so happy to be able to take what I have been blessed to learn, the experiences that I've had in the military, and share them with you. The method that we're going to talk about today is the P3 mentality method. Persistence, perseverance, and patience with the process. I teach this as a lecturer at Bowie State University to help my students be able to implement these daily practices into their lives in order to reach their goals. I know it works. I have 33 years to prove that it works. And I want to share it with you today. So grab your pen, grab your paper, grab your iPad, whatever you need to scribble on, because we are going to share and break down the P3 mentality components. We're going to explore some statistics, and then we're going to discuss some lived experiences that I've gone through and some real world experiences of other famous people you may know. I'm going to give you a little insight beyond the veil on how they have used the P3 mentality in order to get their goals met. So, if you're ready to go on a journey, come on with me. Let's go. So what is persistence when we look at it from the perspective of having a P3 mentality? We need to define what this is so we all start on the same playing field. Persistence is the quality of continuing to do something despite the difficulties or delay in achieving success. It's about sticking with the task until you reach your goal. You have to be in it to win it. I know that you have the fortitude to do so, but you have to be persistent in your efforts. Persistence. There's some interesting statistics that says, according to a study by the University of Scranton, only 8% of people achieve their New Year's resolution. Look, I know that that statistic is true because I have yet to have kept a New Year's resolution other than not keeping my New Year's resolution. The key differentiator among those who succeed, though, in keeping their New Year's resolution is what? Persistence. Let's think about this from an entrepreneurial persistence mind frame. Researchers by Kauffman Foundation shows that 50% of new businesses fail within the first 5 years. However, those who persist through the initial challenges have at least a 25% higher chance of long-term success. I recall a story when I first came in the military. And when I came in, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, excited about having the opportunity to see the world and just learn from multiple leaders. Well, the first leader that I met told me that I had no right and that he would make it his business to ensure that I did not make it to the next rank. So, for me, as a young, aspiring leader, I'm thinking in my mind, there is no way that I'm going to succeed now. But I had the fortitude to stand flat-footed and look this man in the eye and tell him, I'll be here when you retire. Now, little did he know that I learned the S word. And no, I'm not talking about shadiggity or some other word you guys are thinking about right now. The word I'm talking about is strategy. I had to learn strategy to get past this obstacle, and I had to be persistent. And how I was persistent in doing this was creating a strategy that gave me good results. I had to survey the land. I had to make sure that I was setting the goals that I wanted to achieve and then getting a plan together to achieve those goals. And my plan in this instance was just to make it and survive this particular leader and make it to the next rank. But check this out. He had to sign for me to make it to the next rank. Well, long story short, everyone, I made it to first lieutenant. And I shook his hand and thanked him for his service. Why was I able to do that? Was because I was persistent in my mindset. Persistent. Another example that I share with you, Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison created the light bulb, as we all know. But here's the thing that many don't know, that it took him thousands and thousands of tries in order to create the light bulb. He had to forge through and be persistent in his efforts, be confident in his ability in order to make it possible for us to have what you see now and what's in your house, the lights on. So have a Thomas Edison mindset. I will be persistent about my goals and I will let no one stop me. But to do that, there's certain takeaways that you have to put in your toolkit to be persistent. And those are: set clear goals. Define what you want to achieve, and then focus like none other on that topic. Hey, nobody likes doing this, but it is a part of growth. We have to embrace failure. Understand that setbacks are stepping stones and a part of the journey, and don't run away or shy away from it. Embrace it. Tell failure to come on, because you have the strength and fortitude to be persistent through it. Learn from it and move forward. And you gotta stay motivated. Keeping your mind on your goals and keep reminding yourself why you started. Why is this the goal? What is the goal? Why is it the goal? What are you going to do to obtain that goal? What is the value of that goal? And what are you going to do with the goal when you get it? All of these help you remain persistent in your efforts. Write this down. Set clear goals. Embrace failure. and stay motivated. Now that we've established how persistence involving pushing through the challenges to reach our goals, let's unpack perseverance, which builds on this foundation of persistence, but you gotta have enthusiasm and motivation along the way in order to force through. And I know you have it. So let's move forward. Now, perseverance. Have you ever just wanted something so bad, but you just did not have the fortitude to persevere through it? You allowed things to deflate you or derail you on what it was you wanted to do. Well, our second principle in the method of P3 mentality is perseverance. So what is perseverance? Perseverance is the steadfastness in doing something despite the difficulty or delay. It's about obtaining the efforts and enthusiasm over a long time. It's kind of like a marathon runner. As we saw with the Olympics that have happened, the marathon runners had to have endurance. All of the athletes have to have an endurance of being able to persevere through the pain and the aches and the letdowns, but keeping their eye on the prize. And that's what I'm telling you. You've got to keep your eye on the prize of what it is you want to obtain. Remember, what is the goal? Why is it the goal? What do you have to do to obtain the goal? What's the value of the goal? And what are you going to do with it once you obtain it? You got to persevere. Statistics share that according to studies published by the Journal of Applied Psychology, individuals who demonstrate perseverance are 50% more likely to achieve long-term success compared to those who do not. Additionally, they shared that students who persevere through academic challenges are 30% more likely to graduate from college. Look, when I went to college, I had, coming from humble beginnings, it was just a blessing that I was in college. But once I got there, I had to learn how to persevere through all of the hardships because I was a first generational student. Everybody behind me, my nieces, and there were 26 of them, that were counting on me to show them what right looks like. And I had to show strength when I didn't even think I had strength. I had to be persistent and I had to persevere in order to obtain the goal that I had set out for not only me, but for others. How many have found themselves in this situation where you have not only been doing it for yourself, but doing it for others? If that's you, type yes in the chat. So what are our takeaways? Our takeaways from persevering are, you got to build resilience. Develop strong mental attitude to help you endure the hardships. You got to figure out what makes you tick. And that is whatever that is that makes you tick. You got to push and keep that at the forefront of your mind to keep you going, whether that's journaling, whether that's whatever it is. For me, what keeps me going forward and pushing to persevere is I know that in the end, I'm going to feel great about myself. I'm going to be able to share my experience with someone else. As my mom always says, you can't have a testimony without a test. And to be able to share how to get through that, like I'm doing today with you, with the P3 mentality, that brings value to my life. That brings hope to my life, that I can help someone persevere and meet their goals. And second, you got to seek support. We can't do this by ourselves. Now, I will tell you, I always thought, I don't need anybody else. I can do this by myself. But we make it harder on ourselves when we have that mindset. We are here to uplift each other. And if you're not serving someone else, then what is the purpose of you being existent on this earth? So seeking support from those who have had the challenges, those who have got the knowledge, had the experiences that can help you persevere through to be successful on the other end. Patience with the process. As I shared, this is the hardest one to do. But without this, you can't have perseverance and you can't have persistence. So what is patience with the process? General, I'm glad you asked. Patience with the process involves accepting that achieving the tasks, achieving the goals, take time and requires you to wait. Wait for the right moment or outcome. You know, I have struggled with this one, but I'm good now. I'm getting much better. I remember when I was a battalion commander. And being a battalion commander, I was one of 22 what you would call in civilian sector VPs. And in that particular boss that I had, my CEO, if you will, didn't particularly care for me. Not that I was not capable of doing the job. I had competed and I was well suited for the job. But let me tell you what happened. This motor scooter, and I say motor scooter because that's what he was to me in that vein. He challenged me on every turn. He belittled me in front of my colleagues. I had to be persistent in making sure I knew how to do my job and knew my craft well. I had to persevere through that to make sure that I could give the resources I needed to my staff to do their job. But I had to have patience because there were times that I wanted to tell him a little piece of my mind. Remember I told you about the S word, strategy? I had to really put in place strategy. And my strategy was patience with the process. That I allowed my work to speak for me. I allowed my other colleagues to speak on my behalf. I treated him with dignity and respect, even though he did not deserve it. And throughout that process, I learned how to be more persistent, how to be more focus-minded on my goals, and how to persevere. And my people who worked under me saw what I was doing, looked at how I was reacting to the situation, and they began to mimic me. That's what your people are going to do. Whether it's your kids, family members that look up to you, they are going to mimic your reactions when you're going through a challenge or attempting to meet your goal. What are you showing them? What are you showcasing? You know, a survey by LinkedIn found that professionals who invest in time of building skills and gaining experience over the long period see 40% higher increase in career advancement and opportunities. This brings to mind Steve Jobs. You know Steve Jobs, right? He developed the iPhone. Well, it wasn't easy for him to do that. At first, when he started designing the iPhone, testing it, refining it, looking for people to accept the product, it took him several years to get to what we are, literally what I'm taping on right now in front of you. Several years to be persistent and persevere and to have patience with the process. But because he did that, you and I buy iPhones. Every time there's a new one that comes out, I'm out there buying it. His patience with the process and the development process of getting to his goal is what I want you to take away. It didn't just happen overnight. It didn't just fall out the sky. He had patience with the process. That leader I told you about, he just didn't go away. He just didn't stop pushing and challenging and egging me on. But once he saw that I did not allow him to change my trajectory of how I dealt with people, he realized that he needed to move on. Because I had learned how to have a P3 mentality, a persistence, perseverance, and patience with the process. So what are the takeaways I want you to write down? Trust the process. Understand that meaningful results require time and effort. Trust that the process will lead you to your desired outcome. Nobody says it was going to be easy, but no one said that you couldn't get there if you kept focus and kept your eye on the prize. Don't compromise. Avoid rushing. Don't compromise your position. It's like playing 3D chess. Be very strategic in your moves. Take your time. Don't rush yourself. Don't compromise quality or effectiveness by trying to be quick about gaining what you think is your goal. And the last I want you to write down is celebrate the small wins, baby. Celebrate the small wins. Every win that you have, when you add them up, becomes a big smorgasbord of big wins. Every night before I go to bed, I tell myself at least 3 wins that I've had that day. What does that do for me? My mind then goes to sleep on positivity. And I commend myself for having the fortitude and the perseverance and the patience and the persistence to get those small wins that are adding up to big wins. I got a big win today. I get an opportunity to talk to you, to help you continue making your mark by implementing a P3 mentality principle method. If you do these steps, if you wrote down the takeaways, you are well on your way to meeting your goals. Back to what is your goal? Why is it your goal? What are you going to do with it when you get it? What's the value of your goal? How are you going to attain the goal? All of these things require a P3 mentality. Talked about a lot today about having a P3 mentality of persistence, perseverance, and patience with the process. If you take the principles that I've shared with you today and begin to implement them today, you will begin to see a difference in your life, in your professional and personal life. We all have felt frustration, feeling stagnated, feeling that we have setbacks because we can't get to where we want to go in going after our goals and our dreams. And sometimes we just need a coach to come along with us to help mentor, coach, and guide us. And I can do that for you. I want to do that for you. But it requires you to do one thing, and that is to reach out to me. Go to www.L-T3leads.com and schedule a consultation with me. Let's look at your unique needs and strategize. Use that S word and strategize to build a plan to ensure that you meet your goals. I know there may be doubt on this shoulder or fear on this shoulder, but I'm going to tell you what to tell fear. I want you to tell fear you're going to turn it on its head by being ferocious in your focus of going after your goals. By being very energetic and very strategic about how you go about planning out your goals. And then you're going to align yourself with someone who can help you reach your goals. And then you're going to be resilient through the process, that patience with the process. You're going to meet your goals. And in doing all of this, you and I together, we're going to help you together make your mark more profound in this world. I look forward to riding with you on the journey. Just give me a call. www.lt3leads.com. Continue to make your mark.
Leaders, this is Chris Hampton, aka Champ. I am a leadership coach, global peace ambassador, and community leader. And today we're going to talk about how to develop passionate leaders. Again, how to develop passionate leaders. So let's talk about and dive deep in what is the making of a leader. Well, you have to understand that the value of leadership. And when we talk about leadership, we need this quote from Dr. Miles Monroe. It says, nothing happens without leadership. Nothing changes without leadership. Nothing develops without leadership. Nothing improves without leadership. Nothing is corrected without leadership. Nothing advances without leadership. Nothing succeeds without leadership. We are all always directly or indirectly being led. And that's important because you see, everything rises and falls based off of leadership. So leadership is very important. So not only are you important as a leader, but it's also important that leaders reproduce leaders. So we're going to talk about that. How do we develop passionate leaders, people that are actually seeing your vision? They're tied to your vision and they put their hands to your vision the way and with the same care that you put your hand to your vision. You want the people that are following you to have the same care. And the only way they're going to do that is by the way of following your footsteps as a leader. John Maxwell says something called the law of the lid. And he says your organization is only going to be effective as its leaders. So the law of the lid says that, the people will never grow beyond their leader. So if their leader stops growing, most likely their people are going to be under them. So you have to be committed to growing your leadership style, growing your leadership knowledge, growing your understanding of how leadership grows, right? One of the things I like to say is that a good leader has spice. I'll say it again. A good leader has spice. S-P-I-C-E. S-P-I-C-E. I love acronyms because it keeps me on point, but it also makes it easy for you to remember. A leader is committed to their spiritual growth. And when I talk about your spiritual growth, I'm talking about the the development of your inward man, your peace, that voice within, your conscious, your mind. If a leader is burdened with worry and anxiety, that transfers out to the people. So how are you taking care of your spiritual growth? Do you have that work-life alignment where you are able to take care of yourself and focus on your mental more than what's going on the outside? Because if you become mentally unstable, mentally imbalanced, it will affect how you lead other people. Okay. Personal growth, personal growth. You are always growing as a leader. So whether you're reading books on leadership, personal development, taking care of your physical health, right? You're going to be able to have physical boundaries of how far you let people come into your life. You know, a leader is conscious of the personal development and growth. What good is it for you to have a position and do not have the body and the physical strength to match it, right? Leaders are intentional about their intellectual growth, their intellectual growth. So they're not just taking care of their spirit. They're not just taking care of their body and their outward temple. They're also taking care of the intellectual mind. Are you being challenged intellectually? What hobbies do you do? What things do you do to engage your mind and keep your mind sharp? Are you ahead of a lot of the tech changes? Are you stretching yourself mentally? You have to be intentional on that. C, leaders definitely need to be intentional on their character growth, because your character talks about what your core of who you are when no one's around is just as much important as who you are when everybody's looking, right? So you're always developing your character and your integrity. And then E is your emotional growth. This is very important that you are in tune to your emotions and your needs emotionally, and you are emotionally intelligent, that you recognize that you have emotions, and how you handle your emotions with people is very important, because people get close to you. So you have to be able to be in control of yourself emotionally, right? So there are certain connections and commitments that leaders need to do in order to grow themselves. Because in order for you to grow yourself, you must make sure that in order for you to grow others, you must be sure to make sure that you are growing yourself, right? So let's talk about some of I'm going to say 5 myths of leadership. Myth number 1, leaders are born and not made. Okay. That is half true. Leaders are born because we are all leaders. And when we understand that leadership is about influence, we all have some influence over someone in some way. But the truth of this is leaders are developed. Leaders are people who are taking the time to grow their leadership skills. There are some natural giftings that some may have, but mostly all leaderships are developed. All leaders are developed, not made. Okay. Myth number 2, leadership is a rare skill. It is rare because it's rarely taught. People do not lead because they are not taught how to lead. One of my first really introductions to leadership was junior ROTC when I was in high school, and I was actually learning the skills of leadership. I was a Boy Scout. I was taught different things of leadership, but I learned a lot in junior ROTC about leading myself and leading people. And I had mentors that mentored me in leadership throughout my life, from my spiritual life. My bishop, John Edmondson, and Pastor Aisha Edmondson taught me the core of how to lead people passionately. And so you're going to always have to find teachers that are going to teach you how to lead correctly, right? Leadership exists only at the top of the organization. And that is a really big myth, because people think that position at the top is the only way to lead. Sometimes the most effective times of leadership in my life is when I had led from behind, where I was not the number 1, I was the number 2 and the number 3. And you can have more power and more influence guiding from the back than from the top, right? The higher you go, the more restricted sometimes you are. So it's not always the top of the position of leadership that's always the most effective way of leading. Number 4, all leaders are charismatic in personality. That means they're outgoing and the people. Charisma is important when you're leading people, but it's not the only mindset or the only characteristic. People who are not charismatic are usually inward, right? But doesn't mean that they don't lead in the outward places. Charismatic people will get charisma will get you through the door, but credibility and character will keep you there. It's the inner part that's more important than always the outward part. So don't judge someone because they have charisma and say they're a natural leader, because you can be charismatic and draw people in, but then when you find out you're struggling because you can't keep them, right? So those are, the 5th one is a leadership, leaders controlled by manipulation, okay? Let me make this clear. It is always wrong to manipulate and to use people. You don't want to manipulate people. You want to motivate them, not manipulate. Okay. When you're manipulating, it's like the puppet on the strings. You do what I want you to do, and I have all these counter thoughts on how I'm going to make you do what I want you to do. But real leaders motivate by vision. They lead by vision and not by manipulation. If you are able to communicate your vision stronger and clearly, you'll find out that people will be drawn to your vision and want to be a part of it. So you don't have to manipulate anyone to do it. It takes too much effort and too much thought to go into manipulating people when you can just spend that same thought and energy in providing clear vision. Okay? Now, leadership is going to cost you. It's going to cost you to lead. Okay. What is it going to cost you to lead as a leader? It's going to cost you, number 1, personal change, because in order for you to lead others, you must, number 1, learn how to lead yourself. You want to lead with integrity, right? In order for you to lead with integrity, you cannot take someone somewhere where you have not been yourself. So you have to make sure that you are able to do what you're asking them to do as well. Number 2, it's going to take you time. And when I say time, it's going to take you your reading, investment in reading, listening, and getting exposure. Most of the leadership opportunities I've gotten was because I have put myself in a place of exposure, always exposing myself to the next level, because I don't want my level to be the reason why the people that are under me are not growing. So I am committed to making sure that I am not getting comfortable and expanding, especially in times where you see technology changing and new things are coming about. And I always see a group or a generation that resists the change, because they're resisting the growth. And because they're resisting the growth, they end up missing out on the new opportunities. Yes, it may be uncomfortable for you to take the time to learn something new, but real leaders are committed to continue to grow and not, you are either evolving or you're becoming extinct. The moment that you stop taking the personal change and the personal time to make it, you risk the potential of becoming extinct. So I'm committed to evolving as a leader. It's also going to take dollars. I realize this. Anything worth learning is worth spending into. It's going to take an investment of your dollars. And your time is just as important as your dollars, but you have to make sure that you're putting dollars aside to grow in leadership, whether that's going back to school and getting an education in leadership, or serving under different people and turning your gifts, talents, and abilities to learn from other leaders. You're going to take time and dollars in an investment. So you can't be afraid to put money into that investment. It's going to cost you friendships too, because leadership, you're out in front of people. Sometimes what is popular is not the way to go, and you may have to find yourself leading yourself and leading others away from what popularity or what friends may say. And there may be some friends that can't go with you to the next level. So it's important to understand that the level of leadership requires sometimes sacrifice, because some people do not want to go where you're heading, and you can't force them to do that. And you don't want someone moving with you that's not called to be moving with you. I hope that you understand. That's very important. Number 5, when you become a leader, you lose your will or your ability, your choices start to dwindle down. So you lose a bit of yourself in that, because, you know, when you become a leader, you can't always do what you want to do anymore. There's a sacrifice, because what you're doing now is for the best of the people that you want to lead. So let's help you here understanding that the levels of leadership, because when you are guiding people through this, you have to know that there are levels of leadership, and that there are levels and that the one that's the lowest level of leadership is actually the one that people think is number one, and it's actually number 5. It's like the lowest level of leadership. So let's talk about the levels of leadership growth when it comes to leadership. Okay, number 1, position. Position is the lowest level of leadership. Why? Because people are following you because they have to. You ever have that manager on the job that just thought they were the lord over the fiefdom of that department, and then you felt like the morale was down? And the reason why the morale was down was because that person lorded the position over the people, right? But the position of leadership is actually the lowest level of leadership. It's the most commonplace. It is the starting point of leadership. Your position doesn't make you a position. It makes you a person with the position. So let's take a look at that. When people are the positive part of it. Positive part of position is people begin to define and shape themselves as a leader when they get the position. And you realize you have potential as a leader. So again, the lowest level of leadership is the position, but it's the starting point, right? Because you have to lead with position, right? The negative part is when people are forced to follow you, they give you the least amount of their energy. They're not tied to the vision. They end up being tied to the clock. I remember working the 9 to 5, and 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock would come, and about 4:30 I would shut my brain down, and then about 5 o'clock I was out the door punching the clock. You want me to start on time? I'm going to start on time. I'm going to end on time. That was my mindset. That was my time allotted energy for that resource of that job at that time. But then I realized as I began to find different leaders that would challenge me and grow me, that were invested in me, I would end up giving more time. It's amazing. One of the great examples that I use is I see church ministries that are built off of volunteerism, right? People will work a 9 to 5 and put their 9 to 5 in, and then come to a church and put an additional 5 hours of their time serving their local community, or serving their local mission, or serving their local community organization. Why is that? Because they saw themselves in the vision, and they are invested in that, where their position at their job was only a resource, and that was only for that time. Their energy was only for that time allotted. So if you want to get people to be able to serve you more, even in the workplace, they'll give you more if you can do number 2 and lead at the permission level. The permission level allows people to follow you, not because they have to, because they follow you because they want to. This is a higher level of leadership, right? And here's the thing. When you understand leadership is influence, you're learning how to use your influence in a positive way that will grow them and not antagonize them, right? People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That was a quote by John Maxwell. So when you understand that you're at a position of leadership and you've gotten permission, you realize you have a relationship with the people. And the foundation of your leadership is now building relationship with the people that you are called to lead. And now you have permission to lead them, and they're going to willing to open up their spout of of how much they're going to give to you. Okay. Third category, the level. Let me give you, because again, as this type of leader, you want to become the relational leader. Okay. Well, I don't want to get relation because I don't want to get too close, right? But you want to make sure that you're doing this in a way that relational leaderships, they listen well. That means they are listening and taking their cues. They're very discerning of the people they're living. They're constantly observing the people that they are leading, and they're always learning. They never stop. Now, there's a difference between being a relational leader and somebody who just wants to be everybody's friend, right? So understand that, again, relational does not necessarily mean that you have to be the best friend of the people that you are leading. No, it means that you are concerned about the people that you are leaving, that you are keeping them in mind. But it's not about building friendships. It's about becoming relational, being attainable. Again, people don't care how much you know. They want to know how much you care. And that could be the level of what's bringing them in, right? Closer and being connected, because you want them to be connected to the leader, to the vision, not to the leader, but to the vision, because leaders change. But if you change leadership, the vision stays the same. Okay. So let's talk about the attitude of the great leader. An attitude of a great leader is an attitude of servanthood. That great leaders that inspire others, they are servanthood leaders. Their attitude is to serve first. They demonstrate the level of leadership by serving you first and becoming that pattern of servanthood. They reproduce servants. When you have an organization of sharks that produce sharks, then everybody's got blood in the water and everybody's trying to kill each other to get to the top, right? That's not the type of leadership pattern. When we're all serving one another, to the level that primary leader serves, he's going to be the reflection of how other people are going to be serving beneath them. Right? The next level of leadership is the production level. People now become effective as a leader because now they see the servanthood, they see the position, they see that they've given permission, so now they're giving more of themselves to the vision. Now they're beginning to produce. People now become as effective as the leader because they now produce. What are they producing? They're producing after the pattern of that leader. So as you produce leaders, they will produce more leaders. This is the problem-solving level of leadership, because leaders now start to begin to gain what we call credibility at this level. They model things for their people that they want to see produced. If you're not seeing the results in your organization, you have to ask yourself, what am I producing? What am I producing? You see, there's the law of magnetism. I call it the law of magnetism, or we call it the law of attraction. And what that says is we attract who we are, not who we want. So when you're not producing the results, you have to ask yourself, what am I producing? Who am I as a leader, and what am I attracting? If you are always attracting drama and people that are always in your organization are producing drama, look in the mirror. What type of leaders are you producing based off of where you are now? And that's the reason why you have to be committed to growing yourself as a leader, because it's easy to change those things when you can recognize and identify those off areas and then say, am I bringing them? Am I reflecting that in the people that I'm leading? The fourth level of leadership is the people development level. And the people development level is now people begin to understand the most appreciable assets in its organization is its people. Because you have taken the time to make an investment in people, and you're investing your time in the people that are seeing your vision, what happens is you reproduce that in others, and they start to realize that people are the most valuable part of the organization, and they start to treat people the way that they are a valuable commodity, not a resource that needs to be spent. So now they're taking their time, and the people that you are leading are taking themselves to commit themselves to the organization. Why? Because they see the vision. They don't see you. When they see you, they should see the vision. When they're always looking at you and all they see is you, what happens is they don't see themselves, they see you. True vision is so big that it not only allows people to see what you're doing, but it allows them to see their part into fulfilling it. And it makes it welcoming for them to put their hands on the vision. And when they put their hands on the vision, they're going to put it with the same passion that that they're putting on their own vision. Why? Because they see a part of themselves in your vision. So you have to be committed to, one, sharing the vision. They will follow where they see themselves. They will commit themselves to making the vision come to life because, again, they're invested in the vision because they're a part of that vision. The vision can't be you alone. The vision is bigger than you. And that's why people are coming to help you, because they see themselves being a part. And now they're putting more of their time, their thought process, their thought ingenuity into making the vision. Why? Because it's a personal commitment in their lives to see this vision come great. You grow in this stage by growing and developing the people in the organization and reproducing leaders. So let's talk about 3 steps of developing these people, because this is the most important piece right here. Number 1, recruitment. 80% of the success of equipping people to be successful is in the front door of who you bring in. Understand the 80-20 rule and how it can affect you negatively. 20% of the work produces 80% of the results. When it comes to building an organization, you do not want it to be 20% of the people doing 80% of the work. This leads to frustration and burnout. Have you ever been burnt out when it felt like it was just the same people doing the same thing, right? For a majority of the work, it was a few people holding up the big building, and it really shouldn't be this way. So we need to start recruiting key people that identify the vision so that you can spread that labor out so that you have more people holding up the vision rather than a few people. But you just don't want any type of people to be a part of this. You want fat people. I call it FAT, F-A-T, not fat people, but I'm going to take the acronym of FAT. And these are the people that you want to recruit to be able to make sure that they are reflecting the vision. Are they faithful? When I say faithful, are they faithful to the vision, faithful with responsibilities, faithful to their word? Do they do what they say they're going to do? Do they show up when they say they're going to show up, right? That's very important. You don't release positions to people that are not faithful. And you need all 3 of these, okay? A is available. Do they show up on time? And when they show up, do they really show up and put the work in? Are they available? And the last letter is T, teachable. Are they willing to be taught? There's nothing worse than having a leader that thinks that you cannot pour into them more than what's already on. I need leaders that are faithful, available, and teachable. All 3 of those levels are important to have when you are recruiting that person. Because you can have someone that's faithful, but they're not available and teachable. You can have somebody who's available with their time for the time that they're there, but they're not faithful and they're not teachable. They don't bring the results, right? So you need all 3 of them. Okay, 1 is not just enough. Number 2 is positioning. When you're talking about developing people, the ability to bring the right person in the front door, but also put them in the right places. You might have someone who has a gift of hospitality. You don't want them to be in the back room somewhere where they need to be up in the front room greeting people, right? And creating that customer experience. You may have that leader who might not be a people person, but they like to be alone. We'll put them in that place where they can be alone, or they can be in a place where they're not desired to have that people gene. Have a people leader, right? But you may have areas that person may be stronger. Maybe that person's great at developing things and growing things. So position them based off of what they're good at, right? Position leaders, successful leaders, discover what other people are good at. So you have to be able to look at them not just for what they can give you now, but how they can be developed. Successful people have found their niche and they stay and work in that sweet spot. So you want to make sure that we can create opportunities for them to find their sweet spot. Successful people position themselves well, and successful leaders position other people well. So that's very important. So successful people have discovered what they're good at. Successful leaders discover what other people are good at. Successful people have found their niche and they stay and they work in their sweet spot. And successful leaders position themselves well, where successful leaders, position other people well. So again, it's not just knowing your niche, but how to position that niche a little bit better. Okay. Number 3 is training, and this is very important. When you are training up leaders, you have to make sure that that's why your law of the lid is important, because as you are learning, you need to take what you're learning and pouring it into the people. So here's what you do. If you ever have a position or a position that you're filling, you have to make sure that you have these 5 things in place. Number 1, I do it. So you show it to them first of how they do, what you want to reproduce, and what you want them to know. You do it before them. And then you go to stage 2. I do it and you're with me. So now I'm doing it and they're watching, right? And they're participating, they're observing, right? They're observing. You do it, and I'm with you. So now I'm passing it to them to try to do and to reproduce what I put before them. You do it, and you do it by yourself. Now I'm watching you. I'm watching you, and I'm watching you go through the process because now I've showed you how to do what you need to accomplish. I've assisted you, and now you're strong enough to do it. Now what you're going to do is I'm going to allow you to do it and somebody with you. I'm going to recreate the process. Now they're going to take someone through the same way that I took them through it. And now it's a well-ordered, and the further it gets away from me, it should not change from me. Why? Because we've showed that same pattern. We're watching that same pattern. That pattern is repeatable. Okay. And then the last level that we get to of leadership is number 5, is the pinnacle level of respect. People are following you because of who you are and what you've done in your life. You've earned the respect because you are consistent and you have a good track record. You don't get to this respect level, the pinnacle level, overnight. You get to this level of reproducing leaders over time, and you have successfully reproduced other leaders. And these leaders that you are reproducing are just as passionate as you are. Why? Because they're reflecting you and your heart and your vision. Are you the leader that is developing passionate leaders because you lead passionately? I hope you learned something from this. My name is Chris Hampton, aka Champ I Am. Join us at the Champ I Am community. It's a free community where leaders and speakers and community levels and thought leaders are meeting. It's multiple communities in one space. Just come to champiamcommunity.com. We would love to have you in. It's a free app, and it's a free time where you get more leadership content on how to grow you and your life and to release the Champ I Am, that leader that's on the inside of you. Thank you. I hope you learned something today, and you too can develop passionate leaders. Thank you.
Great leaders aren't born, they're built through life's toughest moments, through pressure, burnout, uncertainty, even leading without support. But what if your greatest strength is already within you? Join Cheryl Hinton Harris, featured speaker at the Dare2Lead Differently Summit. Experience Built to Lead, Inner Strength, Outer Impact. As we rediscover our inner strengths, you'll develop resilience, lead with purpose, and transform your impact. Your leadership transformation starts now. Register now for this virtually free conference. There is no such thing as a natural born leader. And I'm guilty of saying this myself constantly. As a matter of fact, for years, until I took a look into the rearview mirror myself, I realized that after 20 plus years of serving others, I wasn't a natural born leader, but one that had weathered many storms and given others hope and guidance when the road ahead seemed bleak and uncertain. My birth had absolutely nothing to do with it. Even though my family is known for leaders, yes, there may be some things in the DNA, but I am here to tell you that successful leaders are built and not born. Leadership is really the product of life. It's the result of what life has rendered unto an individual and how life impacted the way you see the world and all it has to offer. Leadership is not just learning in a classroom, although we have all spent countless hours learning and studying and writing papers and even taking exams for a score. As a matter of fact, the classroom is where we solidify our existence. But your first leadership course started long before you registered for that first class. I remember as a young girl how quickly I would stand up for others, or how quickly I jumped in to help someone else, or even brought consolation to someone in a struggle, not sure whether things would work out, but was determined to leave others with a hope that things would be okay. This was my life as a young girl. Now, growing up in the church and even watching my grandmother and mom, who was always there to support and help others, I learned rather quickly the power of supporting others, pouring encouragement into their ear gates was impactful. My first lessons of compassion, empathy, hope, love, truthfulness, hate, and anger all came through my life experiences. And these experiences helped me to become who I am today and the type of leader I have become. I lived in a small town, and too often, as a young child, unbeknown to me, I watched my community get overlooked and treated very differently. As I grew older, I also watched with a careful eye what was transpiring and what could be done to change this narrative. I watched other leaders fight for basic rights and necessities for my community and their families. Simple things such as water and sewage and food stores and so many other things. I watched the faces of the people and I felt the hurt in their voice. I also recall the amazing memories of seeing people come together and genuinely support each other with kind words and love, which gave a strong sense of care and concerns to others. Life, the greatest classroom. No ceilings, no walls, but we're ever learning. Where it all starts, when everything is measured and then mixed together to create a finished product, is the lab. The lab for leadership starts with life itself. Whether you have experiences of wins, losses, trauma, and success, this has all had a bearing on the leader you are today. These experiences have helped to create even your style of leadership. There is a notable difference between unprocessed and refined experiences that weigh very heavy in the cultivation of becoming a great leader. Unprocessed experiences are those things we have gone through or endured and have done nothing with it. Things such as trauma, abuse, and the list goes on. Two people can go through the same exact experience, and the way they handle it or the lesson learned can be completely opposite. A person may endure abuse and emerge with great wisdom and discernment, whereas another person may have the same experience and end up guarded and angry. The difference is not the experience, but what you did with it. Again, the building of a great leader. When it comes to unresolved experiences, these moments are when we go through life, but we never examine our full understanding of them. So these experiences remain unresolved or buried by life's busyness, distractions, or even sometimes denial. Now, the danger of unresolved experiences is that they don't disappear, but they continue to linger and show up in destructive ways in your leadership style. With overreactions to small situations, yeah, I've been guilty of a few of those. Difficulty in trusting others, control issues, and emotional triggers. Unprocessed experiences create leaders who are led by their past instead of informed by it. No matter the case, the experience still has life and can influence the way your behavior responds unknowingly. Again, leaders are built by life's experiences. I remember as a young girl how quickly I would stand up for others, or how quickly I jumped to help someone else, or even bring consolation to someone in a struggle. Not sure whether things would work out, but was determined to leave others with a reassurance of hope that things would be okay. This was my life as a young girl. Growing up in the church and even watching my grandmother and my mother, who was always there to support and help others, I learned rather quickly the power of supporting others and pouring encouragement into them and in their ear gates as a leader. My first lessons of compassion, empathy, hope, love, truthfulness, even hate and anger all came through my life experiences. And these experiences helped to mold and shape the type of leader that I became. I lived in a small town, And too often as a young child, unbeknown to me, I watched my community get overlooked and treated very differently. As I grew older, I always watched with careful eyes what was transpiring and what could be done to change this narrative. I watched other leaders fight for basic rights, those basic necessities for our community, things such as water, sewage, and so many other things, food stores. I watched the faces of the people and I felt the hurt in their voice. I also recall the amazing memories of seeing people come together and genuinely support each other with kind words and love, which gave a strong sense of care and concern to others. So as a leader, when you reflect on your life, you must say that the things that built you were some of those negative experiences that you may have encountered. These negative experiences were not ignored or denied or allowed to define you. Instead, you chose to process them and confront them honestly. And then you released them through things such as forgiveness. Well, myself personally, I made a decision not to allow what I went through to break me, but rather to build me. Stay tuned now. We're building something here. Those moments did not weaken your leadership. It refined it. Those moments shaped your perseverance, strengthened your resilience, and deepened your understanding of people and real purpose. What had the potential to harm you became part of the foundation that cultivated the leader you are today. Your past experience did not imprison you, but instead they allowed you to be instructed. And in doing so, it became a tool to your growth rather than a life of limitations. You grew. Those experiences did not destroy your capacity to lead. They developed it. They taught you empathy. They strengthened your endurance and gave you insight that cannot be learned in comfort. It did not break your life. It allowed it to build you to be a stronger, wiser, and more grounded leader. The internal blueprint, those things, those beliefs, those values and mindsets that help to create the leader that you are today. What are those beliefs? What are those values and mindsets that have helped to create the leader you are? Beliefs, values, mindsets are essential to the blueprint of a successful leader. They're not just internal components, but they are the operating system that determines how a leader thinks, responds, and leads. A leader's belief helps to shape what they see as possible. Their values determine what they will protect, prioritize, and what they refuse to compromise. Their mindset influences how they interpret things such as challenges, opportunities, and even people. These three elements form the invisible structure behind the decisions that you make as a leader. Yes, skills can be taught and strategies can even be learned, but without the right beliefs, values, and mindset, leadership lacks depth and direction. Successful leadership is not simply about what a leader does. It's about who the leader is at their core. And at the core, these internal components determine whether leadership is driven by person or reaction, by clarity or confusion, or by strength or insecurity. I'll say that again. At the core, these internal components determine whether leadership is driven by purpose or reaction, clarity or confusion, or by strength or insecurity. Self-awareness and self-identity are important because they shape how you react to everything. When you understand yourself, you are able to recognize your emotions, thoughts, and even the triggers before they control your behavior. You begin to respond with intention instead of reacting out of emotion or past experiences. Self-identity keeps you grounded in who you are, and even when circumstances shift, it gives you stability, confidence, and clarity in your decision-making. Without these elements, leadership becomes reactive. With them, leadership becomes intentional, steady, and wise. You cannot lead effectively if you do not understand what is leading you intentionally. As a leader who knows who they are, they don't easily shift with pressure, opinion, or even adversity. They remain grounded because their sense of self is not built on what is happening around them, but it's what they've already established within themselves. When you know who you are, life no longer decides who you become, you do. When it comes to being built as a great leader and those inner components, there are 7 core ingredients that a great leader has: emotional intelligence, self-awareness, resilience, integrity, vision, discipline, and even courage. These ingredients are the main characters and those traits that from an internal standpoint play a pivotal role in the way our character is shaped and our decision-making skills are nurtured and even cultivated. Have you ever stopped and looked in the mirror and asked yourself, who am I? How did I get here? It's these questions that lead to self-reflection of who we truly are. In this moment of reflection, the dots are connected back so often to other encounters and experiences that we've had that have helped to shape and mold how we deal with a particular situation. Understanding this is very important because this is a process in how you become a great leader. Self-awareness is the looking glass that shows us ourselves. This mirror allows us to see things that no one else is aware of. And this is why self-reflection is critical, because it is an honest moment with ourselves. As a leader, it is important to know those things that trigger us, the underlying tendencies we have, and our real truths. So I hope that you understand being a great leader is not something you get out of the Cracker Jack box. Being a great leader is not something that you are born with, even though you may have it in your family's DNA, even though your ancestors and your predecessors may have been great leaders. I am here to tell you that being a great leader is all about the way you are built, the way you have handled life, those things that you have been challenged with and how you have dealt with them. Your emotional intelligence, how you manage your emotions when you're dealing with things. Your resilience, that when adversity comes, it strengthens your leadership capacity, that even when you don't see the road clear ahead, you're able to share with your following, your followers, that you believe there is an end ahead, that there is a sunny side on the other side of the mountain. Your integrity is that consistency that you have between who you are and even how you lead. And then your vision, that's that internal clarity for your external direction that you give to those individuals that follow you. And then when it comes to discipline, doing what is necessary, not just what is comfortable, but those things that are necessary to fulfill the mission of your organization or your company. Leading when it's uncomfortable, hard decisions, difficult conversations, and even standing alone when needed. Those 7 core values shape, mold, and matter in being a strong, built leader.
Hello, everyone. I am excited. This is Dr. Karen Hills Pruden, and I am excited to talk to you today about elite influence leadership. And so, no further delay, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen here. All right, elite influence leadership. And so this is one of my frameworks. It consists of 4 variables, and we will talk about what those 4 variables are. But really, the reason why we are talking about elite influence is because no longer are leaders leading by title, leading by position. We are leading by influence and impact that we have in those environments that we are working in. And so, how do you get that influence and impact? And why are boards and CEOs, for those who are working under CEOs, expecting that from your senior leaders in the workplace, which is a shift? It is certainly a shift from what was expected in the past. And so, let's talk about what that shift is. And so, here's the shift. So there is a shift because no longer just by you holding the role, just by you holding the title, are you considered to be effective. I'm not sure when that was even a case where just simply by you having the title and not generating results that one could hold for a long period of time, a senior leadership position. Myself, I've been in senior leadership for the last 20 years, and it has been because of my influence and my impact in the various roles. I've worked for 6 different industries. In the last 20 years, I've been in a senior leadership role. And so the shift is that, influence is really replacing authority. And when we think about why is influence replacing authority, it is because the expectation is that we will generate results. And so as a result of us generating results, as a result of we having measurable outcomes as a result of our leadership, then we as senior leaders definitely have to influence all of those individuals who work under us, because obviously we're not doing all of the work that it takes to generate those results. And so it's no longer about busyness work. It is about precision vision, which we'll talk about what that is a little later in the presentation. And it is those leaders who are utilizing systems, who are AI, technology, automation. Those are the leaders who are going to be future ready. And what do I mean by that? Those are going to be the leaders who are not going to be too adversely impacted by AI. There's a lot of conversation about, will AI take over certain jobs? Well, the person who is probably going to maintain their job is going to be the leader who incorporates AI into how they do work. Not the leader who is shy with AI, not the leader who avoids AI, but the leader who incorporates AI, because it would allow us to get more work done in a shorter period of time. It would allow us to do things that normally will take days to do, to actually get those deliverables in hours, in some case minutes. And so it is the leader who incorporates systems, who will be future ready for those roles going into the next generation of leaders. And so let's talk, that is part of the shift: influence, impact, outcomes. So before you can even incorporate my framework, which is visibility, which is vision, value, AI, and voice, you have to be visible. And so I would employ you to think about, what are you visible in? There's only 2 ways to be visible, to show your area expertise. That is your to speaking or writing. So you're either communicating your area expertise, or you are either writing your area expertise so that people can read that information. And so visibility is required even for you to be an elite influence leader. If you don't have the visibility, then you won't be able to successfully employ the framework, particularly in a wide scale fashion, because again, people won't know what you do. And so I have here, what are you known for? You know, when you walk into the room, what do people immediately think about when you walk into the room? A lot of times when I walk into the room, people say C-suite, executive leadership, leadership. And so all of those terms are associated with me and my area expertise. A lot of times people say women leaders, sister leaders, because of course the name of my community is Sister Leaders. And so just know, in order for you to sustain yourself year after year after year as a senior leader, then you need the visibility. And you need that through two forms. And so you need that through speaking. Here are some of the partners that I've worked with in terms of speaking. And speaking comes in many forms, and interviews, workshops, podcast interviews, virtual speaking, live speaking. They hire you as a consultant. And so those are ways that you can show yourself as the expert that you are. And so those are the speaking ways, but also you definitely want to also communicate your expertise in writing. I myself have been published over 40 times. These are just some of the books that I have written. Most of my books are on leadership, as you can see here: Comprehensive Business Audit, Sister Leaders, Disrupt Her, which is the use of AI. Complicated Alliances has to do with women in the military, or women who are associated with individuals in the military. And so speaking or writing are the two ways that you can show yourself as an expert. Make sure that you're visible so that you can show and communicate so that others will know what is your area of expertise. And so speaking and writing, remember that if you're a little light on the speaking, then you may want to make sure that you put yourself out there so that you're more visible in speaking. Or if you are not published yet, then you may want to go ahead and publish some articles, some books. I'm published over 40 something times to ensure that you are you have that scale that you need in order for people to be aware of what your area expertise is. So let's talk about what the framework is. And so the framework: vision, voice, value, and AI. Now, all four are powerful individually, but when you integrate them, they are super powerful, and it can allow you to dominate your market. And of course, your vision, it creates direction. It's a roadmap. It's a blueprint for where you want to go. So you don't want to be operating under a happenstance situation. You want to be very intentional and strategic in how you move with your career, with your business. And so vision is very critical so that you don't waste a whole lot of time and money pursuing your goals. And then voice turns your expertise into influence, again, by speaking and or writing. And so you want to utilize your voice to communicate the expert that you are, so that you can scale, so that your business can scale, so that your career, so that you can be promoted if you're working in corporate America. And then value. No one wants a leader who's just holding down a title. Everyone wants a leader who is changing the face of the environment that they're operating in. You know, how are you making money? How are you saving money? How are you increasing clients? How are you increasing customers? How are you reducing risk? And so what change are you responsible for in the environment that you are working in? And so if you've ever heard me speak before, you know that I believe that managers are responsible for making money, saving money, and achieving organizational goals. And so what bucket are your actions falling into? You want to make sure that your actions fall into one of those three buckets: making money, save money, achieve organizational goals. And then AI integration. Again, the leader who is future ready will be the leader who integrates AI systems into their day-to-day tasks. And so this will allow you to scale, go from a regional expert to a global expert, such as what I did. Sister Leaders is a global community. It would allow you to sustain yourself because, of course, you're in front of the 8 ball. So year after year, because you're up on the most recent research, you're up on the most recent industry trends, you will be able to, if you're an entrepreneur, make it past year 5, Lord willing. And then it gives you the intelligent leverage that you can utilize because you can pull data out of these AI systems and find out not only how you sure up and measure up to other areas in your industry, but you can also find out what other entrepreneurs in your industry are doing. And so, again, all 4 of these are powerful, separate, but when they are integrated, it strengthens your ability to be dominant in your particular field. So just let's look at them individually real quick. So vision, of course, vision allows you the opportunity to predict where it is that you want to go. And precision vision, which I mentioned earlier, is the ability to see beyond your current role. You're just planning for the future. And when I say for the future, as a senior leader, we're not planning for the later in the week. We're planning for 3 to 5 years down our strategic plan. And so precision vision would allow you to make a business plan, whether it's for your career, if you're working for someone else, or whether it is for your own business, to create a blueprint of where you want your business to go 3 to 5 years down the road. And so it allow you to be more proactive instead of reactive. It would allow you to utilize intelligence by pulling information out of AI systems so that you can analyze trends and different things like that. And then it will allow you to see how well your strategies are working through validation. And so vision is very, very, very critical component of this framework. Voice. You cannot be the world's best kept secret. And so a lot of you have heard me to say that silence is not a superpower. And I still believe it. Silence is not a superpower. And so you have to amplify, communicate what it is that you intend to do. If you are working for someone else and you want to be a vice president, I hope you have said it somewhere throughout the day that you want to be a vice president. If you are an entrepreneur in your industry, hopefully you're out and about and introducing yourselves to different networks, different potential stakeholders, communicating your area expertise, because talent alone will not elevate you. You know, this framework is, you have to be able to articulate what it is that where you plan to go, your area expertise, when you plan to get there, and the methodology that you plan to get there, in order to get buy-in from your customers, in order to get buy-in from your employees. And so through voice, you want to communicate where it is that you're going. It helps you position yourself among other competitions within your industry. And then you always want to use AI to pull the data. What does the data say in regards to what it is that you see when you pull the reports from your organization? And so using AI, again, is going to be the game changer for the leaders of the future. And so we've talked about vision, we talk about voice. And so now let's talk about value. Value, you must be able to quantify your results. No one wants a leader who cannot show through quantifiable information, data, how they have changed the environment that they're working in. And so you want to make sure that whatever your change is, it is something that is measurable and that can be validated through reports, through record keeping, through some type of methodology within the organization, so that the organization can respect whatever results it is that you communicate. But you must make a measurable impact, and that impact must be in line with the organizational goals in order for you to be an effective leader who one would want to keep year after year after year. Same thing if you work for yourself. The only way that you're going to continue to get new clients is if you are adding value in the market, again, year after year after year. And so make sure that you're adding value. So we talked about vision, we talked about voice, and we talked about value. And that value means it needs to be measurable, scalable, transferable, and you need to be able to quantify it using data. And so the fourth leg of the framework is the AI business systems. Remember, I mentioned in the beginning, the leader who will be around in the future is the leader who incorporates AI business systems. You cannot be afraid of them. You cannot talk about AI like it's coming. AI is here. It has been here. And so you need to know how to use the tools, to do the research, to pull your competitor information, to pull your market information, to address those low level tasks that you can automate so that you can do the high level tasks, which is the relationship building, the creativity, and different things like that with your time. And so you want to automate low value work here. And again, I am not saying that the work that needs to be automated has no value, but it is low value work that can be given to an AI agent through an AI system, so that you can spend your time doing the high level tasks that are necessary. So vision, voice, value, and AI business systems, those are the elements of the elite influence leadership framework. And so I want to ensure that you understand that it is utilizing all four of these together that is going to make you the powerhouse that I know that you are. And it's the integration of all of them. The vision is going to give you direction. The voice is going to give you the influence that is needed because people will know where you're going. And then the value is going to be able to show quantifiable information about how you have changed the environment that you work in as a leader. And then AI systems are going to allow you to scale, again, to go from a regional business if you're an entrepreneur to a global business, such as we have went with sister leaders. I was once a regional expert and now I am a global expert. And so the EIL framework really is the integration of all of those things. If you want more information, you can reach out to me on my website, drkarenhillspruden.com. Or you can find me where I play at, and I play on LinkedIn. That is my playground. Also, if you want to partner with someone to kind of walk you through how do I apply the EIL framework, I'll be glad to do that. Periodically, we have what is called, we have challenges that happen from time to time. And so if you stay connected with me, then we can certainly tell you when the next challenge is. And so, yeah, I am excited. That is the Elite Influence Leadership Framework: vision, voice, value, and AI business integration. And as long as you are using all four of those things together, then it will help you and assist you in the marketplace throughout your career to sustain yourself, sustain your career. I am Dr. Karen Hills Pruden, and I am signing out. Bye.
Hi there, this is Jenny Clark. I'm the GovCon CFO. If you're in federal contracting, I have something important to share with you about pricing. Today's topic is stop guessing, start knowing. There's a magic formula that determines whether you win a contract and make money, or you win a contract that makes you constantly worry about cash flow. That magic formula, it's your wrap rate. By the end of this session, you'll know exactly how to use the magic formula to calculate your rep rate, and you'll never have to guess on a proposal again. 3 questions for the room. Answer these out loud, in your head, at your car, at your desk, wherever you are right now. Have you ever opened the proposal workbook and wondered what percentages to use? Are you still using the same indirect rates from old proposals? Have you ever started a contract and then the people you put in resumes for won't accept your job offer? Or are you recruiting and onboarding just in time for a prime to poach them? Are you pricing low out of fear and then struggling with cash flow? It's a gut punch when it happens to you, but you're not alone. And you're exactly who this session was made for. Meet Katherine Johnson. Katherine Johnson was a mathematician at NASA, and her calculations had to be perfect. Not close, not good enough, not a reasonable estimate, exact. Because people's lives depended on it, on the numbers being exactly right. Understanding and managing your rap rate gives you superpower, just like Katherine Johnson. You don't guess, you don't round up and hope. The numbers protect you and your profit. This equation is running in your business right now, whether you know it or not. The only question is whether you know how to manage it. Whether you're managing it or it's managing you. Katherine Johnson didn't just calculate trajectories. She walked into rooms where people looked past her, where people doubted her, where people tried to limit what she could do. And she made herself undeniable with the precision of her work. They couldn't argue with her math. In this room right now, we know that feeling. We've always had to show up twice as precise, twice as prepared, twice as professional, and still fight to be seen as the expert in the room. And right now, with everything that's happened to the federal workforce and federal contracting as well, jobs that were eliminated, careers that were disrupted, a disproportionate number of those were Black women. Women who were qualified, who were committed, who showed up every single day. Katherine Johnson matters because the math was always right. Your math needs to be right too, because you deserve to be paid exactly what you're worth. Not less, not approximately, exactly. And I want to help you get there. Here's the secret to profitability in federal contracting if you're in the services end. Master your labor cost. Master the balance between your direct staff that generates the revenue and your indirect staff and those indirect costs. You have to have enough people as direct employees, billable employees, generating the revenue to pay all the other costs. And you have to understand those indirect costs to get that balance, figure out what that formula is. Direct employees generate revenue. Indirect employees are fixed costs. Your indirect costs are split into what are called pools. There's one for fringe, your fringe benefits, one for overhead, the technical cost of the work you do, and G&A or corporate, general and administrative cost. There are 3 rules for managing profitability in this services model. It's like there's a golden ratio, and to me, it's always been 1 indirect employee for every 10 to 12 direct employees. So if you're the CEO, there's a point at which once you're off billable yourself, you've got to build up that billable workforce before you can afford to hire somebody to help you. And that sustains as the business grow that ratio. There's a rule of thumb in the services industry that you need to keep about 80% of your workforce needs to be billable. That's the way that you generate enough revenue to cover all the costs of the other people plus the indirect cost to support the business itself. And it really helps to have a dynamic model that tracks your rates so you know where they are now, next month, end of the year, into next year, and beyond, because you're bidding multi-year contracts. Let's talk about a wrap rate, a billing rate. There's so many different ways that people describe it, just like the term on-site or off-site. First, you have to baseline who's talking which site. Okay, is it customer, government, where? A wrap rate is the hourly billing rate that you charge your government client. It wraps together every cost of doing business plus your profit into billing rates. If you miss any one labor, you're going to be losing money on every hour you bill, and you're locked in with low rates for the life of the contract. Fringe, overhead, and G&A are also called burdens. So let's talk about layer one. That's direct labor. That's the annual salary you gave to that billable employee in their offer letter. Annual salary divided by 2,080 hours. 2,080 is 52 weeks times 40 hours per week. Layer two is fringe. Fringe is what you're doing to take care of that employee because they're your employee. There's certain that are required and some that are optional. Payroll taxes, Social Security, Medicare, federal unemployment, state unemployment, workers' comp, holiday. There's 88 federal holidays. Paid leave could be vacation, annual leave, sick leave, depending on how the combination needs to work according to the contract and your own company policies. And then there's company paid insurance, like health insurance, and 401k if you offer it, the 401k match. You control the benefits package and the cost, so be competitive, but watch out for your own generosity. It's a balance between attracting and retaining employees and balancing the demographics of your workforce you have. Layer three is overhead. That's the cost of supporting the technical staff and the technical work that you do. That's what makes you uniquely qualified to serve your federal customer. Costs like recruitment, managing their clearances, CMMC or cybersecurity compliance, skills certification, if you've gone out and attained preferred partner status, all of those are part of overhead. It's the support of the work that you are doing. Layer four is G&A, generally administrative. That's executive time, that's your paycheck. Accounting, human resources, legal, corporate insurance, proposal costs. Business development is a big piece of this and a big investment for you. That all comes under G&A. Layer five is fee. That's what the government calls profit. It's applied on top of everything else, and that is what generates the cash flow that you need, turns into profit that is for reinvestment and your growth and your paycheck. Here's how the wrap rate is built. For every hour of direct labor, fringe, I just picked a fringe rate of 21.58%, and I picked it so my math would turn out to a perfect number down there at the bottom of 1.5. 21.58% fringe covers your payroll taxes and some leave or some benefits. $1 times 21.58% is 0.2158. That's fringe times direct labor. Overhead is calculated as overhead percent times direct labor plus the fringe. So 1.2158 times 2%, 0.0243. G&A is multiplied times direct labor plus fringe plus overhead, 12% of the sum of those three, 0.1488. Your total cost in this example is 1.3889. Fee. I chose an 8% fee. That's typical, 6 to 8% if you're working cost plus contracts, 8 to 10, maybe if you're time and material, 10 to 12 and higher if you're doing fixed price. But I want to point out that on T&M and on fixed price, you're not actually going to make those higher percentages. That is only to give you the cushion, the management reserve, to cover the additional risk of those types of contracts. Sum all of those up, and we come up with a labor multiplier of 1.5. So just stick that in your head. The wrap rate is the magic formula that you use in every cost proposal. Let me give some examples. If you have an employee with a pay rate of $50 an hour, and you want to know what is the minimum billing rate I need to charge for that employee to cover all their costs and make my 8% profit, I take the multiplier of 1.5 that we just calculated times the $50 an hour, and that comes out to a billing rate of $75 an hour. For the $50 an hour person, I have to bill them out at $75 an hour or higher to make that target. We can do the math the other direction, flip it upside down. Sometimes I know the billing rate because I know a little bit about the contract, or I've asked around, or I've seen other information that gave me an idea that 75 would be the right rate for that labor category and skill level, all of that. $75 an hour divided by 1.5 gives me the pay rate of $50 an hour. So that's the way that you can use the wrap rate, the multiplier, backward and forward, upside down. But here's the important point that I want to make sure you understand with me. We have that multiplier that we came up with, and those are estimates. Inside your business, understanding what your real costs are for fringe, overhead, and G&A is how they turn into actuals. And managing those actuals, staying within your bid ranges and your actual cost, is the way that you make sure that you're growing and profitable as a federal contractor. Here's an example. Let's pretend that my multiplier overall, someplace between fringe, overhead, and G&A, it went up by 5%. It's not a big increase. Then my multiplier would be 1.575. If I take $75 an hour divided by 1.575, my break even is now $47.61. So here's what happens. I hired somebody that is brilliant, customer loves them, they do a great job at $50 an hour. Because my indirect rates went up, my break even is $47.61. I'm losing $2.39 an hour for every hour that person works. The kicker is your bid locked in the bill rate. Overrunning your indirect rates by just 5%, and you lose $2.39 an hour. That's just on one employee. It's on every employee, every contract, every year. So understanding the math will really help you make better decisions. I've got this wrap rate calculator online. If you look at the QR code, go straight to the wrap rate calculator, and I encourage you to give this a try. It's got a place where you can enter your fringe rate. And the first time you make a pass on this, what you might want to do is use my exact same percentages: 21.58% for fringe, 2% overhead, 12% G&A, and 8% fee, just to see that the 1.5 calculation works. Then go back in and play with it. Put a fringe rate that's probably more realistic, somewhere between 25 and 30%. Your overhead and G&A, overhead just kind of depends on the work you're doing, but 2%, unless you've got people working in your offices, probably pretty good. And then G&A, maybe go from 10 to 15%. Small businesses, it's normally going to be a little higher than 12%. And put in your fee that you'd like to get on this contract, because you're taking into account, is it cost plus fixed price or T&M? Just see what it does. When you do that, I also will send you a copy of a wrap rate guide that I created that goes into depth on fringe, overhead, G&A, gives you some typical small business ranges, talks about unallowable costs that come out of your profit because they can't be built into your rates, and the most common one is interest expense. And then I want to encourage you also, it tells you why to calculate it forward and backward. And I'll send you this once you try the wrap rate calculator. Here's the thing. Let's talk about your complete financial strategy for pricing and managing your costs inside your company so that you know you're making money. Wrap rate calculator was step one. Rate and pricing model, RPM, is where it grows into your complete financial strategy. The rate and pricing model shows you real rates for fringe, overhead, and G&A. So you can stop guessing and start knowing. Here's the part most contractors never figure out. Once you know your indirect rates, your win rate goes up and so does your profit. My rate and pricing model gives you superpowers. Imagine having a pricing tool that scales with your growth. Here's what the wrap rate calculator ties to the rate and pricing model. This is where your actual indirect rates come from, not the ones that I made up to use it as an example, but what is the fringe and the overhead and the G&A in your business? What is it now? What will it be by the end of the year? And what do you project it to be as you're having to bid for future years when you're bidding contracts? Here's how the math works from your profit and loss or your income statement. Inside your profit and loss, there are sections for direct labor, direct non-labor, fringe, your fringe costs like payroll taxes, leave, group insurance. Overhead labor, that's the people that are working overhead, and your overhead non-labor might be some of your cybersecurity compliance. G&A, as I mentioned, is the CEO, human resources accounting, the people that are working to run the organization, the back office, whatever you want to call it. And then G&A non-labor might be some of the costs related to insurance and other expenses. So let's talk about this calculation. Mathematically, what I do is I take what's called the fringe pool, the total cost for fringe off my income statement, divided by the fringe base, and the fringe base is direct labor, overhead labor, and G&A labor. Mathematically, I take the 926,000 divided by the 4.2 million, and I get an indirect rate, a fringe rate of 21.58%. Similarly, with overhead, my overhead pool is $93,000. My overhead base is 4.7 million. And by the way, that's direct labor plus the fringe on direct labor. That's where I get my 2%. G&A, general administration, that's the cost of running the business. That's headquarter cost. That's corporate expense. 575,000 divided by 4.8 million is 12%. Knowing what those rates are right now in your business, being able to see where they'll be by the end of the year, being able to factor in future growth, including that it's March and by September, we're going to add 6 people as direct labor because we're winning this new contract. I need to know that now, but I also need a quick way that I can say, oh, they shifted it. It's not going to happen on March 2020. March of the next year. It happens all the time. So having a dynamic model that does these calculations so that you can understand them and that takes into account what your workforce is and what's going on in contract activity is so important. That's the rate and pricing model I created a long time ago. When you know your numbers, you win. Stop guessing, start winning. It's about your numbers, your profit, your growth. When you understand your own numbers, you build a business that sustains your family and your community, and you have choices. Katherine Johnson got the math right so others could go further. The solvability RPM gets yours right. It's your turn to win.
To lead differently, Ohana. I am truly excited today. Let me tell you, when I say I have someone that is phenomenal in this room, words cannot express what a treat you are in for today. Listening and hearing. Get your pen and paper out, because like I said, she's gonna, not she's going to. I just want y'all to know I can speak articulately, but she is going to share some nuggets of wisdom, and I'm excited to be able to learn and sit at her feet. So, good morning. Welcome, Supervisor Bailey.
Good morning, my friend. It is an honor and a privilege to be with you this morning.
It is my honor. I will tell you that when I first met you at the Married on Purpose conference a week or two ago, I think it was, right?
Yes.
Hosted by Dr. Sorrel de Herben, and what a phenomenal presentation that she put on.
Absolutely.
It was a great moment of growth and celebration and fellowship.
Yes.
So
yes, and authenticity.
Exactly. Genuineness.
Yeah.
So I really, really enjoyed that, but I was so happy and just thankful that I got the opportunity to meet you.
Oh, and I feel the exact same way. I think when you touched me, when I came in and I sat down and I had one breath and you touched me, a calmness came over me. And I'm so very grateful for that, because my mama says all the time, can you just sit down for a minute? I move all the time.
Get somewhere and sit down.
Get somewhere and just sit down, little girl. But when you touched me, that gave me a sense of assurance and calmness. And I'm appreciative of that. Oftentimes we miss those moments if we're not in tune.
Well, it was just when you came into the room, because remember, we were waiting for you to come.
Yes.
And there were blocks trying to get you there, traffic and everything. But I was just so elated when you came in the room. The atmosphere changed.
Oh.
I don't know if you recognize that.
I never do.
What I call that, and what I tell my grasshoppers, those are my people that I've trained while I was in the military, is when you come in the room as a leader, you should change the atmosphere.
Yes, I agree.
And that's when you know your influence is well beyond you. But look, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so excited. I got to tell people who you are first. Hold on.
Oh, bless you.
All right, so let me go official right now.
Okay.
Supervisor Andrea O. Bailey is currently serving her second term as the Potomac District Supervisor for Prince William County, driven by a deep-seated passion for public service and regional progress. A recognized leader in infrastructure and policy, she holds influential seats on the Virginia Railway Express Board, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Executive Board, and multiple Virginia Association of Countries committees spanning health, education, and transportation. An unwavering advocate for the vulnerable, Supervisor Bailey is a primary champion for mental health services, the county's crisis receiving center, and local homeless shelters. Her leadership extends to the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington and the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Political Leadership Advocacy Advisory Board at George Mason University. Her distinguished career is rooted in 20 years. Did y'all hear that? 20 years of corporate leadership and a decade of small business owner. As a small business owner, a former military spouse, of 23 years, she remains a pillar in her community through her roles at First Mount Zion Baptist Church and as a lifetime member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Supervisor Bailey holds a master's in science in human resource management from National Louis University and is a graduate of the VACO Certified County Supervisor Program. Again, welcome, my friend.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am very much excited about the opportunity to talk with you today. about absolutely anything that you'd like to discuss, but my passion is leadership. And so it's a joy to be here to have some girlfriend times to
That's
talk
right.
about some serious stuff.
Serious things.
Yes.
So let's dig in.
Yes.
So first question that I like to talk to you about is, how do you define leadership today compared to when you first entered public service? And was there a specific moment that it shifted for you in your perspective?
When I read that question, it gave me a moment to reflect on where I've come from and where I am now, and hopefully where the good Lord is leading me to. And what I mean by that is, I came from corporate America in my professional life, and did quite well in leadership in corporate America. And I often joke about did well. I started out in marketing with soft skills and thought I was going to break the glass ceiling, and had a lot of mouth and not a lot of talent, to be quite honest with you. And really, in my early part of my career, almost lost my career because I had a lot of mouth and not a lot of skills. And so oftentimes in your leadership, when you are in that kind of space in your life, you don't know what you don't know. And so in corporate America, it was a span of about 20 years, almost 20 years. But I learned a lot about actually what my skill sets were.
Okay.
And what I mean by that, just traveling along the journey, is I wanted to really break the glass ceiling, but I didn't know why. And I really wanted to make a lot of money in corporate America, and I didn't know why. I just thought, that was the popular thing to do.
Okay.
Back in the day when you were in corporate. You got this high-powered job, and you got this high-powered paycheck. You bought this high-powered pocketbook, Louis Vuitton, and I still like those, but and you drove this high-powered car. So that meant that you had made it.
You were successful.
You were
successful. If you reached those things.
If you reached those material pinnacle things.
Okay.
But I learned that my leadership really began prior to me going to corporate. And what I mean by that, all my life as a young girl, a little girl, my mom and dad always taught me how to be, as an only child. That has a lot to do with it for me as well, to be the first, to sit up front in the front seat, enunciate your words properly, and ask important questions. Think about what you're going to ask first, and then at the end of the day, success will come to you. And so in my corporate life, those kinds of foundational things really did set the tone for me to be successful in corporate America for those 20 years. But also having the drive to improve my craft. I started in marketing. In the middle part of my career, I was in sales. At the end of the career, I was in HR, retired as a HR director. And so as I grew from my foundation, my mama's house, mom and daddy's house, my success back in the day was bred on my skills. But I didn't really pay a lot of attention to my innate leadership abilities. So as I transitioned as a military spouse, 23 years in the military with my Marine Corps husband, who is my best friend from 14 years old until today.
Hoorah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's being in the military taught me so much about community and looking out for others. Just because I had didn't mean that others would have.
Yes.
And just because I came from a good foundation didn't necessarily mean that young moms or youth had the same type of foundation as I did or my son did. And so I learned in the middle of my professional career a lot about community. And then lastly, as I transitioned out of the military and corporate into my civilian life, I learned that leadership for me is about being a servant leader. And I learned that from working in my church after retirement. I became a deaconess in my church in 2002. I'm still a deaconess in my church because I don't want to make God mad at me.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
We don't want that.
We don't want that.
So my servant leadership really has kind of stood the test of time with me from my maternal and paternal days up until now. So for leadership for me is serving to the best of your ability with the experiences that you've had, but the foundational discernment that you carry. That's so important to me.
Yeah. Well, you know, as you share about this, is that journey, right? That journey from when you first started, right? Me. About what it is, about what I want to gain. What am I going to get out of this? To the metamorphosis that happen across the experiences you've had in the different environments, to understand that it's not about me, it's about them, about the people. How do I serve them? Because if I serve them well, me in the midst of it, I will grow to those heights of getting that area of success, whatever and however you define that. But you got to have the right focus.
You got to have the right focus.
Yeah.
And
you got to have the right focus.
I love the terminology that you use, the metamorphosis of that, because I am a life learner. I believe when you stop learning, you stop growing.
Hold that, pin that right there, because that right there is so simplistic, yet it's so profound. Can you say that one more time?
When you stop learning, you stop growing. You merely stop. You stop.
Yeah.
You know, because if you stop growing, then you think you've got all the answers. You don't need anything else. You're set.
You think you're perfect. That's that perfectionism kind of mindset that kills leadership excellence.
Yes.
When we think that we are perfect in a particular area, then we feel we don't need to learn anymore. I don't need to change or find out, is there a better way of doing something, because I'm perfect at it.
Yes. And oftentimes that's when we make our biggest mistakes.
Yes. When you talk about the losing the opportunity, almost losing your job, there was a time in my career where perfectionism sat on both of these shoulders and on top of my head, right? And it was at that point where the reality set in. I almost lost my job, because when you're a perfectionist, you don't treat people the way they should be treated.
That's right.
You treat them how you want to treat them, just to manipulate them to get them to do what you want to do, and not truly lead them.
Absolutely. And what that causes is for you not to be the best you that you can be.
Yes.
But you have to have the wisdom and the experiences to want to change that thing.
You got to have a willingness.
Yeah.
You got to want to change.
You got to want to change. And when I also think about my foundational development with my parents, because and I wanted to bring this back, because I was an only child. Oh, they just thought this little girl was just perfect. They prevented stuff that they saw coming.
Okay.
And they fixed stuff that was there. And so I had no opportunity really to experience something that was not unusual. Something that would not make me seek to understand better. And I looked to them to fix it rather than myself. In my early years, I would say even up to my early 20s.
Wow.
Okay. And there was an element of stagnation in that. But in our leadership, we have to have the desire to have a broader vision than just ourselves. That's so important as we grow and have the desire to grow, as we age, as we matriculate to a different season in our lives. We have to have that desire to grow. If we don't, we stop.
I was interviewing Jolly Williams, Dr.
Oh,
Jolly,
yeah, I know him.
Willie Jolly. I'm
Willie
sorry, I'm
Jolly.
saying Jolly
Yeah.
Williams. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, sir. But anyway, I was interviewing
We
him.
love you, Willie.
Yeah, we love you. We love you. And he and
Yeah.
I were talking, and I was sharing with him, John Maxwell talks about the leadership lid. And
Yeah.
it ties into what you just shared. That leadership lid is if I am at a 10 as a leader in my learning and my growth, then my people can only get to 9, right? Because
Yeah.
if they're not going to get higher than me.
Yes.
But as I grow, they grow.
Yeah.
As I keep learning, they keep learning.
Yes.
As I keep challenging myself, they keep challenging themselves because they emulate what they see.
Mm-hmm.
And we as leaders, we owe it. I always say that it is an honor and a privilege to lead someone because they don't have to follow you.
Yes.
You know,
They don't have to.
in the military, we say, you got to follow the person that has a higher rank. Well, true, I have to do my job in support of what you're asking me, but true fellowship means that I've bought into your vision.
That's right.
I understand the commander's intent and what you want to do and provide for the organization. So to me, there's different levels of followership.
Yeah.
So
There is.
how would you say for you, for leaders that you've followed or been under, how has that changed your perspective and kind of the mindset and how you lead?
Well, I always start from a point of, this is very important to me in my leadership, respect. People will say, I respect the position and the title, but I don't respect the person.
Heard that many times.
Yeah. Yeah. So what, really, what does that mean? That means you don't respect me. You don't really care about the position or any of that. You're just saying that. Those are just pretty words. But I always, for me and my house, I start from a position of respecting the individual. That's important to me in my leadership because people come to the table with different elements of leadership, different ways of doing things. And they're not my ways, and my ways are not their ways, But I also believe when I do that, that opens the door for collaboration.
Yes.
It opens the door for collaboration. And then the other thing is valuing integrity and what we are trying to achieve. Now, when I was in sales, that was a me thing. That was an independent contributor thing. That was you do this, you're gonna get your good commissions check thing.
You can make change to make some change.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But the people that had to help me get the subject matter experts, the leaders that had to help me get to that point, to get that commissions check, I had to trust and respect that they knew better than I, because that's what they were trained in. So that element of respect, the element of integrity, being able to govern my leadership and myself, even when you're not watching me, am I still the same leader that I said I was when I presented myself to you? That is very important to me. That's my value. That's my core value. And also understanding that you really don't ever get anywhere by yourself.
No, you definitely don't.
You just don't.
The arrogancy of thinking that you do.
Yeah.
That to me is where, back to what we were talking about earlier, that's where you stop growing.
Yeah.
Because you feel you have all the answers.
You got all the answers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so for me, respect, integrity, and collaboration are those core values that I carry with me a lot. And being able to, I know your audience have heard this too, keep your head on the swivel.
Yes. Yes.
What type of resources can I bring into my leadership, into my world, into the vision that God has given me to accomplish? Who can I bring into that circle while my head is on the swivel that can breed success for the whole? Because if I breed success for the whole, then as you said, I'm going to be successful.
Yes.
I'm going to reap the benefits and the fruit that's there for me. So that those premises are very important to me, but also recognizing in my leadership if there's something that is stopping the vision, and how do I handle that?
How do you deal with that conflict?
Well, that conflict for me, let me just say, for me as an only child, that's always a challenge. And I'm being straight up about that one. It's always a challenge because I always want to know why. But you just might not understand why. You may not get the why. But handling the conflict in a very integral, respectful, and of late, I've grown to not handling the conflict by reacting. In the past, I can't tell you that I didn't do that. But sometimes conflict for me now, particularly being in politics, sometimes you want to say something, but you just maybe shouldn't say it because it might wind up in the papers.
True.
Might wind up social media. But having the wisdom to know when to respond and when not to respond.
Yeah, I think that right there is key, because to me, the fallacy that many people think is that every conflict can be resolved, and it cannot be. But I can manage it.
Yes.
With the right tools. And sometimes that management is, I need to avoid it for right now until I have the right way of addressing it, to then come back and then share my thoughts.
Yeah.
But back to that point of you saying the reactionary piece, that in conflict as leaders, that's huge, because it might not show up in the papers for me, but it can show up in the space of someone recommending my services to someone, saying, no, you don't want to deal with General Young. She's too impulsive.
Yes.
She doesn't understand how to collaborate or compromise, accommodate. Yes. It's her way or the highway. All she does is compete. But it's knowing how to address that conflict in a way that there is still a bridge to walk across.
That's right.
For us to have the meeting of the minds and to be able to still get after what we both want to have out of that situation. And I know for you, I'm pretty sure in many situations, the mind says, that inner mind says, ooh, if I could just say what I really want to say to you right now. Yeah. But when you do that, you just said what you wanted to say for a moment, but it didn't give you the results you needed in the end.
Yes, because I will tell you that the reason why I am in politics in this season of my life is because I want to leave a legacy of leadership. I want to leave a legacy of doing for people in my servanthood. I want to be guided, first of all, by God on his pathway for where people can look back and say, I remember having a conversation with her, and just maybe I was not my best when I had that conversation with her, but it's how she addressed it with me that left an indelible mark on how I'm going to move forward. That's important to me. That's very important to me. I want to share, that's how I got into being the champion for the Crisis Receiving Center.
Oh, share that. I was going to ask you a question on that, but yeah, let's go into it.
So one of the things that when I first got into politics, I ran on the basics: education, transportation, economic development. But my passion, my platform was homelessness, and so I got to see it in order to deal with it. So I went into the tent cities with the homeless and engaged with them to understand what their needs were. And when I went into the tent cities here locally, I realized that it wasn't just the fact that they didn't have shelter. These were individuals, human beings that were dealing with mental health issues that no one had addressed in helping them. And so that was my first term, homelessness. But my second term was mental health. And so in doing so, I realized that mental health has been an issue in our country that has been long time swept under the rug as if it just didn't exist. But people were suffering mentally. And so my passion to do that led me into my preparation to look at my leadership, not just from an individualized political aspect, because, you know, politicians, we can be, and that's why I don't call myself a politician. I call myself an elected official here to serve. And I say that because politicians can be very myopic, work in their own silos. They're competitive by nature. We are competitive by nature, but it's all about us. It's all about me. And that I identified early on, that's not who I am. I literally want to serve in my political life. So for me, identifying what the needs are in my community for the least of these drove me to an element stronger than I've ever known before in preparing to bring mental health like a phoenix from out under that rug.
Yeah.
That was pinnacle. And so what I did is I said, I can't do this by myself. Yeah, it's a great idea, but what does that mean? It's a great idea to me, but is it a great idea to everybody else?
Yeah.
So what I did is I brought together 93 stakeholders. 93 stakeholders that had their individualized areas that they worked in, non-for-profits, public safety, the hospital associations, federal and state and local elected officials. 93 stakeholders, brought them together and painted a picture of what this would look like if we prepared to serve the least of these and heal minds. Because my mantra is, if you heal minds, you heal the land. If you heal minds, you heal the land.
Okay.
Yeah. So preparation is very key for me in leadership. I don't work well when I don't read notes that the general sends to me so that I can be prepared. I don't function well in an environment, even if I don't have preparation, when I walk in the environment and it doesn't say what the environment said on the piece of paper. Preparation is key in my leadership, and taking the time to step back for a moment to see what the landscape is.
What value can I bring to that setting?
Yes.
But without knowing what that setting is. Now, there are parts of leadership, from my perspective, is just by being a leader and a leader of servanthood focus, you'll be able to speak to stuff. But if you really want the value that I bring, then allow me to prepare so that I can meditate on it, chew on it, digest it, so that I can be as best prepared to share that value that's going to be transformational and that's going to be insightful for those who are going to experience what you have to share.
Yes.
That's where General Young comes from. You know, never in the military as a GO did I go into a setting and I didn't know what it was about.
Yeah.
I didn't get my read ahead, as we call beforehand.
That's right.
Because if I didn't get a read ahead, sometimes I would say, I'm not going to that meeting.
That's right.
Because there are times when that meeting could be a setup.
That's right.
Or a takedown.
And
I need to be as prepared as I can, because not so much for me, but my people are depending on me to be able to lead well and represent well.
Yes.
Always my mantra was presentation is key.
It's the optics. It's the presentation is key, because when you prepare, you walk in the room and the room is set, your team is set. They know you've delegated. They know their responsibilities. They can react in a very positive and strategic way.
Yes.
And so that creating this crisis receiving center, because we had a problem. The problem was not just mental health. The problem was when someone was having an episode that the police would go and get them, put them in handcuffs, take them to the hospital on a stretcher, and they would lie on a stretcher in handcuffs. Just visualize that, without any aid for hours while having an episode.
Wow.
Because there were no rooms or no sections called the mental health unit, or whatever you want to call it, for someone to get aid in a crisis.
That right there is so, I mean, just the visualization of that, that you're going through that episode, and it kind of reminds me of like being on the island of Patmos all by yourself.
Yeah.
And there's no one there that you can call upon to be able, that understands what's happening with you.
Yes. Yes.
Did that lead you into understanding that there was scarcity of mental health professionals to be able to help address this issue? Did you find that out in that situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the research. Because I needed to understand, why were the police going to aid someone having an episode? Why wasn't it a mental health therapist with a co-responder from the police, from the police department? Why are there no beds in the hospitals to aid a person and calm them down to a point where they can have mental health services? Why is there, once the problem is resolved, why are there no services for the person to go, if it's a homeless person, to find housing or to get pharmaceuticals that can help them with their mental health condition for the rest of their lives? So out of that, Phoenix grew No Wrong Door. So now what we have, and again, understanding your resources, we had a building that needed to be retrofitted. The building was previously used during COVID to get shots and to get testing.
Okay.
79,000 square foot building that was just lying dormant out of COVID. And so because it was in the county, we knew of the building, we examined the building, looked at it to determine what can we do to make this a crisis receiving center with no wrong doors, with the services that any individual, adult or youth would need. What can we do to retrofit this building at minimal cost of the taxpayers' money? How can we do this? And so the other part of my job as an elected official was bringing my colleagues to the table, my local elected officials, colleagues, my state colleagues, my federal colleagues, all of those who I had built relationships with over my tenure. How can I get the funding that I need and the resources that I need to retrofit this building to aid someone that's going through an episode? And we did it in record time. Usually a project like that would take anywhere from, I'd say, 5 to 10 years. We did it
That's
in
what
4
I was
years.
thinking, 5 to 10 years with all the red tape and all that stuff. Yes.
No. But because of my resume, and I appreciate you reading all those beautiful words, but I'm intentional. I'm an intentional leader. I'm on those boards to bring these resources to my county. So I'm on the Virginia Association of Counties board because I'm the chair of Health and Human Resources. That puts me in a space of dealing with state elected officials to understand what resources they can provide to my county as well as funding. I'm on the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments board because that puts me in a space of partnering with my federal elected officials, Senators Kane Warner, Congressman McClellan, Congressman Jerry Connolly, God rest his soul. That puts me in a space of understanding what federal grants are there available to help me retrofit this building so that I can stand it up appropriately to build a no wrong door, bring our community service board into this building so they can offer pharmaceuticals, housing, education resources for the people that are in this facility. So it was quite a partnership and a collaboration that my leadership led with my partners to bring forth the vision for my community. And I got to tell you that, and in doing so, here's another thing. I'm on the county board. There are 8 of us. There were 5 Democrats and 3 Republicans. There are now 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans. Yes, 4 Republicans. No, excuse me. Yes, 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans. And so instead of Andrea Bailey having this vision and saying, this is the Andrea Bailey vision, I'm going to do this by myself, I presented this to my colleagues and got a bipartisan vote of making sure that everyone was bought into making this a success. And I don't say that because it's for everybody, for the least of these, for everybody, not just for us to put it on a resume.
Well, you know, and I like how you told the story of the different pieces and the strategic focus you had to have.
Yeah.
Right. Of what is the focus? What is the purpose and why we're going after this? Not just a good idea, but what is that return on investment, which is that intentional value.
Yes.
And then doing the research.
Yeah.
The relationships you had to build. Leadership is about building relationships.
Yes.
And that networking and connection of being able to be a facilitator of bringing the resources together. That to me is where you had to have the make decisive and informative decisions to move it forward for it to actually become a reality. I call that the SID law approach to leadership. Yeah. Strategic focus, intentional value, and decisive and disciplined decision making.
Yes. Yes.
Now that right there is leadership.
That's leadership. And let me just say also, I am a student of Maxwell. I am. I remember back in the day, I took this class in my corporate life, and it was so impactful for me, and put me on a different trajectory in my leadership. But 2 things that you just said that also infuses me as a leader: intentionality and strategy.
Yes.
And I truly believe that God has gifted me in that way. That's why it's very important for you to understand what you bring to the table. Because everybody doesn't bring everything or the same things. Yeah. And the intentionality of what you're doing, why you're doing it, what are you trying to achieve, is for me pinnacle. Mm-hmm. Why am I an elected official? Why am I sitting in that seat? Why is it that the people, and this is something I'm very proud of, from a standpoint of, I want this. My community, my return on investment in my voting is 65%. You only got to get 50 plus 1.
Wow.
And first it was 64% in 2019, 2023, 65%. So what that says is that the people want to collaborate and partner with me for the community, because I can't be here with you without the people's endorsement.
So very important.
That's important. So my intentionality in my servanthood is to serve the people. That's why I sit in the seat. And then strategy. If the people ask me to do something, I've got to be very strategic in how I do it so that I don't disappoint the people. There has to be a strategy. Mm-hmm. That's why tools and resources and collaboration, it's so critical. Because the people perish without a vision, and you perish without a strategy.
Yes. Yes. That is so very true. The beauty, though, what I love about what you do is the authenticity. You know, I coined the phrase a leader, a real leader. Leadership is about being a real leader. You got to be reliable. You got to be encouraging. You got to be approachable, and you got to be loyal to the cause of what it is that you've been given to be able to be an influence that's going to make a change. And with the different things that you shared with us today, people being able to see not just words.
Yeah.
Does your video match your audio?
That's right.
And to be able to see like the crisis center being stood up, see the value and impact and the change in lives that is doing for the community.
Yes.
Is a tremendous impact. The other part is to be able to bring together two opposing sides, Democrats and Republicans. We all have our own views, right? Each group has their own view, but we can be on different sides and still come together and join together in collaboration for the good of the people, because that's what we were put here for in those positions. So I love that. And then talking about your philosophy of integrity, the values, the respect, all of that encompassing in leadership, the continual growth. But there was one thing you said that I would ask you to expound a little bit more on before we close. You talked about self-leadership, which is, we know, can be the most difficult thing to do as a leader. But to cultivate my own self-awareness means that I have to get to know who General Young is. And why does General Young do what she do? Why does she react the way she reacts? All of those things is getting that internal work that has to be done in order for it to be showcased and shown to the people that I'm the right leader for this position at this right time.
Yes. So thank you for bringing that back, because that is really a regrowth place for me right now. And I want to share why. I shared with you a couple weeks ago, just lost my mom. And I'm not, though I miss her, I'm not saddened by that. And here's why I'm not saddened by that. She's with me each and every day in how I present myself and how I lead. Because one of the things that my mom taught me, and my dad did too in his way, but my mama's teaching in this was very strategic. My mom was very sacrificial for her family, and of course for me. At one point, she was a single parent with me until she and my dad remarried. They remarried 3 times to each other. Go figure that. But anyway, I don't know. Love. Love. It was love. It really was love, and a deep-rooted commitment to each other to really serve. So I get that from both of them, but from my mom sacrificing herself all of her life for others. She was a nurse by trade, but she took care of the family. Born and bred in Macon, Mississippi, and migrated to St. Louis, Missouri, first educated in the family, who was able to bring in an income to take care of the family. I was raised in a 4-generation home, me, mama, grandma, and great-grandma. So she took care of that unit, but she was very sacrificial to the community. And so I think when you ask me about my self-leadership, one of the things as an only child that people don't often recognize that I'm an only child, because I'm not selfish. Of course, as an only child, I've had material things all my life because it's only me. But the selfless piece of me is the sacrificial piece of me in my leadership. Because in this seat, General, I'm willing to take the hit for the people. In this seat, General, I'm willing to sacrifice, not having a vacation, which I need to do self-care a little bit better.
Yes, self-care is important, leader.
Self-care is important. But I'm willing to maybe not take the vacation in August and take it in December because of things that may be happening legislatively for the people. Sacrificing in your leadership is so important in your growth in your leadership. Because if you're not willing to sacrifice for the vision and for the good of everyone else, then again, you're stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck in not bringing in the different ways of solving the problems. You're stuck in not bringing in a step back to make a better decision in your decision making. And you're also stuck in not bringing your true, authentic self to the table when it's needed to say that one thing that can shift the atmosphere to a better thing. So sacrificing, being a sacrificial leader is my self-leadership, not to a detrimental perspective, but just being able to understand that it ain't all about me.
Yeah, that in itself is when we as leaders think it's all about me. Now I've had my seasons of growth through that process.
Oh, we all have.
Because
Yeah,
I would tell you,
I
when I
have
first
too.
started out in the military with milk behind my ears as a second lieutenant, it was all about me and that car and getting that apartment that I wanted. And,
Yeah.
you know, who can help me get to the next level so I can get more money in my pocket to do those things. But as I grew and as I gained more knowledge and as I had different experiences, I began to learn that it wasn't all about me. And when you talk about your mom being a sacrificial leader in that way, it reminds me of my mom, Miss Annie Lou Williamson, Pastor Annie Lou Williamson, who's 91 years old, still preaching today. And seeing her as I've grown up, her way of leadership, and my dad, who's 92, Deacon Willie James Williamson Sr.,
Wow.
has shown me he's shown me the quiet side of leadership, competency, but quietness, and being more observant. My mom of showing me how serving other people is a gift. Having the opportunity to serve other people is a gift. It's not a burden. Now I will tell you, when I was young, I was like, "Oh, Mom, why are you doing this for this family? Why are you doing that for that family? Why are you making me give up my Christmas toys to the other kids? They got parents. Let their parents buy. You know, I want to keep my jukebox. I just got for Christmas. I'm the baby of the family, so that's kind of like being
that's
a
like
single
being an only
child.
Yeah, it is.
But seeing her build what is today a church that's already paid for, building a community
as a woman,
as a woman, building that, taking that vision and never letting go of it. When there were struggling times, because she started out at the house in the living room. From the living room went to the front storefront down in Darlington, South Carolina. And then from there, because of her leadership and her ability to collaborate with others that had resources, having the person who built that church, he built it because she asked for it, not because she had the money at the time to pay for it.
That's right. That's right.
That in itself, audience, is a nugget. How impactful is your leadership influence that someone will just because of your character do something for you?
Yeah. So, and again, the CRC, it's not because I'm so smart or because I'm so good or because I'm a millionaire as an elected official. None of that. It was because of my collaboration, my ability to support others when they were in need to bring forth a vision, and how my character, my reputation and my character had developed an element of trust in the community, regionally. That's what I worked on. Because, again, I can say a lot of pretty words, but if I don't put out what I'm talking about, it means nothing.
Yeah, those are just words.
Those are just words. And so, you know, it is important to me that, and I say this as a woman as well, it's important to me as a female elected official, female leader, that I really do what I say I'm going to do. And if I can't do it, I also come back and say, you know, here's what I tried to do, but as I look at it, I'm not going to be able to come and deliver like I thought I was going to deliver, and be willing to hear from you. Well, Andrea, you may not, but how about if we wait 2 years? Or how about if I help you do this way? I got to be open to that.
Yes.
As a leader, as a true leader, have to be open to, and it does, and understand in my self-leadership doesn't weaken me. It strengthens me.
Actually, yeah, I was getting ready to say that the ability to go back and communicate what is within my power to do and what is not. But to not go back and communicate that and try to find other ways in which we might not be able to go the straight way. We might have to maneuver down some hills and valleys and things to get to where we want to.
Yes.
But that honesty.
That honesty
is so crucially important when we're
and
communicating.
The courage to do that.
Yes. That's leadership at its core.
Yeah.
It's having the courage to be able to say, this is within my power or it's not within my power to do. But let's come together, a meeting of the minds, to figure out how we can still get to where we want to do. Get to that focus if possible. Or if that is not possible, we both understand the reasons.
Yes.
Why we cannot get to that particular thing you want us to do at this time. I think that's so important. Many leaders, I think that's where we falter when we feel, I don't have to come back and tell you.
That's right.
That's that arrogancy.
That's that arrogance. And that's, if we don't do that, see, that's where that respect comes from.
Yes.
When we do that. And it does take, and I want to say this too, because that's the other thing that I'm learning about myself. The courage. Courage is so needed at every step of leadership. It's courage. It's not about the technical piece of leadership or the title. It's the courage to step out on that faith and just know that you are equipped to do what you are called to do. That's and for important. Me, how I start my day every day in that courageous place is by prayer. I can't do it without prayer. That's just who I am. And a lot of my peers, they wonder, how do you keep doing? I see you everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's prayer.
Yeah, and my faith is your cornerstone.
It's my cornerstone. Yes, it is. And that is my arsenal to success.
Oh, I like that. The arsenal to success.
Yes.
That's awesome. Now here's what, as we come down to the end, which I don't want to stop this conversation, and I would love to have you back if you're amenable, so we can continue this conversation even more.
Okay, that's fine.
But what I want to ask you as a closing question, what would you say to women out there that say, I have a dream, I see myself doing X, Y, and Z, but my mindset says that I can't. My mindset says I don't have the resources. I don't have the intellectual capacity. I don't have a community around me. What would you say to encourage them to dare to lead differently?
One of the things that Maxwell has said, feel the fear and do it anyway. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Feel the fear and do it anyway. And what I mean by that is sometimes, and I see that as fear, because fear sometimes not sometimes, most times, can be a comfortable place for us to just resonate. But I believe that as women, we are equipped more beyond we can even imagine if we just take that one little step outside of fear. Because fear can also catapult you to take that one step. Because as women, sometimes we can be a little defiant. Just a little bit. So that's the catalyst. It's the positive thinking. That's the catalyst to help you take that one step. And I would encourage any woman who has a dream to understand that the dream is planted there not as a facade, but as an action. And all you have to do is open your heart and open your mind to the possibilities of how to do it. Because the dream is just the blueprint. But the blueprint has to have the strategic plans for each block to move forward. And that's the piece that you might not have, but you got to be willing. You've got to be willing to pursue the blueprint. It doesn't just stop at the dream. It stops. It doesn't have to stop. It's continual.
Yes.
It's continual. But believing in you, having the courage to believe in yourself, having the courage to stretch out and into untethered waters that may not feel comfortable to you, because I believe that as women, innately we have that. But also understanding that the fear that you feel could be the catalyst to the next step.
Oh, I like that. Fear can be the catalyst to the next step.
Yes.
It's all in how you look at it.
It's all in how you look at it.
Well, it has been just a pleasure and a treat talking to you. I can't wait to see you at the Dare to Lead Differently Summit.
I'm excited about that.
I can't wait to give you a big hug.
Me
But
too.
I do thank you, Supervisor Bailey, for coming and giving us these nuggets of wisdom, sharing from your heart, being authentic, in sharing the different struggles and triumphs that you've gone through in your leadership, but more importantly, telling us how we can get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And in that, just in the position you're in, speaks volumes to your leadership capacity and your leadership capability. So from now on, you are forever, for me, the atmosphere changer.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me.
You are the atmosphere changer.
Thank you.
So thank you again to our Dare to Lead Differently, Ohana. Check us out. We're going to be having more amazing conversations with just tremendous people that are real, but sharing nuggets that can help you elevate to the next level. We'll see you when we see you. Peace.
Hello, and welcome to this presentation on Distract, Dispute, and Inspire. My name is Dr. Mark Holland, and the purpose of stories is what we're going to talk about today. Before we talk about our lesson for today, I just want to share with you the larger picture of what this is a part of. I am the founder of the Business Brilliance Summit, the Business Brilliance Academy, the Business Brilliance Conference, and the Business Brilliance, say that 15 times, coaching program. And I'm glad that you're a part of it. Now, this particular lesson on storytelling comes from the third level. We have 3 levels of presentation within our program. We have the personal development, which includes things like mindset, health, emotional intelligence, finances, and such. We have business growth for those that want to start a business and need help in those areas. How do you automate your business? How do you grow your business? How do you increase your sales? And then we have the third component, which is leadership, which is communication and networking. Now, this particular lesson about storytelling comes from pillar number 3 on networking. Now, when we talk about the purpose of stories, it's a couple of things that are going on. Stories serve to distract, dispute, and inspire. And we're going to drill down on those 3 elements. And remember this as you develop your story. Everyone has their own unique experiences to share. And what you want to do is really drill down and get the emotional components of stories that you have that you want to share, so that you draw the audience into your story And as you draw them in, they can see themselves in your story. So in effect, it's not all about you, even though it is about you. It's about how what you have experienced can impact and disrupt what others may be experiencing, although it might not be the same thing that you're experiencing, but it's it's an element of that story that will connect with the audience. And when it connects, it allows you to draw them in. No matter where you go, if you're going to talk about storytelling, one of the most important elements is audience perspective. Now, what do we mean by that? We mean if you're going to a real estate agent's office, understand how real estate people think, understand the lingo they use, understand what you have in you that connect us with what's in them. So pretty much three things. Why should the audience care about your story? At the beginning, connect with them. Tell them a little bit about yourself that may connect with something within them, some personal story about not going too deeply, but about how you had a conversation with your wife or your kids or your uncle, something that all of us can relate to. And then there's an essential question that they're asking. As they're looking at you, they're saying, why should I listen to Mark Holland or whatever your name is? Put your name there. Why should they listen to you? So you're trying to establish credibility. So understanding your audience is a key component. And the way you do that is you do a survey before you go to the presentation. You arrive early. Once you get there, you talk to John over in the corner who's been with the company for 30 years. And you ask John, what are some of the hot buttons around here, man? What's going on? What are y'all excited about? What are you not so excited about? And so after you're able to do that, then you go up to your presentation and you integrate that. And isn't John surprised and doesn't he feel empowered when you say, when you're in the presentation, you say, I got a chance to talk to John. I understand he's been here for some years and we talked about so-and-so and this, that, and the other. And then you're building rapport with the audience. So why should the audience care about your story? Why should they listen to you? And the way you get that going is you understand who they are, excuse me, before you get there. Now, here are those key points we talked about, the breakdown of the purpose. Distract. Why do I want to distract? So I want to capture the audience's attention. I want to draw them into my story long enough to get them to forget about what they're going through. So if I can get you to forget what you're going through, if I can make you laugh, if I can even make you cry, if I can draw you in to what I'm doing, then I'm distracting you from your current situation. Now, once I distract you, there's another step. I want to dispute your current beliefs about your situation. Let me give you an example of that. I was in a situation where I was feeling pretty powerless, and this was when I was in college, and I called my father, and I said, Dad, I don't know what to do. I'm confused. I understand the work, but I'm not into what I'm doing here in college. I'm very close to, and I listed the whole litany of things, and he said, Mark, what are you going to do about it? So he distracted me. I wasn't expecting that question. I was expecting to be able to just complain, and he listened, then get off the phone. But once he asked me what was I going to do about it, he distracted me. He said, wait a minute, there is something I can do. And he disputed the current thinking that I had at the time was, I'm a victim. I'm 19 years old. I'm here in school. I don't have any power. I don't have any money. But he said, wait a minute, what do you want to do about it? And then to get him off my back, I said, well, Dad, I think I want to go to Hampton University in Virginia. He said, good. I want to pick you up tomorrow at 6 a.m. Be ready. And I said, what do you mean? I've already started school. Long story short, he distracted me from my situation. He disputed what was in my mind a fact, which was not a fact, that I was powerless. And then he inspired me to do something. He said, what do you want to do? And when I gave him something, even though it was something that was really to get him off my back, that's what it was. Even though that was the case, he used that to inspire me. And we went to the school, and long story short, I'd love to talk to you about the whole thing one day. We drove down to Hampton University the next day. I transferred schools. This is where I met my wife. This is why I have my business. This is why I was in ministry for 24 years. When I made that change from that one question, What are you going to do about it? It distracted me. He disputed the situation, and then I was inspired to do something different. That's how you want to utilize your stories. Now, many of you know, I'm sorry, you may not know, my mentor is Les Brown, and I work closely with him. And one of the things he talks to me about and talks to many about is how he was in the Georgia Dome and he spoke to 80,000 people. Now, before I get into that, let me give you the backstory. His mentor had to get him out of the bathroom. And this is something that he laughs about today, because when he looked out there and saw those 80,000 faces, he was terrified. And yes, the Les Brown you're thinking about. But I love when he shares that, because when I feel my butterflies, I'm like, wait a minute, my mentor, who's one of the greatest to ever have done it, felt the same thing. Now, that's a larger scale than I've been able to reach thus far. But our job is to do what he did. He came out of that bathroom. And by the way his mentor got him out of the bathroom, he said, do it for your mother. So he distracted Les. And then he disputed Les's current thinking that there was nothing he can do. And he said, do it for your mother, because he knew how much Les loved his mother. And he came out and did a fantastic job. And so when he got in front of these 80,000 people, what was his job? Remember, our purpose in every story that we do: distract, dispute, inspire. One person, 10 people, 50 people, 80,000 people, same purpose: distract, dispute, and inspire. That is our job, because we have to get the audience's mind off of us and on to the reason why we have them there, to pull them into a different reality, distract them from what they're going through, dispute the reasons why they're going through it, and then inspire those people. So that was this is one of the greatest examples in history of that. Now, again, that important element of understanding your audience. Now, we got to realize, just think about that previous slide where Les Brown was in front of 80,000 people. He doesn't know what their problems are. He doesn't know but guess what? The audience may not even know what their problem is. But we still have the opportunity to distract them from whatever's going on in their life right at that moment. Dispute whatever they're thinking. I'm powerless. I'm not smart enough. I can't do it. I'm the wrong color. I'm the wrong weight. I'm the wrong age. Whatever we need to dispute. And then we say, I'm standing here and I had some limitations in my mind that were not real. You may have that same thing. Let me talk to you about how I overcame. Let me talk to you about how when my father got me to go to a school, my whole life changed. Let me talk to you about how when I left the job that was keeping me down and I started my business, let me tell you how now I have a 6-figure per month business. Let me tell you about this. And so you tell the people, as that normal guy, Mark Holland standing up here had had many challenges. Many may have been the same as what you have had, but you can do it. There's power in you. There's greatness in you. You're sowing into them that they can do it. And you know they can, because you did it. You overcame. You saw. You conquered. You can continue to do so. Now, as you teach different principles, I want you to remember that one of the biggest ways that we learn is by repetition. And so guess what I'm getting ready to tell you to do? Distract. These are just our simplified principles. Capture the audience's attention. Put some work into how you're going to open so that you grab their attention. I have this poem I love. It's by Benjamin E. Mays. I use it often, sometimes as an opening, sometimes as a closing, sometimes in the middle, but I have it with me. And I want you to think about somebody opening it like this. I have only but a minute, only 60 seconds in it. I didn't seek it and I didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it. It's just a tiny little minute, but all of eternity is in it. Now, when I use that as an opening, it grabs their attention. Anyway, where is he going with that? So I distract them from whatever they're thinking about, the roast in the oven, the argument they had this morning, the kids doing something crazy. I distract them and I grab them. And once I grab them, I have to tell them something that's going to challenge limiting beliefs. And once I challenge those limiting beliefs, they might think that they're not smart enough. I might say something like, when I was in the third grade, and give you a story about how I, fared in the third grade and what was not working for me and what was working for me. Whatever your story is, you want to challenge their limiting beliefs, because now you're the one in front. You're the one on stage, and they can do it too. And then you want to inspire them. You want to give them a charge. Hey, do this. You were made for this. You were born for this. And you give them what they need to move forward. Now, as I said, the Business Brilliance Coaching Program, for those of you who I will have the honor and the pleasure of working with, we'll talk about a powerful story, how it engages the audience. We'll talk about the use of anecdotes and creating connection. Sometimes I use a poem. This poem is called, let me just share it with you. Two natures dwell within my breast. One is foul, the other blessed. The one I love, the other I hate. But the one I feed will dominate. Now, when I share that poem, it connects with people in such a way where they start thinking about how are they utilizing what they're intaking. Are they realizing that they have choice and that some of the things that they're watching or reading are not helping them? Are they going to make a change? So we want to engage them. I'm telling them that, listen, I may have reached this point where I'm able to assist you, but I have choice just like you do. And because of the choices that I'm making, just the power of telling a story, and you have that power within you. And I want you to be proud of it, but I want you to work it, because it's a muscle. Storytelling is a muscle, and you have to be to the point where you're developing that muscle and you respect that muscle. And so I want you to be thankful that you have it, and then be a steward of it. Because when you're a proper steward of something, you treasure it. And you not only treasure it, but you grow it. So that powerful story that is within you, and there are many stories within you, but the wide wisdom is that people tell you that teach this, including my mentor Les Brown, is get your signature story. What is that one thing that people know you about? And Les's signature story about him being a DJ and being fired and how that kicked off his career, that is his signature story. Now, as you grow, you have other things, but you always stay close to that signature story, because that's what is resonating with people. That's what got them in the seats. That's what got them in front of the TV. And so you use that, but then you use principles to help them to develop themselves. Why? Distract, dispute, inspire. Now, let's just talk about a few examples of distract, dispute, inspire. Well, let's just drill down a little bit. Inspiring stories, when you're distracting, you grab attention. And I believe it was Eleanor Roosevelt. She said something that always sticks with me. She said, I don't know the secret of success, but I do know the secret of failure, and that's trying to please everybody. And so when I hear that, I think about, what are some of the things that I'm doing that I'm not doing as well as I could because I'm trying to please somebody else? That's what it does for me. It may do something totally different for you, but the point is to distract your audience, to distract them and let them know there's something different. Dispute what's in their mind, share personal challenges and beliefs. One of the things that we go through in under pillar 1, I told you there was 3 pillars in our coaching program: the personal development, the business growth, and the leadership phases. So under that personal part, we go into core values and talking about SMART goals. And we get to share there how you pull out these things and then inspire. We want to motivate. I don't know what is going to motivate you, but I know what has done things for me. So I can tell you about them and I can weave them into my story. And as I weave these things into my story, oh boy, things are going to be transformative. That's one of the things that I do. I was a pastor for 24 years. And when I left pastoring, because I wanted to support my wife and what she was doing, what happened there was that I became a transformative speaker. So when I talk to people all over the world, it is my goal to transform them by doing these three basic things: distract, dispute, and inspire. And just as I'm doing that, you can do it. And I hope that I'm able to help you in my coaching program to do just that. Now, what we want to talk about now is tweaking your story. Here's the deal. Basically, every time I tell my story, even parts that I may have said over and over again, it becomes greater. It becomes wonderful. For example, the part of the story where I tell when I was leaving Baltimore and I was the baby and my mother and I dropped tears. This is connected to the story at the beginning that I told you about me leaving and going to Hampton University. You know what happened? I ended up calling my mother when I was 3/4 of the way to Hampton. And when I called her, I heard, "If you believe in love, let's get it on." So my mother had gotten into her older music and she had gotten comfortable. Her son was gone. So she was just fine. And that resonates with people. What is it within your story that's going to resonate with people? Because we're all connected and we all have different views. And some people are going to hear it from me, but there are many people that are waiting to hear it from you. So adjust your narrative to hit key points after you've done your study on the people and what they're doing within their firms or as individuals or as teams. You get to adjust your narrative, and then it's important to repeat, review, and reinforce what you say. In everything we do, we must measure. And so the metrics for this presentation are exactly what we started with. Distract. What captures attention? How am I going to distract this audience? Dispute. What beliefs are challenged? Are they limiting beliefs? Are the beliefs that I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm too skinny, I'm too fat, I'm too this, I'm too that? What are you challenging? You've done your study and you find that out. And then inspire. What's going to motivate you into action? You can do better. There's greatness in you. Find the keys and bring them home. And in conclusion for this segment, and there's so many more segments that I hope you've enjoyed this one on distracting, disputing, and inspiring, but there's so many more I want to share with you, so many anecdotes. And I had the opportunity to go down to my mentor, Les Brown's home and interview him. And I just wanted to close with just a piece of what we talked about, because we talked for a couple of hours. And this is just a piece of that. And throughout the courses that I have are pieces of that interview that were impactful. So remember, as you do your story, distract, dispute, inspire. You can do this. You could be one of the best at it ever if you continue to practice. I want you to be encouraged because there certainly is greatness within you. Look at this film coming up, and we'll talk soon.
One of the things that I think is very important, that when we think about the fact that we live in a culture where most people don't believe in themselves. Just imagine 12 years of so-called education, which is indoctrination. There are no classes on how to build self-esteem, how to find a sense of purpose and meaning in life, how to overcome the challenges of life. No classes on how to increase your sense of worthiness. I remember as a kid, I would hear constantly, "Lord, I'm not worthy." And so what people do and how they show up in life is a reflection of what they feel that they deserve. So when the work that I'm doing and that you're doing and the speakers that we work with is distract people from the conversation they've picked up between the ages of 0 and 7 in the book called Learned Optimism by a gentleman who wrote this 26-year most exhaustive study on self-esteem. And he's from University of Minnesota. And he said, the things that we learn, the conversations that we hear, the experiences that we have in the environment where we are, we pick up habits and behaviors and attitudes and our visions of ourselves that will follow us for the rest of our lives unless there is an interruption.
Hi, my name is Vonda Jones-Brown, and I am so excited to be a part of the Dare2Lead Differently Summit. And this afternoon, I'm going to talk to you about leading through burnout and pivots and setbacks. We all want to go beyond the glass ceiling. And this message is specifically for mid-career women leaders of color. And I want to share with you why it is important to have a professional coach as your secret weapon as you move through your journey. I want to share a little story with you and try to share it really quickly. You know, I was a mid-career woman leader, and I worked for a senior career woman leader of color, and we had a situation. And the situation was, I had learned that one of my contracts was not signed timely, and it was a very important contract. And we had our quarterly meeting with my supervisor's boss, and we had to go in and deliver an update of our organization. So I had a dilemma of telling her before the meeting or after the meeting. I decided it's important to tell her before the meeting so we wouldn't get in a meeting with her boss and be blindsided, right? So I shared the message, and her response to me was the use of the F word, right? She dropped that F-bomb in front of me, in front of my peers, and it seemed to be extended towards me, right? So my reaction was to think about where I grew up. I grew up in Southwest Baltimore, Maryland. If anyone is familiar with the TV series The Wire, I grew up not too far from there, right around the corner from my parents' home. When she dropped that F-bomb, my brain just froze. It froze, and all I could think of was removing my earrings and really retaliating against her, right? I was so mad. I took it so personally. We went into the meeting, and mind you, my brain is still hijacked. I'm like, what's happening? And through the meeting, my boss's boss was asking questions, and my response was, yeah, what? No. That was the best response I could give to questions that were asked of me, because my brain was hijacked. I just wanted my revenge. I just wanted to get back at her for publicly humiliating me in front of my peers. After the meeting, I went home. I was still frustrated. I was mad. I was embarrassed. And over the weekend, I decided I'm not stepping away from the role that I had, but I needed someone to coach me. You think about athletes. athletes have coaches to help them perform better. Why shouldn't we have coaches to help us perform better in our leadership roles? So let me talk a little bit about what's happening, right? The work environment over the last year has just become very difficult with all of the changes happening in our environment, right? Accomplished women are just reaching their breaking point, right? The burnout rate is real. And it's real because of these things. We've got what's called a double shift reality. You have a full-time job, you've got workplace responsibilities, and then you've got a full-time job at home too, right? You have household responsibilities. The laundry has to be done. The cooking has to be done. There's so many things that, very incredible women have to go home and take care of. So you have 2 full-time jobs. I used to tell my staff, okay, I put my time here at work. Now I got to go home and do my other full-time job, and that's taking care of my family. The invisible factor, right? So we work hard. We're high performing. We have even gone forward and gotten advanced degrees, right? But despite our expertise and our accomplishments, we're overlooked because we make things hum. We're in the positions where we make sure that everything is done and we do it flawlessly, and folks just think that it just happens that way. Why move her from that position that she makes hum so well to something else? And then we've got the imposter paradox. Well, we get that advancement and we're in these rooms. No one looks like us, right? In these rooms, and we start to question why we're there. We start to question, do we really have the right to be there? All of this accumulates. It accumulates and it causes a measurable toll on our health, our career satisfaction, and I'm going to talk about our wealth. So there's 3 critical points that I want to make sure is clear to you all, that I think that is impacting, our ability to move forward. One is the burnout trap. Burnout is when that physical exhaustion meets emotional depletion. You are exhausted. Sleeping late on Saturday does not remove your exhaustion, right? You are always managing the crisis at work, the family's expectation at home, and the invisible labor of holding it all together. So I'm going to just give you an example. Laundry. That's invisible labor. Nobody pays you for laundry, but it has to be done. And it has to be done right. So therefore, you're doing the laundry, and heaven forbid if something happens and you're not able to get to it. It is usually a crisis in your household when someone cannot find clean clothes to wear. Resonate? The career pivot dilemma, right? You are doing a job. You are doing a very good job. However, you're trying to think of, am I really satisfied? Is this really aligned with my goals and my values? I want to go in a new direction, but I've been doing this for so long. I'm afraid to take a step forward and get a job or to do something, make a shift in my career, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm going to lose money. I'm afraid I might fail. And that stalls us. So we stay stuck in a job that we really don't want to do, right? It's not serving our values and, our goals. So the third scenario is missed promotions. You are passed over despite your qualifications, your tenure, your age, there's gender bias out there. All of those things kind of erode your self-worth. When you have trained the person that is promoted over you, that does something to you, right? It leaves you feeling very unfulfilled, very unappreciated. So I told you I would talk about financial impact. So let's look at some silent drivers of financial loss. This doesn't happen all at the same time, right? What feels like exhaustion on the surface becomes missed raises, delayed promotion, and reduced long-term wealth. So missed raises. If you are not performing at your best, you're not receiving significant raises. You're not, right? So you may get the minimum because you are not at your best when you are exhausted, physically and emotionally. Delayed promotions. So pushing back, leadership advancements, money. You advance, you usually get money. 1 or 2 years, you miss a couple of promotions and you're not earning that money that you should be earning. And you think about retirement. Most retirement packages are based on your last few highest salaries. Well, if you are staying stuck because you're missing raises, you don't get the delayed promotions, your salary is capped, therefore your retirement package is not what it should have been. Then we get to a state where we are so exhausted, we just want to survive. So it looks better for us to look back and get a lower graded position or lower salary position, and then therefore you've cost yourself money again. You've made a reactive decision because you're exhausted and you just want to get out. You just want out. So, we go to, well, what do we do? What do we do? And how can I help myself? So first thing we run to are self-help books, and we read them over the weekend, and they are very inspiring, and you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. I know what to do. But they're not personalized or help you remain accountable to what needs to be done. Then you go to networking events. You love the networking events, and they are so helpful for connection, but it's not a strategy or help you repair your confidence, right? HR interventions. I want us to recognize HR interventions are standardized for the organization's needs, not your unique situation, right? Therapists are essential for emotional processing. Therapists really help you process the past events, but not necessarily a career strategy going forward. Mentorships. I love my mentors, right? They are valuable, but they're informal. I'll tell you a little story. I had a mentor. She was excellent. And I was explaining to her the relationship and the tension between my supervisor, I was speaking of earlier in our conversation, and I went to her. I was exhausted. And I said, I'm going to step back. I am going to step back into my senior manager role. I was comfortable there. I could balance it with my family. And she was brutally honest with me. And she leaned in like this and she said, no, you're not. No, you're not. You work too hard to get to this spot to step back. When you step back like that, you are impacting not only your career, you are impacting your ability to make money. I didn't realize that. That was an aha for me. You will cap yourself at your retirement, and you will not have the growth that you were intended, that you went through all this training to receive. She was so right, and I thank her to this day. Then you're dealing with the inconsistency. If your mentor is senior, it will be hard to get on their calendar. So you may have intended to meet once a month, but it will get pushed back, right? Maybe 2-3 months depending on their calendar. So therefore, mentorship is great, but it's informal and it's inconsistent. Then this is what we normally do. We go it along. We're going to push through. We're going to push through. We're going to make it happen. That is the most common approach that mid-career women take. And I will tell you, it is a costly path. You can get with girlfriends and have a girlfriend weekend, and we tend to get together and we commiserate who has the most tragic story, right? Who has the hardest path. That may make you feel good for that weekend. However, it does not last, right? Or this is the other thing we do. We'll go out and buy a designer bag or some designer shoes. That was just such an emotional uplift for many of us. But that does not solve your problem. You are still stuck after spending money for the wine, money for the hotel to hang out with your girlfriends, and money on the designer bags and designer shoes. That is not what we need. Insight is not execution. You may know what's going on. You may be able to articulate it, but if you don't do anything about it, just knowing that you're burned out is not execution. You need a personalized, accountable roadmap to move you forward. So what changes with a coach? What changes when you have a coach? So I just pulled out these little 5 things that I want us to think about. Clarity. Before you have a coach and you are burnt out and you're experiencing missed promotions and you're trying to figure out a career pivot, you are often confused, overwhelmed, and scattered in your thinking, right? You're not sure. After you have a coach, you have crystal clear priorities and direction. You know what steps you're taking and you know what the intended outcome is. Your confidence. Well, your confidence is a little bit shaken before you have a coach, right? You probably got some imposter syndrome. Why am I here? And some fear. So after you talk with a coach, you have a really good trusted partner and a coach. You should have grounded self-confidence and you've got some resilience because you know that the path is not clear of obstacles, but you'll know how to handle those obstacles and how to get over them. Your strategy before you're just reacting. Let me just take this position to get out of the situation. Your path forward is unclear. After working with a coach, you have proactive moves with a clear roadmap, right? You're not waiting for permission. You are proactive to get you to where you want to be. Your energy level is usually depleted. You're very cynical and you're just running on fumes, right? You're just showing up, making it happen. Once you have an opportunity to partner with a coach, you're energized, you're purposeful, you're resilient because you know what the transformation is going to be, where you want to go, right? So you get some energy about you to get things moving forward. Your relationships. So let's talk about this. Usually your relationships are strained when you are scattered. You have poor boundaries. People are just all over you, right? You don't know how to say no. And resentment builds as a consequence. So therefore your relationships are strained. Once you're working with a coach, you've got healthier boundaries. You know how to set those boundaries. And it improves your connections with people, right? Your loved ones especially. Income. So your income's stagnant before you're working with the coach. You're most likely undervaluing yourself, who you are. So after a coach, you have a plan, and it's usually increased through strategic moves. You're getting those promotions. You're able to see what's possible for you in a coach. What to look for in a coach. Here are must-haves. You've got to have specialized leadership or career expertise, extensive experience working with mid-career women, the proper credentials. I cannot say enough about the International Coaching Federation. Those credentials are standardized to make sure that the right coaching practices are in place. Clear accountability mechanisms and ironclad confidential boundaries. When you're speaking with your coach, you should feel completely safe and secure with what you're communicating to them. Just some quick red flags. If you're being given advice versus discovery, if someone's telling you what to do, they're not coaching you, they are your consultant, right? This is about you and your experience, not someone else's. If they have vague processes and they're not able to articulate their specific methodology or demonstrate past results, you probably want to stay away. And if they have poor structure, lack of professional boundaries, or inconsistent communication are all red flags for you. So I want to finalize with dispelling common myths about these 3 questions. What would become possible if burnout was not running the show? Notice what becomes possible when exhaustion is no longer in charge. If you weren't tired, what would you do differently? Take 5-10 minutes after this presentation and write those things down. What am I afraid might happen if I pursue what I really want? Not what somebody else wants for me, what you really want. Name the invisible obstacle. Identify your fears of being judged. I might fail. Loss of security that keep you playing small, downsizing you. And what would it take for you to gain trust of yourself? Consider how to rebuild your self-belief through honest reflection and action. How do you reconnect with your instincts? Write those questions. Write the answers to those questions down. Let's connect if you want to talk more. If you need a coach that can help you through being a mid-career woman leader of color and your challenges, I can be reached through that QR code. Take a minute to scan it. You'll go directly to my LinkedIn. And I just want to reiterate, my program is about being unseen to unstoppable. Connect with me. Thank you for your time.
Three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that makes positive things happen, and I know that you are too. This is Dr. Jonas Gatson, DTM, known as Mr. Enthusiasm. This is your time and this is your turn. This is the decade for the doers to take a chance, to take charge and take control of your life, because you can always better your best. Welcome. I have a positive, powerful, and purposeful lesson. Dare to dream. Dare to lead differently summit. Dare to lead differently summit. But dare to dream. Dare to write that book. Dare to open that business. Yes, I got a positive, powerful, and purposeful message for you today. From my new book, Mastering Your Message, pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. And I want to challenge you. There's almost over 8.5 billion people on the planet, and there'll never be another one just like you. No one else can live your dreams, your goals, or your aspirations, or no one else can duplicate your fingerprints, your handwriting, or your voice. My new book, Mastering Your Message. Pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. This is your time and this is your turn. I dare you to live your dream. I dare you to think different. I dare you to be that leader that you can be. I dare you in 2026 and beyond don't go where you may lead, but go where other people can lead you. Because a great leader is a great leader, not only lead by example, but he goes the way, he shows the way, and he goes the way. And so today I want to share with you, for wherever you are listening to, Dare to Lead Differently Summit. Because the way you used to lead doesn't have the power today. You got to learn how to lead, but you also have to learn how to also be able to follow and to be able to connect with a team. Also to be able to be more of the word I'm looking for, more of not only a leader, but also a follower, but also the elaborator, and also. But let me get to my message. I only have a few moments. I'm so proud of Mrs. Young to put this summit together. And here I'm going to talk to you about the power of your voice. Your voice gets you that new job. That voice gets you that promotion. That voice gets you that raise. That voice gets you that mate. That voice gets you to be communicate and open that business and sign that contract. Your voice is very, very important. Bonus from Journal. If you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. And let me tell you something. Always make your word, bonus from Journal, always make your word short and sweet, because you never know which one you'll have to eat. And when your value is clear, your decision is it. We need to hear your voice. I know all of us had hurts, habits, and hang-ups, but the healing power, how did you turn that around? How you turn that obstacle into opportunity, to that stumbling block into stepping stone, into that scars into stars. How you tore down the barrier and get to the bridge with the stories and what you did to overcome. So your voice is very important. If you're going to live your dreams, your goals, and your aspirations, you got to get your message together. You got to have your voice. You got to build your vocabulary together, which is critical. So your voice is getting you what you need in life. So you talk about your voice. First of all, if you're going to make the great impact, number one, you got to touch the heart first. Connection. And you got to touch the heart, and then you got to touch the head, and then you got to touch your hand, and then you got to move your body to the next level. Now, communication, if you're not touching them, emotion, 100% study shows now that people are touched and make decisions based upon their emotion first, and then their logic second, then it motivates their hand, and then it drives their feet to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. So that's very, very important that you got your voice together. You know who you are. We were given 2 ears and 1 mouth. That means we must listen twice as much as we talk. And also, let me tell you something. When you go introduce to be speaking, they make a decision on you 7 seconds before you get on the platform. And before you open up your mouth, they make the final decision on you in 90 seconds. So you don't want to get up there, this is my name and who you are. Because listen, everybody has a neon sign on their forehead. And on their neon sign says, what's in it for me? They don't care about what you drive. They don't care what you live. They don't care what hurts you got. They want to know what's in it for me. So you want to come out with a punch and let people know that, listen, you got to stand up to be seen, seen, speak up to be heard, and sit down to be appreciated. Because people are busy. You ain't got to talk about how y'all doing. It's good to be here. Good to be in this country. They don't care nothing. You got to come up there with an opening. There are three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that makes positive things happen, and I know that you are too. So we need to hear your voice. Your voice, your hurts, your habits, and what you have overcome. And let me tell you something. Don't tell people about things you that haven't overcome yet. See, because sometimes we tell them stories, but it happened 20 years ago. We tell them about what I got hurt by. And then we got hurt, but then we nurse it. We tell the story over and over, so then we rehearse it. And so when people tell you, telling your story about this happening, and people say, oh my goodness, when did this happen? 20 years ago. Because you have rehearsed it, you have nursed it, you have cursed it. But Dr. Jonas, what I can do? Reverse it. This is the first day of the rest of your life. Yesterday's the cancer check. Tomorrow is a promissory note. But the day you have cash in your hand, spend it wisely. Live full and die empty. Yes, I'm talking to you. So dare to be that leader. Dare to think different. Dare to be with positive, powerful, and purposeful people. Dare, when they hear your voice, that you're speaking hope. You're talking about value. As I mentioned earlier, there's 8.5 billion people on the planet, and there'll never be another one just like you. No one else can duplicate your fingerprint, your handwriting, or your voice. And some of our voice we adopt from our parents, from our teachers, but we want you to in this time and in this year to get that authentic voice, the real voice. And then we've got that real voice, then you'll be able to emphasize your value. Bonus one, Jones, when your value is clear, your decision is easy. What drives you? What is your goal? What do you plan to be, do, and have? But you got to do. You have to be first. That's the directive. Then you got to do. Then you got to have. You know, I tell people, you heard about psychology? You heard about sociology? Well, I drop by to give you a big bonus from Joma. Duology. It's time to do it. And do it now. And then you got a vision. Your voice, now you can articulate your vision. Your vision starts with you. It starts with one. But then you cash your vision, and then you bring in your team. You bring in your group. You're bringing your investors. But it starts with me. But it can't stay with me. My thoughts can't stay with me. My dream can't stay with me. My goal can't stay with me. I got to catch it, and you got to teach it, and it got to be part of you. So if you're going to make a difference in 2026 and beyond, you're going to have a dream so powerful. And one of the things we have to do is get a crystal clear. What is your dream? What is your goal? What is your aspiration? What do you plan to do? Who you plan to help? My goal now is to help 100,000 more people in my lifetime and more. But you gotta dream big and dare to be different. Average is over. No one is looking for averages. No matter of fact, no one even looking for generalists. If you put the word generalist in your computer, you'll get pages and pages of a generalist. But if you put a specialist in, you're only going to get a few. I specialize in public speaking. I specialize in communication. That's why I got a DTM and Toastmaster. That's why I graduated from Dale Carnegie. That's why I graduated from Monroe Community College. That's why I train people from around the world in Eastman Kodak Company and other people from around the world. Because people are hiring specialists. Somebody just, I just love to laugh. I just love to have fun. Well, will it pay for you? Just have fun, have laugh. Your goal has to be so valuable until they're willing to pay you for it. I know it's tight, but it's right. So the voice is critical. Your value is critical. Your vision is critical. As I started wrapping up to a close, you heard about Helen Keller. Well, this young promoter wanted to go up to Helen Keller and said, Helen Keller, I'm so sorry that you cannot see. And Helen Keller, she didn't hesitate. She said, worse than have 20/20 eyesight is no vision. And some of us got 20/20 eyesight, but no vision. You got to get a larger vision yourself. You got to have your voice. You got to talk up. You got to come from the back of the room. I used to be in the corporate America when they didn't listen to me and somebody say something after me and they said applaud them. And some of you are in the street, but you haven't been heard. You have a job. You have a dream. You have your own business. You have whatever it is, a product, whatever it is, but you're sitting on it. It's time now to pick up your mic. Pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. So as I close, I just want to share with you, I got a gift for all of you. You go to my website, www.jonasbonus.com, a free gift on finances. And of course, my brand new book is out right now, Mastering Your Messes. Pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. You can contact me also on the social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, and LinkedIn. Or you can email me at jonaswiththebonus@outlook.com. That's jonaswiththebonus@outlook.com. Or you can give me a call at 585-703-9547. That's 585-703-9547. And again, we need to hear your voice. And again, we want you to know what your value, because when your value is clear, your decision is easy. And if you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. Bonus is going to always make your words short and sweet, because you'll never know which one you'll have to eat. And then you have a larger vision of yourself, who you want to be, what you want to have, and what you want to do. This has been Dr. Jonas with the Bonus, known as Mr. Enthusiasm. 12. Right now, I'm working on books, but right now, 9 brand new books, all of them made Amazon selling list. And we're looking to make this brand new one that's going to be launched next week. Mastering Your Message. Pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. This has been Dr. Jonas with your bonus. My motto is, since greatness is possible, excellent is not enough. Go for greatness. Go for greatness. Go for greatness. Go for greatness. Go for greatness.
You've done everything right. You hit the goal, you built the thing, and then one morning you wake up and wonder, what's next? On paper, my life looks stable and successful. I spent nearly 2 decades in education. I was a leader. I was dependable. I did what I was supposed to do. I showed up. I delivered, and I built a career that made sense. But inside, something started to shift. That moment of not knowing your next move is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It's a sign that you have outgrown the version of you that got you here. I'm Tori Green. I'm a clarity coach, a life insurance strategist, and a former educator. And one of the most important things I've learned through leadership, education, business, and my own personal transition is this. The people who move forward most powerfully are not the ones who always have the perfect plan. They are the ones willing to acknowledge when they have outgrown who they used to be and courageous enough to move anyway. So today, I want to talk to you about you haven't lost your way, why high performers feel stuck, and what to do next. I want to start with two honest questions, and I don't want you to answer these for me. I want you to answer them for yourself. How many of you have achieved something you once desperately wanted? Whether that was a title, a promotion, you hit a business milestone, you achieved a level of success you worked incredibly hard for, and then you found yourself wondering why it still did not feel the way you thought it would. Because that feeling can be incredibly confusing. You finally arrive at the thing you thought would make everything click. And instead of fulfillment, you feel exhausted, disconnected, and most people never talk about that part. Now, the second question is how many of you are constantly moving, constantly producing, constantly doing? But if you are completely honest, you are no longer sure you are moving in the right direction. Because movement and alignment are not the same thing. And a lot of high performers, leaders, entrepreneurs, we know how to stay busy while quietly feeling disconnected from ourselves. And I know that feeling personally because for years I kept thinking I just needed to push harder, think harder, accomplish more. But then I finally realized the issue was not the effort. The issue was alignment. I hadn't lost my ambition or my drive. I really lost the connection to what actually was true for me. And that realization changed everything. Because sometimes feeling stuck is not failure. Sometimes it's a signal that something in your life no longer fits the person you are becoming. And today I want to talk about what happens when you stop ignoring that signal and finally begin moving with clarity instead of just momentum. It's not that you are broken, but what if the issue is that you have evolved? The problem is that many leaders and entrepreneurs try to solve this discomfort by pushing harder. You work more. You're trying to prove more. But you cannot outperform misalignment. That feeling, it's coming from carrying a version of yourself that no longer fits. A role you have outgrown, a definition of success that no longer feels true, a life that looks right on the outside, but on the inside, it doesn't feel aligned anymore. And when you recognize that, things begin to shift because now the question is not what's wrong with me, but the question becomes what is trying to change within me. And that is a conversation that I want us to have today. I don't want to just talk about achievement or success. I want to talk about what happens when you reach a point where your next level doesn't require you to perform more. It requires more truth. And here's what I see happening to so many leaders, entrepreneurs, and professionals. You're smart, capable, you're disciplined. From the outside, your life looks successful. But inside, something feels off. And it's not because you're failing or because you're lazy. It's because somewhere along the way, you lost clarity while continuing to maintain your momentum. And that's dangerous because movement can distract you from misalignment for a very long time. When your calendar is full and your business is growing and people still see you as successful, it becomes easy to ignore those internal signals telling you something isn't right, you're not aligned. But instead of slowing down long enough to listen, most people speed up because that feels productive and stopping feels uncomfortable. I call this the clarity debt. And just like financial debt, it compounds, it builds over time. Every time you make a decision from pressure instead of from alignment, every time you make a commitment without honesty, every year you spend ignoring what you already know, that costs you twice, once in time and once in energy. And eventually you wake up exhausted without fully understanding why. Because that misalignment, it drains you. And this clarity debt shows up in three major ways. And the first way is what I call the busy trap. You're constantly moving, your schedule is full, you're checking boxes, you are getting things done. But if I ask you, what are you truly building toward right now? The answer would feel unclear because busyness has become a substitute for direction. The second one is the identity squeeze. And this is where success becomes complicated because the version of you that built your current life, they deserve respect. But sometimes that version of you is no longer aligned with where you are meant to go next. And instead of evolving, many people just stay trapped, performing an old identity because it feels safer than becoming someone new. And the third one is the decision delay. And this one is deeply personal for a lot of people because usually deep down, you already know the move, you know the conversation, you know the change, the decision, but you keep waiting for more certainty. You want more confidence. You want the timing to be perfect. And what most people don't realize is this. Waiting is still a decision. It is simply a decision that's made by default. So let me ask you something. How many of you have felt at least one of these in the last year? This is not weakness. This is awareness. And awareness is powerful because the moment you can clearly name what's happening, you finally create the possibility for change. Information creates awareness. Awareness creates movement. And movement is where clarity begins. Now, before they move forward, most people think that they need certainty. They think they need to feel fully ready, fully confident, or fully sure before they take action. Certainty says, I need to know how this ends before I begin. But life rarely works that way. Clarity, on the other hand, is different. Clarity is not having every answer, but it's trusting the direction enough to take the next step, even without seeing the entire path yet. And for a long time, I thought clarity would come first. I thought if I just thought harder, if I researched more, if I planned more, if I waited longer, that everything would finally click into place. But what I learned, clarity is not found through overthinking. It's built through intentional movement. And this matters because so many people stay stuck waiting for a feeling that may never come. They stay in jobs they've outgrown. They delay decisions they already know they need to make. They wait for confidence before taking action. But confidence is not what creates movement. It's the other way around. Movement creates confidence. So if you're in a season where things feel unclear, I want you to remember this. Feeling stuck does not mean something is wrong with you. It may simply mean something in your life is ready to change. And instead of trying to figure out everything before you move, maybe your next step should just be to trust yourself enough to begin. Because clarity rarely comes before the move. Clarity comes through the move. I want to walk you through something I call the next move method. And it's 4 questions that when you take the time to answer them honestly, it will eliminate the noise and show you exactly what your next move is. I've used them on myself and I've used them with others. And they work because they don't ask you to think harder. They ask you to get honest faster. So question 1. What is actually true right now? Not what you hope would be true. Not what you told people in your last strategy meeting. Not what you post online. Not the story you've been repeating to convince yourself that everything is fine. But what is actually, honestly, uncomfortably true about where your business, your leadership, and your life are right now. Because deep down, most people already know. They know when they are exhausted, but they're calling it driven. They know when the vision no longer excites them, but they keep pushing anyway. They know when they have become more focused on maintaining an image than telling themselves the truth. They know when growth has stalled or when success no longer feels the way they thought it would. And honesty is hard when your identity is being tied to the one who has it together. So instead of slowing down long enough to ask what is true, most people just skip straight to the strategy. Like, what should I do next? How do I fix this? How do I get motivated again? But doing more does not fix a direction problem. And you cannot navigate from a location you refuse to acknowledge. And that's why clarity always starts with honesty. Because the truth is, clarity is rarely absent. Most of the time it's avoided. And it's not because people are not able to see what's wrong, but it's because once you admit what is really true, once you get honest with yourself, then you realize something may need to change. And that change may require you to step into the unknown. But when you stop performing and when you start being honest with yourself and telling yourself the truth, something shifts. Honesty creates awareness. Awareness creates clarity. And that is where real transformation begins. Question 2. What is costing you the most right now? Most people immediately say things like fear, lack of time, I'm overwhelmed, I don't have enough resources. But honestly, I don't think those are usually the real issue. I think what costs people the most is avoidance. The decision that you haven't made, the conversation you haven't had, the boundaries that you haven't set, or the truth that you haven't acknowledged, or the version of yourself that you've already outgrown, but you're still performing out of habit or obligation. And those unresolved decisions, they drain you. It's like when you wake up and you already feel tired. You feel it when simple things start feeling heavy. When your mind never fully rests because something in you knows that something needs to change. And the longer we avoid what we already know, the more expensive it becomes. And I'm not just talking about financially, but I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Because every time you ignore what you know is true, you slowly stop trusting yourself. And that's why this question matters. Most leaders aren't stuck because they have no options. They're stuck because they have too many options, but they've not been willing to identify which one actually matters most. So instead of moving clearly, they stay busy. They're researching more. They're planning more. They're overthinking. But clarity doesn't come from endlessly exploring possibilities. It comes from being willing to name the thing you already know is costing you peace and alignment. And truthfully, the first answer that quietly came to your mind just now when I asked that question That is the thing. That is the conversation or the decision or the shift. And more often than not, that is your next move. Question 3. What are you pretending not to know? Because this is where things get real. Most people are not actually confused. They are conflicted. And there is a difference. Confusion says, I have no idea what to do. While conflict says, I know, but I don't want to face what comes with knowing. You already know when something is no longer aligned. You know when your leadership has become performative instead of purposeful. You know when you are staying committed to something that no longer feels true simply because you invested so much into it. And acknowledging that truth, it can feel dangerous because once you admit it, you may have to disappoint some people. You may have to change directions. You may have to become someone unfamiliar. And that is why so many people stay stuck. It's not because they're not smart enough or they lack strategy, but it's because they are avoiding the discomfort that honesty requires. And I learned this personally because there was a season where I kept telling myself, I just need more clarity. I need more confidence. I need more time. But underneath all of that, I already knew the truth. I had outgrown where I was. I knew something in my life needed to shift. I knew that the exhaustion that I felt was not just burnout, it was misalignment. And the longer I pretended not to know, the heavier everything became. Because avoiding the truth doesn't remove it. It only delays the transformation that's attached to it. And so that's why this question matters so deeply. What are you pretending not to know? Because your next level is usually hidden behind the truth you keep trying to negotiate with. And the moment you stop arguing with what you already know, you finally create space for movement. Question 4. So after all of that, after the honesty, the awareness, the recognition of what you already know, the question is no longer, what's wrong with me? The real question becomes, what is my next move? Not the perfect strategy. We don't need your 5-year plan mapped out from the beginning to end, every single step, just the next move. Because one of the biggest reasons people stay stuck is that they overwhelm themselves trying to solve their entire future at once. But clarity rarely works that way. You do not need complete certainty about the whole path. You just need enough clarity to take the next aligned step. And then that step is going to create the momentum. And this next move for you, it could be a decision that you need to make. It could be a conversation that you need to have. Maybe you need to set a boundary with someone or with something. It's finally admitting what you truly want. And sometimes it's letting go of a version of yourself that no longer fits. But usually you already know what it is. And that's why I want you to write it down. Not the safe answer, not the answer that sounds the most responsible, the real one. Because the goal is not perfection. The goal is movement, and movement changes things. Movement creates the momentum, it creates confidence, and then confidence is built through action. It doesn't come before the action, it's built through you taking the action. And so most people are waiting to feel fully ready before they move. But the people who transform their lives, leadership, and businesses most powerfully are usually the ones willing to move before the certainty arrives. Because eventually they realize something important. The cost of staying where you are has become greater than the discomfort of moving forward. So whatever came to your mind just now, that may not be your entire roadmap, but it might be the beginning of your next chapter. So I want you to take some time right now and write down your answer to question 4. Not the answer that sounds responsible, or impressive or say the real one? Would you finally make the decision you have been delaying? Would you stop shrinking your vision to fit other people's comfort? Would you leave the thing that no longer aligns? Would you speak up? Would you start? Would you finally admit what you truly want? Moments like this are rare. Most people never slow down long enough to hear themselves think. So when the room gets quiet, truth has space to surface. And whatever just came to your mind, that matters. The first thing, the thing that made your stomach tighten a little, the thing that immediately brought up fear or resistance or excuses, that's usually where the truth lives. Because your next move is rarely hidden from you. More often than not, it's sitting beneath the layers of you overthinking, of you trying to be a people pleaser, of you waiting for certainty. And honesty, clarity is not the hardest part, the honesty is. And after you become honest with yourself, the courage comes. And that courage, it gets you to stop negotiating with what you already know. You begin to have the courage to trust yourself enough to take one aligned step at a time. So whatever you just wrote down, that is your next move. So the work is becoming honest enough to admit it and courageous enough to finally move towards it. So the story I want to share is not about a dramatic moment where everything fell apart. It's about a quieter moment, the kind that's easy to ignore. The moment when your life looks fine on the outside, but inside you know something no longer fits. When you reach a point where you've done everything right, where you built your career, you stay consistent, you've met expectations, but yet you feel disconnected from your own life. And I want to speak about what happens next, because for me, the defining moment wasn't a single decision. It was me realizing that I couldn't keep choosing what was familiar over what was true. It was the moment I had to stop avoiding the truth that I had outgrown where I was. If I had just 7 minutes with my younger self, I wouldn't give her a perfect plan. I would tell her this: you don't need to have everything figured out to move forward. You don't need to wait until it makes sense to everyone else. And you don't need to stay where you are just because it's working. I would tell her to trust the feeling that something is shifting. I would tell her that the world needs to hear this because so many people are living in the exact space right now. They are successful. They are smart. They are capable. They are doing all the right things, but they feel stuck, unclear, or out of alignment. And instead of recognizing that as a signal, they question themselves. They are simply at a point where their next chapter is asking more of them. And when I think more about my story, I realize that being honest with myself, it helped me to see that I wasn't broken, that I wasn't behind, but that it was time for me to begin to live the life that I was meant to live. You haven't lost your way. You've outgrown your season. Because so many people think they are lost when really they are evolving. They think something is wrong because what used to fulfill them no longer does. The role, the title, the routine, or even the version of success they once worked so hard for no longer fits the person they're becoming. And instead of recognizing growth, they call it confusion. But outgrowing something does not mean you failed there. It may have served you, it may have shaped you, it may have even carried you into the next version of yourself. And one of the hardest things we do is we hold on to versions of ourselves that no longer align because they once made us feel safe, successful, or validated. And I need you to hear this clearly. You are not behind, you are not broken, and you are not failing because your soul no longer connects to where you are. Sometimes that feeling is not confusion. It's an invitation into a new season, into you going to a new level of honesty, of alignment, of becoming a new version of yourself. But you can't step into that next chapter while still holding on and trying to force yourself to fit into the last one. And that is why clarity matters. Not because clarity gives you guarantees, but it gives you direction. So if there is one thing I hope you leave with today, it's this. You do not need perfect certainty to move forward. You just need the willingness to tell yourself the truth about where you are, the courage to trust yourself enough to take the next step, and the belief that clarity will meet you as you move. Because you've not lost your way, you have simply outgrown your season. And maybe your next chapter begins the moment you stop asking for certainty and you finally choose to move with clarity. So, those 4 questions I just walked you through, that is the foundation of something I built called the Next Move Framework. And it's a playbook, it's a guided workbook, and it's built specifically for leaders and entrepreneurs. And it takes you through my full Next Move method with reflection questions, coaching guidance, and journaling prompts that help you figure out not just what your next move is, but what your answers are actually telling you to do with them. And it also includes a complete 90-day leadership plan, so you leave the work with more than insight. You leave with a direction you actually trust and a timeline to move in. And I built this because I needed it. And what I want you to remember as I bring this to a close, during this talk, there was probably a moment where something surfaced for you, a decision, a next step, a conversation you know you need to have, a version of yourself you know you can no longer ignore. And if that happened for you today, I don't want you to leave this room and go back into where you were, go back into autopilot. So that's why I created this playbook. And it's not another motivational resource that sounds good for a day and gets forgotten, but it's a practical guide to help you move into action. And I want to say this clearly. This is not about having your entire life figured out tonight or today. It's not about forcing yourself to make some dramatic change. It's just simply helping you to become honest enough to take the next aligned step. Because your next move does not require certainty. It requires honesty, courage, action, movement. And right now, this playbook is available for $39, and that is the summit price. So if something resonated with you today, if you wrote something down, you know you've been avoiding, this is your invitation not to ignore it. So you can scan the QR code, or you can visit the link on the screen to download the playbook. And more than anything, my hope is that this is not just something you look at, you write down 1 or 2 things, but I hope this is something that helps you finally move, because you've not lost your way. You are simply being called into your next chapter, and your next move starts now. Thank you.
A treat for you today. I have one of my friends, my colleagues, my battles, my little brother, whatever you want to call him. Chris Hampton of the Champ I Am platform. And when I tell you he's going to be dropping some gems today as we talk about leadership and the importance of leaders making sure that their mind, their body, mentally they're healthy, but that they put that on their radar and make sure that they keep time and energy poured into that to help them be better leaders. I am the CEO and founder of LT3 Leadership Solutions, as you know, Brigadier General retired Twanda E. Young, your hammers, velvet hammer leadership entrepreneur, advisor, developer, all those things you want to call me. But today we're going to have a fun conversation about practical implementable strategies, day one, that you can use or to reflect on as a leader to help you be better. So welcome, Christopher Hampton. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great. You know what? I found a great way of introducing all the things that we're doing. We're leadership architects. That's how we say
I like that. I like that. Leadership architects.
We're leadership architects. We're going to take that.
I like that. That's nice. So as we talk about the architecture of leadership, I really want to get your perspectives on the health of a leader. What does that mean for you?
Well, I come from an old saying where it says, heal people, hurt people, hurt people. And one of the worst experiences that you can have is being able to serve under a broken leader. Because what they do is instead of, dealing with themselves and being able to take the time to put into themselves to heal, they learn how to function jacked up. So jacked up people end up jacking other people up. And how many people out there have been under leadership that was jacked up mentally, emotionally? Their life was not aligned. They were out of alignment. And now they find themselves hurting the people that are around them, and nobody can be. So I try to show leaders how to create space that they can heal and be healthy so that they can raise up healthy leaders as well.
Yeah, I remember one of the things that in my career during the military times, there was a time where I was a jacked up leader. When I say jacked up, just emotionally because of what I was going through at the time of the leader that was over me that was jacked up, that I was to the point where my meals was a bottle of Boone's Farm. Now, don't judge me. Was a bottle of Boone Farms wine and some Oreo cookies. That was my meal for almost a year. So that began to, of course, my health decline. I was beginning to be on the verge of an alcoholic, if you will, because that's all I was feeding myself. So when we are under people that are jacked up, that we have given trust to, all that does is set the stage for chaos and downward motion. So what are some of the strategies and things that you do to help you remain healthy as a leader?
Well, I've learned, I speak in acronyms a lot, so it keeps me on track and keeps me aligned and helps y'all remember what I said too. So when you think of the word space, think of it like space period, SPACE with a period behind each of those letters, right? So first strategy that you want to have is make sure that you are aware of your spiritual space. And a lot of times when we talk about spiritual, the very first thing that we start dealing with is faith-based, but it's not always faith-based. It's the internal you. If you realize that there's an internal you that needs to be able to be fit, just as fit as we deal with the outward man, we have to make sure that our inward person is strong. And that's where you feel the anxiety, that feel the emotions and all those different things that we feel on the inside. That's our inner man is built to deal with that. My question is how strong is your inner man? Because the thing is who you feed the most wins. If you feed the body, the body is going to grow. The body's going to build muscles. As you see, I'm in my gym shirt, right? I'm learning how to get these guns
Look at
up.
mine. Look at mine. Look at mine.
You got
I'm
you
working on
still got your guns,
look.
Jen. You still got your guns. I'm developing my future me. I want to be able to dress right in my 50s and look good.
Get that 6-pack or the 8-pack.
Well, let's talk about that because it's just one pack, and I'm learning right now how to get that one pack down to the 6 individual. And I get it there every now and when I press my body, and I cramp up and I see the 8-pack is really there. But that's the reality is that it's really there, but you got to develop that body to get to your pack, right? And how many of us are strong on the outside, weak on the inside? Because we don't take the time to acknowledge the spiritual you. So when we talk about strategies in the spiritual space, of course, I'm going to go. I believe prayer works. So I'm going to talk about what's your creator line that you have open. Are you doing that? And what prayer does, it takes the stress of the day and it puts it before you, and then you're putting it before Him. And a good thing about prayer is it allows you to acknowledge the stuff that we're going through.
Mm-hmm.
It's an internal way of acknowledging this is the stuff that I'm going through. Now, what you do with that prayer is up to you. But I give that prayer to Him to help me, to give me the wisdom to work that out. But another side of that is meditation. Meditation is a principle that works for everybody. What we meditate on is when you think of meditation, is the pondering of a thought. So sometimes we are thinking so much on the negative that we are meditating on negative more than we are meditating on the positive thought, because we keep on rehearsing that negative trope over and over and over again. How are you making space to take care of that in your spiritual space? And again, who you feed the most wins. So I'm not saying don't take care of your outside body, but just as much intention that you put into your natural side, the muscles and the dieting and the supplements, you need to make sure that you are taking care of that inner man as well.
Right.
That P side is important, is personal boundaries. And you'll find out that people don't have boundaries the way that we used to. And the reason why you are jacked up mentally and spiritually is because you have rolled your gates down and you've let everybody in.
Trying to be helpful to everyone.
You're not supposed to be open to everybody. That's why you have. Have you heard that old that you in the country, the bull in the China? Was it the bull in the China closet?
In the China shop? Yep.
Yeah, you can put a bull in the China shop. That's not where bulls go. Bulls need to go in the designated area. So if you got bull behavior, you need to go in the bull designated area because you're not coming into my quiet space, right? Protecting that personal boundary makes a difference. And then A is affirmation. What are you saying to yourself? And affirmations are very popular now but I don't think they realize what affirmations really are. Affirmations are statements that are designed to help you reprogram how you see yourself. So you say, today's going to be a good day. Today's going to be a good day. That's an affirmation.
Oh, I like that little beat. Let's do that again. Today's going to be a good day. I like that.
I can't help. This is like with my sister. I play too much, but it is what it is. But that's an affirmation that though it might not be true to you yet, you're reprogramming your mind to believe something. But most people stop at the affirmation. What I want you to do is get to the C. C is confession. So we go from affirming, which is something that I think to be true, to a confession is declaring something that you believe is true. So it's no longer today is going to be a good day. Today's going to be a good day. Why? Because I believed it was going to be a good day so much that I made plans. I made a plan. It's going to be a good day because I made structure in my day to match my affirmation.
I like that.
And then the E is the emotional help. We deny. Oh my God, this is the most. We got some of the most emotionally illiterate people in the world right now when it comes to being able to express emotional peace in an emotional space and protecting that. And the reason why is I learned this little tool that doctors use when I was talking to, Shelley. She does this Teach Me to Heal conference that we're speaking at. And I realized there was something called the emotional wheel. And it's an emotional color wheel. And it starts with most people can only identify 6 or 7 emotions: happy, sad, joyful, mad, or all the main 7, right? But do you realize that the emotional wheel actually says you're feeling this, but this is really mad does not always mean that I'm mad, angry. It could be mad because I'm disappointed in the result. I'm mad because I was disrespected and I feel this type of way and I'm frustrated. So when you realize that anger has all these different lines to it, just telling me I'm mad at you is not enough. I got to understand why I'm mad at you and then manage that emotion. And rather than giving my machine gun response to everybody on how I think I'm mad at you, I'm mad at everybody, I'm mad at the world. I'm not really mad at the world. I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated. And I'm anxious. And I need to be able to put words to that other than the main 7 that you already have. So as a leader, we need to make the space that we can be able to show up in spaces healthy.
Look, that's some finger snaps. When I'm emceeing, I'm saying we don't clap, we snap. And that's a snap right
That's how we do. We snap. We snap.
We snap because that is such good strategy because you said something very, I think, so powerful and profound at the end is being able to name it, right? Not just call it something, but name it and explain it, to define what it is. And that to me leads into being able to better communicate.
Yes. Because you can't confront what you can't identify. And when you realize that, it's like, why am I depressed? Well, when you trace it back, I'm feeling depressed. You have the feeling of depressed, and you see all that. You feel depressed, but you don't understand why you're depressed. Well, I feel like there's nothing out there for me. I feel like I'm just in the rat race. So what you're really telling me is you're depressed because you have a lack of purpose. Okay, well, now that you can identify that we have a purpose problem, then you can start asking yourself the right questions. What is my purpose? Because whenever I've worked, I've learned to work according to my person. I'm a dualpreneur. I am building my Champ I Am empire with a full-time job, but because I walk by vision and not by sight, I understand that my job is preparing me for my empire. So when I apply for the director position, I'm not applying for the director position because it's the end all to be all. I'm applying for the director position with the purpose of learning the language of CEOs, that when I go into speak to CEOs and deal with CEOs on my empire side, I've learned all the mistakes I've made from the internship.
Gotcha. On the job training.
Basically. On the job training.
But it ties really into that strategy, back to that strategy again, right? Of having a strategy of how we're going to take care of ourselves in order to take care of others. My thought process is leadership is a responsibility.
Yes.
And I have the responsibility to lead you well, but to do that, I got to take care of Tia. I got to make sure that Tia gets enough sleep. I got to make sure that Tia gets enough rest and that I'm sharpening my craft on a daily basis, doing those things that help me up level than tear me down.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but I would think that you might agree that you've had times in your career space where you were just doing.
Yes.
And then there was a time when as you were doing, all of a sudden, brick wall, because you ran out of gusto, you ran out of energy, because you weren't doing those things necessary to help you keep going on your upward trajectory. Would you agree or disagree?
Space. You got to make space for that, General. And the problem is that by the time you feel like I'm about to do a conference tomorrow at the end of the week at the Power of We, and we're doing that, and I'm talking about maximizing refreshing moments. And the problem again is the reason why as leaders we can't even vacation right, because we're in vacation, but we're thinking about what we got to do when we get back home again. So we don't turn it off. We don't make the space holy enough that when we are in that space of a refreshing moment, that this is a time that I can just deal with me and reflect about me so that I can renew and go in with a new perspective and not go back into the work. So again, one of the biggest things that most corporate leaders that I watch the corporate leaders that I work with on my job and the people that are above me. And one of the main things that they talk about is they don't have work-life balance. Well, and then they wonder when they look at my life, and I'm a full-time employee, remote employee, but then they see all the international things they do. Then they see the ministerial things they do. Then they see the community things that I'm doing. And I have the same 24 hours as they do. And they're like, there's no way that you could do your job the way that you do it and still do all those things. But in the end, I'm still top of my class on my job, top of my class in my community, top of my class in my empire. Why? Because we make space for the things that are important to us.
Yeah, because we all have the same 24 hours.
Same
as you were talking about this acronym SPACE,
Mhm.
I go back in my mind of when I was in command at Fort Benning, Georgia, and I had just given up command. And that's like, you've gone 2 years, you've worked this mission, you put it all in. And we used to have these phones. I don't know if you remember the BlackBerry phones. You remember those BlackBerry phones?
It's the only government phone you can have.
I love the BlackBerry phone.
They're trying to bring it back. They're trying to come back.
Look, I fought tooth and nail not to give up my BlackBerry phone. Look, I mean, they had to even talk to the commander that ordered me to turn it in. Because I could do I could write memos, do PowerPoints, all that kind of stuff on it. And I remember when I gave up did my change of command, and my family and I were getting ready to go off, to celebrate. We were apart. I was a bachelor in Fort Benning, while Tracy with the girls were in DC for 2 years straight. And so we were celebrating by going to this water park. I can't remember the name of the water park, but my kids wanted to go there. And I remember being on the plane, and I could still feel the vibration. Now, I had to give up the phone. The phone was gone. The new commander had it. But I felt the vibration of that phone on my side, that I looked to see did I have the phone.
And a ghost phone vibration.
Yes, I did. Seriously. That I wish I had known this strategy of space, because mine was back again to that term you use. I was jacked up because I didn't have my pillars and my focus in right places. My focus was in the wrong place of just doing, being competitive, doing what I got to do to check that block to get to the next position. That to me, I miss some of the beauty of that journey.
Because when you realize where you are right now, at any time you're replaceable.
Oh yes.
Period. You're so replaceable that it's not funny. I mean, like you put all that time in there, and then they gave your phone to somebody else, but they had the position filled, and you were out of sight, out of mind, and you're like, but my whole life was with you. Yeah. And when you go back, it's like I heard the expression was said, "How do you know you're codependent?" Is when you're drowning and you see someone else's life go before your eyes, and you're like, "Wait a minute! I've been so codependent on my work, and so codependent in my relationships that I can't even see my function of who I am." And that's the part of, at the center of space, is making sure that you are in the center of your reality and you are protecting these areas, because these are your weak points. The same points that are defending you are also the same points that are your weak points. And any one of those things that are missing, what you're going to find out is if you lack on any of those walls, it's an entryway for chaos to come into your life.
Yeah. Because if you don't have a strategy, you're all over the place.
You're all over the place.
And
I'm
right there just starts you off wrong.
I'm protecting these points. And when you realize that the HEAL is also an acronym that I have as well. So when I talk about that, is you have to be able as a leader to understand H. You have to be able to help yourself. And helping yourself is realizing as a leader, I don't have it all and I need help. And people are so against therapy nowadays, but I am so much into therapy that if you need therapy, you need someone to give you language for where you are. And a therapist will help give you language. An accountability mentor, an accountability partner, someone who's where you want to be, they will give you language for your next level in the areas that you're weak on. E, you have to encourage yourself because it's a public journey. So while you're getting your healing, you still have to exist as you. So you have to encourage yourself when nobody sees the work that you're putting in. You got to be able to encourage yourself to continue the journey, whether people see it or not. You got to accept yourself, realizing that as a leader, you have flaws. Nobody's perfect. Ain't nobody.
Don't say it. Don't say I got flaws. Don't say I got flaws.
You got flaws, General. I know. I work with you. Tracy covers a lot.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
But as the same way, my wife covers me too. So, but I've learned to accept who I am, and who I am at this stage is who I am. And the main part about the L is the loving yourself. Is that you can't put your validation and your acceptance in other people's control. The very first person that should validate you is you. The very person that needs to affirm you is you. You declare the level of love that people will extend to you. They're only reflecting how you love you. And if you don't love you, you make it impossible for the people around you to love and accept you too.
Say that again, because that right there, that's another
snap. That was all revelation right there.
That was all snap right there. Say it again. Say that last one again.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again. If you don't know how to love you, you are training people up how to mistreat you. Because the love that you want is a reflection of the love that you give to yourself. And when you don't love yourself, you are showing people how to love you the wrong way.
I think that is so apropos for not only just in leadership, but in business, right? As entrepreneurs, if you don't believe in your product and the value, whether you're a coach, life coach, whether you're selling, your books, whatever that is, if you're going to try to get sponsors or to partner with other people, and if you don't believe in the value and the impact that you bring, there it goes, that you bring to the table, then no one else will, right? No one else is going to believe that. So I think that is so important and such a nugget of practicality that we have to take on, not just as leaders, but as business leaders. All right, I'm coming to go ahead, say that, and then I'm going to give you the last question, and then we want to hear what's going on in your backyard.
No problem. One thing that kind of go into training people in a way to treat you is my brand is funny because they think I spelled champion wrong, right? It's champ I am. And I put it all together as one word because I believe it's going to be a dictionary word in the next 10 years, right? But, but the great thing about it is I don't allow them to tell me what my brand is. So I have to train them on my brand. And when I talk about how champ is you're a champion, you are the champion. Everything you need is on the inside of you. That next affirmation and confession is I am. So now I train you to redefine what champion is. So I've now have you now, whenever you look at my brand, you see champion and champ I am as synonymous. Why? Because I trained you on how to treat me. And so it is with your brand, so it is with your life. Your life is one big brand. How do you want people to receive your brand? Your brand goes in the rooms before you even walk into it. How do you want people? Then you want people to treat you something, then you need to train them on the way that you want to be treated.
That's why the core of the Dare to Lead Differently Summit is about doing things differently, right? Don't treat me like you would treat your normal go-by-fly business owner or leader. No, I have knowledge, skills, and abilities, and my experiences are the value that I bring to the table to help you be better. Mm-hmm. And that's really what we're going after for the core of the Dare to Lead Differently Summit. So having people like yourself on the stage is just such a great treat. But even so, you're giving practical, implementable strategies that can be used day one. And that's what we're about, Dare to Lead Differently Summit. Stuff that you can use. You go to summits and you get all this information. My challenge to those who come into the community and are a part of the D2LD Ohana is you get this information. I challenge you. What are you going to do with it, right? The execution is in the success of it. You can hear it all day, but if you don't put any energy and effort behind making a change to that mindset or the habits that you're doing, then it's just a nice little conversation you hear between me and my little brother, Chris, and that's it. But I expect and I encourage those who will get the opportunity to hear the value you've shared to execute what he shared, space, healing, and tell us now, how do we get some of this information to get to you? How do we get to you? What's going on? What's happening?
Oh, awesome. You can always reach me on the Champ I Am community. I have my own app. It's a free app. So if you do champiamcommunity.com, you can log in to the community where we have multiple communities in one location. We have a motivational community. We have the entrepreneur community. We have the ministry and marketplace community called Faith Alive. So it's multiple communities in one spot. So when you go to champiamcommunity.com, you can log in there and just say hi and get a chance to see all the content that we have, and all sorts of positive communities of speakers and people that are thought leaders that are coming into the app to share what they're about as well. I will not only be speaking at your conference, we also will be having the Champ I Am Summit 4.0, which you were one of our keynote speakers, July the 16th, 17th, 18th. And that is champiamsummit.com, and that's free to attend. So I would love for you to come and see these thought leaders from all across the globe come together. And our theme this year is the art of showing up. You know, where you need to be able to show up as a leader, as a husband, as a wife, as a family, as an entrepreneur, just a healthy living. You need to show up in every area of your life, and there'll be somebody in there that's going to challenge you to see your life differently. So don't forget to register. It's free to attend. You can go to champiamsummit.com.
Guys, didn't I tell you it was going to be a treat hearing from Chris? Champ I am, because I know I'm a champion. I am a champion. So, brother, thank you for dropping in with us today and sharing with us so transparently about things that can help us be better leaders. You know, I think it's so important for leaders to be transparent, because to get to wherever you are, there are some lessons you've learned along the way. But if you're not sharing that value and keeping it just close tied to yourself, then you're not growing and you're not helping others grow to be better leaders. So, Dare to Lead Differently family, I tell you, thank you so much for hanging with us and listening in to Christopher Hampton, Champ I Am. And we look forward to attending your summit. Make sure you sign up for a summit. Say it again. How do we connect with you?
Champ I Am, CHAMPIAM, summit.com.
And it's happening on what day?
July the 16th, 17th, and 18th.
All right, I'm there. Come and hear me. I mean, come hear what I got to say.
Please.
What
it's
I
not
got
gonna be
to
the same
say
message you talked to you about in June, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be new stuff.
It's gonna be new stuff, new stuff. All right, thank you guys. We will see you at the next.
Thank you. Brigadier General Tai, thank you, ma, for this opportunity. Thank you very much. I am so grateful to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sean Fenn. Thank you for all the Lead family. I am happy to be here today. Thank you very much. Today we are going to talk about stress. Thank you for you viewers for being here. Everyone, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are. According to your region, you're all welcome. My name is Anna Tambasi. I am a stress transform mentor. I am an author of the book Depression Exposed. I'm a speaker and the founder and the CEO of Women's of Flights. Today we are going to talk about stress. Stress, not just stress in leadership. What causes stress as a leader? So let me just ask you this question. Have you ever felt tired because too many people demand on you? So what I want you to do is to raise your hand, say I, or Your electronic hand. People online take part. Wow, wow, wow. Look at all the hands that I've raised. So now I'm going to talk about, explain what is stress. Stress. Stress is the pressure that we feel when what we are carrying feels bigger than our strength. In leadership, stress happens when responsibility, expectation, and problem become too much for us as a leader. A mother who is leading the home, she is a wife, she's a mother, she's a leader in her workplace. She's juggling school run, she's juggling job, she's juggling home, she still have to look after the home, she has to look after the children, husband, and all that juggling. After a while, she will be tired if she doesn't have any help from anyone helping her. She will be exhausted at the end of the day. By the time she gets up 7 in the morning, start running with the children to school, then go to work, come back, start running again to pick up the children, come back. Of course, she will be tired, and plus the work. And sometimes she will even carry the work from the workplace and come home. She come home after finishing, she will stay awake for a few hours to try and finish the work. That causes stress. Stress does not mean that you are weak. It means that your body and your mind are telling you something needs an attention. That your body needs attention, your soul needs attention. So that's why the stress is telling you to slow down. So because of these talks, we are going to look at few keys that causes stress and what we have to do to avoid stress. Too much responsibility. One is too much responsibilities. The speaker carries too much responsibility. Leaders often carry many people's problems. They are fear of failure. How can I, if I fail from this work, maybe my colleagues will laugh at me. I will not make it. I will not make the quota. They worry about making mistakes. They're trying to please everybody. They want everyone to be happy with them. They lack rest. As a leader, we need to learn to be rested. They keep working without stopping. Even sometimes they don't even remember to eat. And sometimes they have poor support system, which causes them to break down as well. They have people around them, but nobody to talk to because they are afraid of failure. So before we go on, I just want you to take your pen and paper to write out of all those things that I mentioned, which one of these causes do you think affects you as a leader? Which one of them affects you as a leader? I want you to write it down. So we are going to look at a few keys, as I said. The next key is key one. We are looking at dedication. The first key is dedication. Dedication means that sharing responsibility with others. Dedicate work to your subordinate. Let them carry it. Don't try to carry everything by yourself. A leader who does everything alone will become tired quickly. They are not meant to carry everything. They are not meant to carry all the load by themselves. They were meant to share. Imagine carrying 10 heavy shopping bags alone. And I'm struggling to enter bus. Or if I'm driving, I'm struggling. By the time I keep the bags on the floor, open the car key, enter, I'm struggling. I run out of breath because I'm choking all these things. If I share that work with 5 people, you take this, John take this, Mary take this, Macy take this, Alex take this, you can see that my hands will be free. have shared the workload with other people. So I want us to write it down again. Write down what tasks are you going to dedicate to somebody else to do this week. Write down one, only one. You don't need 5, 6, because it started with one. When you write down one, next time when you dedicate, then you say, oh, this is that, let me dedicate another one. So just write one thing that you are going to share. You are going to dedicate to somebody else to help you with. Dedication does not mean weakness. It doesn't mean that you are weak. That's why you dedicate the work to somebody else. Dedication means wisdom. It's a wisdom for you to share the work. Somebody say keys. Okay, number 2 keys. We're going to look at is rest without guilt. Rest without guilt. What's rest without guilt? Don't feel guilty resting. Don't feel guilty taking time off. The second key is rest. Many leaders feel guilty when they rest. But rest is not laziness. Rest is recovery. Because when a leader decided to take a break and rest, their body will recover back. And they will come back refreshing. For example, if we continue using our mobile phone all the time, we don't charge it, or even the night before we forgot to charge the phone, what will happen to that phone? Eventually, the phone will shut down. The phone will shut off. A leader who never rested will also shut down emotionally. It will shut down physically. It will shut down spiritually. Because his body, all our body cannot carry. It's carrying too many things. Then the body starts shutting down. So for that, what are the practical steps that a leader should do to avoid this shutdown, emotional shutdown or physical shutdown or spiritual shutdown? Proper sleep. The leader needs to have a proper sleep. Sleep properly. Sleep at the right time so that in the morning the leader can wake up at the right time and make the right decision. Take short breaks. Taking breaks doesn't mean that you cannot do the work. Take short breaks, tea breaks, or just go out 3 minutes and have fresh air, 5 minutes and have fresh air. Eat well. It's well. What we eat in our mouth and put in our body matters a lot. Drink a lot of fluids. It is very hot. In some areas, it is very, very hot weather now. The England which I come from is very, very hot at the moment. So we have to be constantly drinking water to hydrate ourselves. So drink a lot of fluids, water, eat well, eat healthy diet, balanced diet, eat your 5 a day fruit and vegetables so that your body can have the nutrition that it needs. Walk and exercise. Walk around the block in the evening, maybe 5 minutes, 3 minutes walk around. Exercise your body. Before we close, we are going to do gentle exercise. Exercise your body. Exercise it. Keep the joints moving. Release all the tensions around your neck, around your back, around your shoulders. Spend quiet time away from pressure. Learn to have your own quiet time away and reflect on the days. Reflect on the things that went well and the things that did not went well. So we are going to write things down again. So what is the one simple way you can rest better this week? Write it down, the best simple way you can rest better this week. It is by sleeping on time. Is it by walking around or doing exercise? Just one thing. Just write one thing. Don't go and write 5, 6, 7. Just one. It's one step at a time. So what keys are we again? Can we still remember? Key 3. So we are going to key 3. Key 3 is that we should stop being people's pleasers. We should stop pleasing everybody. The third key is to stop pleasing everybody. No leader can make everyone happy at the same time. No. No matter how much you make people happy or make people sad, people will still talk about you. It's human nature. Human nature. We have the mouth to talk, we continue talking. So you cannot please everybody. That is why you have to just carry what you can carry. Say, imagine a mother and a home and managing all these things. How can you manage? As I said before, you can't please everybody. Even in the house, the parent, they can't please all the children because everybody wants different things. Everybody complaining about this, complaining about it, complaining about this. So you learn not to be people pleasers. You cannot please everybody. As I said. So we learn to cut down on some of the responsibility that we carry. Because we know that as a leader, we get stress all the time. So why do leaders get stressed? Why do they get stressed? We still get stressed, as I said before, too much responsibility. We are carrying too much. We don't want to delegate something. Even if we delegate to people, we are thinking that that person will not do, this will not be as good as me. So for that reason, I'm not going to delegate the work to the person. If you have for people approval, if you live for people approval, you will always be stressed. If you are looking for people approval, excuse me, you will always be stressed. A bus driver cannot keep stopping because every passenger wants a different route. Before I stand at the bus stop, I will look which route am I going. I look for the bus that is going to my routes. And that is where the bus that I would take. If I take a bus that is going to different routes, then it will take me longer to get to where I'm going to. Because at the end, I have to stop, come out, and start looking for the correct bus to enter. So the same thing. If a driver starts going different routes because everybody going different direction and stop going to the direction that is supposed to go, there will be chaos inside that bus because other people will start complaining. So other practical step we can take as a leader is to say no when necessary. Politely say no. Set boundaries. Boundaries helps us a lot. When you set the boundaries, then people will know not to step all over you. They will not step all over me because I say no, I know boundaries. Accept that criticism is normal. Normal. People will still criticize, but accept it. It's normal thing. Just go on with your business. Focus on doing what is right, not what is popular. Because some people will say, oh, because John is doing that, me too, I want to do that. Mary is doing that, me too, I want to do that. No. Stay in your own lane. You can care about people without allowing people to control your peace. Because your peace matters a lot. Our peace, my peace matters a lot. Key number 4. Are we still with the keys? Yes. Keys number 4. The 4 keys we are looking at is emotional strength. Why is emotional strength? Because our emotion is the one that the stress always comes to play in our emotion. Leaders carry emotions, they carry complaint, they carry disappointment, and they carry pressures. So you have to remember that you need your emotional strength. You need to be strong emotionally. Emotional strength does not mean you are failed or you cannot feel the pain. It means that you know how to handle pain without breaking down. Yeah, you know how to handle pain without breaking down. If a sponge absorbs water and they don't remove the sponge and squish it out, you leave it there, the sponge continue absorbing the water. After a while, there's no room again. Did that also become full when they keep taking on problems without releasing pressure? So you need to have time to release all that pressure, all that tension from your shoulder, from your neck, from your body. You have to learn how to release it. Practical step we can do for that is to talk to somebody you know, somebody you trust. Take time to connect with people. Do not bottle everything inside because that will cause us emotional drainage. Take time to reflect. Reflection helps. Keep a journal, reflection journal. Keep a journal to write down your reflection. You reflected on the journal. That will help us. Avoid unnecessary argument. As a leader, we should try as much as possible to avoid unnecessary argument. Protect your mental health. Your mental health is really important. Protect your mental health. So I want you to write down the one safe person, one person that you trust, that you can talk to, that you can confide with, that you can share the burden that you've been carrying about all these times. Write down that one, the name of that one person. Just one, not 3, 4, just one. Write one only. So we are still continue looking at keys. Somebody say keys. Keys, yes. Keys to overcome stress. The next key we are looking at is keys number 5. Key number 5, the 5th key is priorities. Prioritize what you want to do. Not everything is urgent. Not everything needs your attention today. Not everything needs your attention today. Something you can postpone it. Stress increases when leaders try to solve everything at once. So I want you to write down, what must I do today? What are the things that you want to do today or you must do today? What are the things that you are going to postpone till tomorrow that can wait? What are the things that you can delegate to somebody else to do? What should you stop worrying about? So first thing is write down what you can do today. The next one is what can wait. What can you say, okay, this thing can wait till tomorrow or till next week. The next one is write down what can be dedicated to somebody else. Okay, this one, instead of me doing it, let me give it to John. Let me give it to Mary. Let me give it to Alice to do it. What can I stop worrying about? Okay, this thing, instead of me worrying, let me just take a break. Take deep breath in and out and leave it for now. I'll come back I'll come back around it. Yeah. So I just give you a few seconds to write that down before we continue. Because when we write all those things down, it helps us to focus. And then when we focus, the focus will bring us peace. Because focus brings peace, confusion brings stress. When we focus, we have peace. When there is any confusion in any place, it brings stress. It brings stress. And we don't want stress. We want peace. Keys number 6 that we are looking at, build support relationship. No leader should lead alone. Leaders also need encouragement. We need encouragement. We need support. We need networking. That's why we are all here. We are all here to get encouragement from each other, to get support from each other, to networking from each other, to be fed from each other. Because if you are giving, nobody gives to you. After a while, you feel something is wrong with you or something is wrong with me. So as a leader, we share and we connect with like-minded people. Support relationship helps leaders stay strong. So we are here, we are learning from each other. We can hear from each other. All the amazing speakers who are here, they are bringing different things, different food on the table for us. So we give our bag empty. Before we go back, after this program, our bag will be filled with different things, different choices. Connect with positive people. Avoid toxic people around you. Ask for help when needed. Don't try to be hero. Build a small cycle of trusted people. 2 or 3 people or 4 people that you trust, that you know that yes, you can count on them, you can call on them anytime. A strong leader is not the one who stands alone. A strong leader knows when to receive support. So we learn how to receive support. So now as I'm coming to close, I can say that today we have learned that leadership stress can be managed. The leadership stress can be managed. If the leader is stressed, the stress can be managed. So to repeat the keys that we use, key 1 is delegation, delegate responsibility, dedicate work to other people. Number 2 keys is rest. Rest without guilt. Don't feel guilty taking a break, taking a rest. Number 3 key is stop pleasing everybody. Don't be people pleasers. You cannot please everybody. Number 4 keys is build emotional strength. Try as much as possible because to build yourself emotional. Because when your mental faculty, mental strength is up, every other thing will follow. Because everything comes from the brain. Build mental strength. Build emotional strength. Focus on priority. What are the things that I can do today? What are the things to keep till tomorrow? What are the things that I can keep till next week? Build supportive relationship. Who are these people I can put in my cycle to support me that I can call on when things seem too heavy for me? I can share the workload with them. Do not lose yourself while leading others. The leader should never lose themselves while they are leading others. A healthy leader leads better. A peaceful leader makes better judgment. A balanced leader lasts longer. I repeat that. Do not lose yourself while leading others. A healthy leader leads better. A peaceful leader leads better. A balanced leader lasts longer. So now we are going to do some activities now. So I want you to take your pen and paper again. Write down some of the things you want to reduce this week. What are the things? What are the actions that you are going to take this week to reduce stress? What are the things you are going to take to reduce stress this week? So before we go, I just want us to If you are sitting comfortable, we are going to do a little of breathing exercise. We are going to do a little of breathing exercise. I want you to just close your eyes, take deep breath, 5 deep breaths, and release it. So we're going to do hold it, hold it, hold it, and release. Another one. Release. 3. Release. 4. Release. 5. Release. So we are going to do our shoulder. Release your shoulder like this. All that tension on your shoulder. Just rotate it, rotate it, rotate it, rotate it, rotate it. Rotate your shoulder. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to stretch our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the same thing on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to do bend our neck forward. 1, bring forward and go back. Bring forward and go back. 2, bring forward and go back. Bring forward and go back. 3, bring forward and go back. Bring forward and go back. 4, bring forward and go back. Bring forward. 5, bring forward in the middle. Bring forward. So now what we need to do is just to shake our body this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. So you can write in the comment how you feel after that exercise. How do you feel in your body? Is anything shifted? All that tension is gone on your neck. So thank you very much for listening. Remember, leadership is not about carrying everything alone. It is about leading with wisdom, with balance, with strength. Thank you. My name is Anna Tangbasi. You can connect with me in all the social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, ANATANGBASSEY, Anna Tangbasi. And the website is Women's of Flights. Women's of Flight, www.womensofflight.com. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Mary Olodu. I am the founder, chair, and executive director for Trilera Wellness Ministries, and we do business as Trilera Holistic Care. So please check out our website. Now, I am so grateful to Brigadier General retired Tia Young for inviting me to be part of Dare2Lead. And in this, while I prepare and set up our slides for this session, I got a question for you. If healthcare insurance were no longer available tomorrow, how prepared to manage your own health and wellness independently? Think about that while we dove into some answers that I may have for you. Okay. This is a session about going beyond conventional care, exploring the full landscape of health and wellness providers who are available to you right now. Okay. And we will definitely answer some of those questions that may be plaguing people today. We have a lot of change happening, and it's happening pretty fast. So I'll talk to you about why this is important to me and why it may be just as important to you. Here's our agenda. In my background, I'll talk a little bit about that, but then we'll look at the definition of alternative health. And then again, the importance of all of this particular discussion. And then I'll provide you a guide to your healing professionals. We'll review, and then I'll show you exactly where you can send your questions if you have any. This is my background. I actually started in high school in nursing. I went to a vocational high school on the south side of Chicago. Very blessed to get an opportunity to complete a real profession before I got out of high school. And I built off of that over a span of the next 20 years. But alongside, I actually did Navy and then came back, did the reserve, completed my commission, and then I went into the Army full-time somewhere around 2000. But I worked as a nurse in different genres of nursing, even at Langley Hospital and in a residential program that I designed, where I was able to experience surgery, ER, and then eventually I landed on postpartum care, actually working with mother-baby. And that's when I got my experience of understanding that we had the best, like we were number 3 in terms of care in the world, but we were number 38 in terms of outcome and actual real health. And so that's when I started asking my questions. Are we really in a system that is taking care of us? And so along with all these things you see here, I've accomplished or have been a part of during my military career. In 2013, I'll point out that I completed my naturopathic degree, and I started in a blended program, and we'll talk about that when I go over your professions, the profession guide that I have for you. When I started in a chiropractic naturopathic program, and then I finished with my doctorate of naturopathy. I work in that genre now, and this is part of what I do is educate professionals on what they can do to take care of their own health as they take care of other people around them. Because I don't care what your business is, if they're you can't be the best version for anyone else. So you have to take care of your own health, put your own mask on first, right? There we go. All right. Now, as a little girl on the south side of Chicago, single family home, I had 3 siblings, 2 that lived in the home with me. And I learned pretty quickly I didn't have the best health. Matter of fact, I had the worst health. And here's what I'll tell you. I was 51 when I would learn why. The biggest reason was because I was sickle cell trait. And a lot of people think when you have trait, which they taught us, there are no symptoms. That's a bold-faced lie. There are, even though our sickle cell disease warriors they get the gold medal. Well, trait carriers could get the silver. A lot of people who drop dead, they find out later that their cells were sickling. So if you don't know your status, and if you were born before 2006, when they actually did they started universal screenings of all infants in 2006. And so if you were born prior to that, find out, because they don't necessarily, I know in the military, I never had the screening done. And if I did, no one ever told me I had sickle cell. Well, here's the I quickly learned as a 20-year-old that when I changed my diet, my entire life changed. I no longer had those sicknesses and diseases. It didn't plague me, and able to finish a full, beautiful career in the military. So 30 years down, and I honestly would tell people, you are the best controller of your own health. And so when we talk about alternative health and the providers, I'll go over that with you. But the alternative health This is the definition AI provided that I like the most. It's alternative health and wellness, often referred to as complementary and integrative health. Includes therapy modalities. Modalities is another way of just saying different therapies, okay? Used alongside or in place of conventional medicine. These evidence-informed and sometimes based, right? Based practices, including naturopathy, my field, clinical homeopathy. I also have a degree in that one, and nutritional science, which is a big piece of what we learn when we're going through the education system. Focus on whole person wellness, the whole person, root cause resolution, and patient empowerment through natural, non-pharmaceutical interventions. And when I said patient empowerment, your body already knows the truth even before you do. Before your brain can calculate, what does my body know? Case in point, if you say, your body says, send down some calcium, I'm a little depleted, you may get up and go get ice cream because that's how your brain is able to calculate or surmise this is what I want. But in reality, you would get more calcium from a bowl of greens, right? And so then your body would be satisfied. Otherwise, you're going to keep eating that ice cream, keep eating stuff that's not sustainable and that's not healthy for you. Okay, got it. Here's the why. If you're like me, I'm a little concerned that things are changing quickly and we don't have what we used to have in place before COVID. So 155 million patients were serviced last year at hospital ERs alone, but only 17.8 million were actually hospitalized, which tells us that 88% of those ER visits probably could have been primary care or urgent care visits, right? So we're seeing a demand rise, but we also are seeing our resources decline because a lot of doctors, and I know it's true for friends that I had who are in the profession, they felt a loss, a miss, and disconnected from the decision-making processes that were happening during COVID. And a lot of them were disheartened. A lot of them did not want to experiment on themselves with something they felt was fully an experiment because it wasn't well-founded to know if these things were going to really help or not. And they left the profession. It takes about 13 good years for doctors to matriculate through school and complete everything. That's not even including their experience, right? Because when we go to a doctor, we want to know you've done this a few times, right? For me, it took 8 years, but we'll talk, I digress. But my point is, it takes a lot of time. And we right now are still waiting to spit out more doctors who can step in their places, right? Okay, and so we'll talk more about that. But also, listen, $1 trillion in federal Medicaid cuts are projected over the next 10 years, starting next year. This is going to threaten access for millions. Even if you feel like you're covered, I got the VA, it's still a federal entity, right? Somebody just cut it off. Then what, right? And so the truth is, we don't have control over what's about to happen. And even if you were on the outside and somebody else on the inside, we're going to feel the pain as a community when other people can't have access. It's going to threaten our resources, okay? Also, you have the Gen Z and millennials, our new leaders, who are driving a massive proactive shift towards wellness and preventive care. Why is this happening? It's happening because they see us. They see their grandparents. They see their great-grandparents. And they don't like the fact that you've been in a fishbowl. In the last 40 years, you've been on medication that's not making you well. And here's the truth. They hold global knowledge in the palm of their hands. See the health of Germans at 85. Switzerland, someone at 90 who's still hiking barefoot. They can see the folks in Korea who had some of that. They've been number one in alone their fermented foods, right? Which is more, eat your food as medicine. They see what is happening across the globe, and they're comparing our health to it. It's like, look, we have the technology to be the best, yet we're in the toilet when it comes to healthcare, health and outcome. So they really want to see a well-care system. They want to know that they can get this preventive care and live long and a very prosperous lifestyle. So who do you go to? How can you learn about what to do for yourself, and how can you manage your own health? Well, we got a lot of professionals. Now, the one you know very, very well, you know your medical doctors, right? You know your allopathic doctors. And let me explain why. Because after the Great Depression in the 1920s, a lot of herbal companies went under, but the pharmaceuticals found themselves as giants, okay? And so they went and they lobbied and they got congressional appointments and support to go around to every medical school in our country and tell them, if you don't prescribe to our medicine, we'll shut you down. Well, they shut down over 200 medical schools that did not prescribe to them, to just only medicine. And that's why we have the care we have now. I have a lot of friends. They're intelligent people, the lawyers and all, accountants, and they're like, look, I go into my doctor's office and I say, hey, you know, I don't want medications for this. I just want you to help me fix my problem, but I don't want to use medication. That's like going to an attorney's office and telling them, don't tell me that I have to use this legal practice to figure something out here. I don't want you to go to court. I just want you to help me, you know, mediate this without A, B, and C. It's what they do. If you go to a medical, that's probably a better example. You know, you don't want to go to the Starbucks, right, and ask them for a hamburger, right? It's not what they do. You go to a medical doctor, what they're going to do is one of three things. They're going to say, look, here is, we think we need to do more tests. So we're going to send you back out for more tests to be, you know, more conclusive. Or we know what you got and here's the medication for it. Or we know what you got and here's surgery, right? You got choices here, Well, folks who, your other doctors or practitioners who kind of know a little bit better, right? These practitioners are, or not a little bit better, they don't know better. They just work differently, right? The whole ideology behind osteopaths came from a doctor in the 1800s who was an army doctor who came back from overseas and said, hey, why don't we integrate what we're doing? Instead of focusing on just, hey, we're either going to give them medicine or we recommend surgery, why don't we actually try to work from bottom up and offer homeopathy, offer naturopathy, and then work our way up? So his idea was integrating the whole person aspect like they were doing in other parts of the world. And he started the first osteopathic school. Now, that was always the idea, but the problem with osteopathy is they still have to work in a medical system. They don't have the time, right, to really look at the whole person in today's world. They really just have time to give medication because they're forced into the system. All right. Now you have the chiropractors. Chiropractors were ostracized because they, even though they're able to continue to grow in their schools and stayed open or came along and actually was able to prosper, they were kind of demonized because they didn't prescribe to them either, right? They believe in the whole person, and what they do is they go through the spine to keep the pressure off of those nerves that control the organs in our body so that the body can heal itself, because that's the first law of medicine, really, by Hippocrates himself. The medicine said, first do the body no harm. They follow that to a T. Then you have your naturopathic medical doctors, and they kind of go to school. There's some programs where they're merged in a chiropractic and a naturopathic programs are merged into one degree. I was in that program at National University in Illinois, Lombard, Illinois, but I end up getting selected for command. I couldn't finish it with them, but I wanted to be in that program because chiropractors can be licensed in all 50 states, whereas naturopathic doctors can only be licensed in 26 states. That's why you don't see them everywhere in the United States, right? But the medical doctors, They matriculate through their program just like your allopathic doctors, exactly the same, except they do have a strong Eastern knowledge and a strong knowledge of food science, okay, behind them, along with looking at those true alternatives and those modalities that can help people. And then they're licensed to do these in their states. Now, the naturopathic doctors underneath them, they just choose not to be licensed because they don't want any organization to demand of them a certain outcome. So they have more freedom. And then you have the folks like me, I'm more of a PhD, even though the designation is the same, the ND is the ND. So those are your professionals. So when you talk about managing your own health and wellness independently, you want to see your chiropractor, you want to see your naturopathic doctor. And like for me, I do WellCare telewellness, and I see people from California all the way to South Carolina. It doesn't matter where you are. You can see me and learn more about how to take control of your own health. Now, this is our review. This is what we talked about, a little bit about my background. We talked about alternative health and what does that mean. We talked about some of the challenges we have to deal with because we're going to see a huge cut in insurance and healthcare insurance, and people, if they're not into wellness, you want to start learning how to be, how to manage your WellCare journey. And then finally, I gave you that guide. You have your allopathic doctors, you have your osteopathic doctors, who I usually have an osteopath or I have a nurse practitioner. Those are my peeps right there for my primary care. And then you have your chiropractors, you have your naturopathic medical doctors, you have your naturopathic doctors, and you have your doctors of naturopathy. Okay. And so this is our review. And I thank you because, you can never say thank you enough to our veterans, those who are currently serving and those beyond. On the left, you'll have a QR code, and I'm not an LLC anymore. I am a 508C. So on the left, you actually do have the link to our website. And then on the right, if you have questions, you have my email address. It's TrileraHolisticCare@gmail.com, TrileraHolisticCare@gmail.com. Also, we are always raising funds for the underserved. A lot of folks can't afford WellCare outside of insurance. A lot of people don't come to me because they have to pay, but the truth is everyone in about, I would say 5 years, everyone's going to want to pay something to stay healthy. And if you can afford to start now, I encourage you to start now. Okay. God bless you. It's been all of my pleasure, honor, sharing this information with you. I really do look forward to other opportunities. Okay. And I just wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Take care.
Hello, my name is Carmen Reeves Jenkins. I am the founder, manager, and owner of Inner Healing for Abundant Living, where I provide life coaching services for women 30 years of age and beyond, military women veterans, and mothers with adult daughters. I have the honor and pleasure to provide a presentation today, and it's called Empowered Authentic Leadership for the Dare to Lead Differently Summit. I'd like to ask you to think about this question. Have you ever worked with a leader who was impressive, but didn't feel real, didn't feel authentic? As we're going through this presentation, I want you to keep that question in mind. This strategic playbook for leading with boldness, authenticity, and integrity and compassion is for you. This architecture that I've put together, the architecture of authenticity, empowered authentic leadership, it is just what it says. It's courage to lead with your values, showing up with integrity, and creating a space where others can thrive. Leading with strategies and structure and synchronization, putting everything together that is here before you and everything that is within you to provide your best and give others the best environment and have them be their best. So as we continue to look at this integration, ask yourself this question. Do you know your why? Why do you lead? Why do you do what you do? And leadership is not only outside of the home, it's inside of the home as well. Everywhere that we go, someone is watching us and someone is learning something from us. When you know your why and you can lead without any pretense or cover up, that's pure gold. So, if you are ready to take a further step and dig deeper, this is for ladies only. Men, there will be something specifically for you throughout this summit as well. But this particular QR code is for women. Women, scan this QR code, and what it will provide for you is a strategic plan where you can assess yourself inside and out, see where you are, and it will help you create a strategic plan to get to where you want to be in every area of your life. How do I know? Because I've used it personally, and it is what has helped me to move forward to be my authentic self. So if you're ready to scan, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat, whether you're watching live or you're watching the replay. And put a 2 in the chat. If you're not quite ready to move forward yet, that's okay. You'll have an opportunity once again before the end of this presentation. Go ahead and scan that QR code now. Don't hesitate, don't delay. Do it now. So let's move on. The authenticity gap. The reactive leader. That's a person that moves from survival mode. They're reactive, not responsive. They're driven by fear, self-preservation, and a religiosity. Lack of clarity sometimes. And their personal design is sometimes not quite clear to those that they're working with and those that they're leading. Who they really are sometimes can be unclear. And the survival mode, or your survival part of your brain, it demands reaction. It doesn't give you time to think things through. It is in the moment, on the spot, not considering anything else. However, the opposite of that, which is in white, is the empowered authentic leader. That person is operating from their executive brain, driven by purpose and a deep self-awareness. They know their why. They know who they are. They operate with transparency. There's no cover-up or pretense, and they're appropriately vulnerable. They are able to share who they are, why they are, at the right place, with the right people, for the right reason. They are aligned tightly with their life purpose, and they have discovered every aspect of their lives and pretty much how they interlock, how they intersect. And they can create a space or spaces where others can grow and thrive. So let's talk a little bit more about operations, leadership, from a personal perspective. I like to call it the commitment matrix. We don't want to enable people as leaders to be dependent on us. We want to have enough self-awareness, know our why, know who we are, so that we have shifted ourselves from needing validation, praise, approval from others, as an example, to being able to pour out of ourselves to pour into others to help them to discover their why and their purpose in life and lead with authenticity. So enabling them to be all of who they are meant to be with awareness and a desire to see people grow and thrive. And we want to engage with them in such a way that we know how to change environments, atmospheres, how to build skills and strengthen abilities, and how to create behavioral changes that are moving from negative to positive. We want to reinforce and sustain change, helping others master skills and ability, and self-fulfillment. Self-fulfillment in the way that how they did things, how they used to think, how they used to behave that was unproductive is no more. They are then able to move into leadership positions. So in essence, as leaders, we want to work ourselves out of a position so that others can discover their purpose. So let me ask you this question. Where is your integrity stalling? Knowing what to change, how to bring change, when to bring change, and why to bring change. Is that you? Are you there? Are you doing that now? And you do it courageously. May not always know exactly how things are going to turn out, but you know that the results are going to be good. So let's look at it in this context. Moving from the inside out, discovering who we are, knowing our why, knowing our purpose, self-regulated, in control of our emotions and our behaviors. We have good emotional intelligence. We're able to create spaces where relationship intelligence or relational intelligence grows and thrives. And we're able to maintain integrity across relationships throughout our lives. So we're moving from our self-awareness to helping others become self-aware, that they can then grow, thrive, arrive at their desired destination, fulfilling their life purpose. We're coaching others to be better. True, empowered, authentic leadership is the perfect alignment of knowing your purpose, living it fully, and giving it away to others. Empowered, authentic leaders become someone else. It's about becoming more fully who you already are, on purpose, with courage, and in service to others. A little while back, we talked about an operational perspective, how our brain functions. And I want you to just consider this and think about it. Our brain is comprised of 3 portions: the executive center, the limbic system, and the brainstem. So we're looking at executive functions, then we're looking at emotional functions, and we're looking at survival. As leaders, we don't want to operate from survival. We want to operate from an executive, senior-led behavior. That comes from the forefront of our brain, our prefrontal cortex. The limbic system is what drives the emotional centers. The amygdala is considered the emotional center of our brains. So we want our emotions to be in check. And the brainstem, which is in the very back of the brain, going down to the spinal cord, that's the survival portion of our brain. It's also where our heart rate, our sleep, our breathing, all of those things are housed. So why would I be sharing about our brain? To have an active, stable brain functioning center. Think about like a computer, for example. Our brains are the hard drive. We want our hard drives to be healthy as leaders. We want every aspect of our brains to function well, so that then every part of our body follows and it's performing well. So we want to think well, we want to behave well, and we want to be good examples. So I have a challenge for you. As an empowered, authentic leader, you are actually working to become someone else. You're working to become not who you have been, but you are becoming better each and every day. It's about becoming more fully who you already are meant to be. That's why I said discovering. Discovering purpose with courage in service to others. Discovering ourselves, again, so that we can help others discover who they have been meant to be all along. Are leaders born or are leaders created? I don't know. That's for you to decide. It could be a little bit of both. So the challenge is, I want you to pause this video, come back to it later again if you have to do that. Write down exactly one way you will commit to leading more authentically this week at work, at home, and in your community. One way, something that you're going to change to become better than you already are. One way, one thing, one day at a time. So women, here's another opportunity to scan the QR code, download the strategic plan for abundant living so that you can take a personal assessment of where your life is and get it in alignment, get it on track in every area of your life so that you can lead better however you are leading, whomever you are leading. Go ahead and do it now. By this time, I hope that you're able to put a 1 in the chat if you put a 2 before, saying that you weren't quite ready just a little while ago. But now you're ready at least to take the next step to move forward, to becoming better. Go ahead and scan it. And after you've scanned it, put a 1 in the chat. So I want to leave this with you. Just one principle. Lead from your values. And remember, you cannot lead others authentically if your own internal compass is uncalibrated. If it's like that hard drive that's unstable, that needs a reboot. True leadership begins with radical inward self-awareness. I hope that this presentation gave you food for thought, something to consider, something to think about, and that you will move forward being the very best leader that you can be at all times, maintaining integrity and never, never leading with pretense or any false impressions. Thank you so much for watching this presentation on today. Take care.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you, my entrepreneurial friends, my business owner friends, those of you who are endeavoring to secure clients, how are you today? I'm Brian K. McNeil. I am the sales confidence expert, but I'm also a sales historian. For the past 35 years, I have studied the craft of sales and selling. By my own count, I've read more than 700 books on the topic. I've written 10 books of my own around the topic. And I will tell you that what we're going to discover in the next 20 minutes is going to be substantial to you. The things I'm going to talk about this next 20 minutes are going to fit, the time's going to feel like it flew by. But what you learn in these next 20 minutes are going to make a significant impact on you and your business. You'll find yourself able to sell what you sell much easier because of what we share in these next few minutes. You're going to wish that you had learned what you're about to learn long ago. That's what's going to happen. So now, as a professional speaker, I often have a chance to address an audience. And I'll say to the audience, what I'm going to say to you now, why do you believe anyone would hire you and your services? Why would anyone say yes to you and your services? Why would anyone choose to do business with you? Now, when I ask that to an audience, I say, yell out the answers. They'll say things like, because I'm hardworking, because I'm honest, because I'm fun, because I'm funny, because I get results, because I care, because I go the extra mile, because I'm so passionate, because I really, really love helping people, because I've been doing it for a long time, because I'm certified. I have degrees in this. Those kinds of things. All of those things are good reasons to like you. And none of them are good reasons to give you money. What? That's true. All of them are things that make them like you, speak well of you, save you a seat at the cookout, maybe even admire you. But none of those things I just mentioned are reasons to give you money. Liking you is not enough to do business with you. Consider this. There's a lot of people that you know, and you know what they do for a business, and you like them a great deal, but you've never done business with them. Why not? Because you don't have a reason to. And there's a lot of people that know you and they like you a great deal and they know what you do for a business, but they've never done business with you. Why not? Because they don't have a reason to. Liking you is not enough, but I'm going to give you now the 7 things, 7 reasons why people will historically and enthusiastically want to give their money. These are the 7 things that people want to invest their money in. And to the degree that you and your services can provide them, the easier it becomes for them to do business with you. You and your business do not need all 7 of these. You only need 1. But as many of them you have, the better. Let's go. And as we're on our way, let me say this. Oh, this is going to ache somebody. But you've heard this before. People do business with people that they know, like, and trust, and normally like a fanfare or a drum beat after that. And that's a very popular ideology, and it has served its time. But I will challenge it today and say it's just not true. People do business all the time with people that they barely know and that they like just a little bit. The problem I have with the quote is, first off, it's an abbreviation. It's an abbreviation of the original Greek formula that says that people must like you before they listen to you. They must listen to you before they can trust you. And they must trust you before they can buy from you. Where people mess that up is they only have to like you enough to hear your story. They don't have to like you enough to put you in their weddings. They just don't. They have to like you enough to hear what you got to say. That's about it. Okay? So let's get into it. When I yell out those things and people yell out all those things about why people do business, I'll give you why they will say yes. Number 1 is the word time. Time. T-I-M-E. Do you and your services, what you offer, does it help another person to either save time in any way, or are there any results that they can achieve faster because of you and your services? If you will either save them some time or help them to achieve a result faster, you should talk about that, because time is a good reason to do business with you. If they're like you fine and you can save them, you can help them achieve some result faster, that's a good reason to work with you. Number one is time. Number two is the word money. Money. Money is the key to end all your woes, your ups, your downs, your highs, and your lows. Won't you tell me last time that love bought your clothes? Money, money, money. I was just quoting some poets of the 80s. Does your service help your clients to either save some money or earn more money, or both? Now, if your services or products will help them to either save some money or earn more money, or both, you should talk about that, because that's a good reason to do business with you. For a lot of you guys, you can help them when it comes to money. You can help them when it comes to their time with just a little bit of creativity, a little bit of thought. And if you can do that with them, you should talk about that more than you talk about how cool you are or how much you love to play pickleball. Helping them to earn money or save money is a good reason to do business with you. So far, we got time, money. Number three is the words good feelings. Good feelings. Do you and your services help your clients to either feel better about themselves, like now? Can you help another person to feel better about themselves, even if they've been messing it up until this moment? Can you help them to remember that yesterday ended last night? And we're going to do the best we can with the time that we have going forward. Can you help them to feel better about themselves now? Or can you help them to imagine other people having a higher opinion of them? Or both? Can you help them feel better about themselves now? Or help them to imagine somebody else having a higher opinion of them? The 65-year-old man buying the red convertible sports car did not buy it because it had good brakes. He bought it because he thinks he's going to look cool driving it. And he also believes that when you see him pull up in it, you're going to agree, yes, he does look cool driving that car. He feels good for himself. He can imagine others having a higher opinion of him. And that's a good reason for him to do business with the person that sold that car. Time, money, good feelings. Number four is solutions to a problem. Solutions to a problem. Now, I'm not asking you to talk about all the problems you solve. I'm asking you to talk about what is the big and obvious problem that is solved by you and your services. What is the big and obvious problem that you want to be known for everywhere? And most of you, the big and obvious problem that you help people with is that they can't do it themselves. And you can help them to get it done. But whatever not everything, you need a tip of the spear. You need something as a leading edge. What is the big and obvious problem that you want to be known for resolving? You understanding what the big and obvious problem is and clearly communicating what the big and obvious problem that you and your services solves helps you to sell easier. And it helps other people to refer people to you because they know that's the thing that they can get resolved through you. Time, money, good feelings, solutions to a problem. Number five is the words good health. Good health. Good health. G-O-O-D-H-E-A-L-T-H. Good health. Is there any parts of you and your services that will help someone else when it comes to their health? Now, for some of you guys, it's very, very obvious how you help with their health, with their eating and exercise. But others is less obvious, but still just as pertinent. Do you and your services help your clients to worry less? Do you and your services help your clients to stress less? Every client you're ever going to get already has a very full plate. They already have a lot of things they have to get done. They already have a lot of responsibilities. They already have a lot of stuff they got to do. No one is just sitting around waiting on you. And on top of all their responsibilities, their plate against all the stuff they got to get done, they have their worries and their stressors on top of it. Does you and your services help them to worry less in any way or stress less in any way? Can you see yourself as coming along and taking away some of their worries, not all of them, taking away some of their stressors? if you can, this is one of the things that causes people to do business faster than the others. They are waiting for someone to say to them, if you let me help you, you won't have to worry about this part of it nearly as much. If you let me help you, you won't have the stress of handling that nearly as much. That is something that they cause them to want to do business with you faster. And if you can help them to worry less or stress less in any way, you should talk about that too. Time, money, good feeling, solutions to a problem. That's the top 5. And good health. That's the top 5 reasons. Again, you don't need all 5. You only need 1. But some of you guys are listening to this and you can help your clients or your potential clients with all 5. You should talk about that. Notice I've already mentioned 5 of the historical reasons why people enthusiastically want to exchange their money. And I haven't mentioned how much they like you yet. They have to like you just a little bit, enough. Number 6 is the word children. Children. Do you and your services help your potential clients in any way when it comes to their children? Are you going to help them, their children, to do anything? Some of the reasons why you help your clients with their children is you help your clients to be better role models for their child. You help your clients to be better influencers. You help your clients to be better teachers to your child. Look, this is what we're doing to secure the family financially. You should do the same. And the 7th one is the word pets, P-E-T-S, pets. People enthusiastically and historically want to spend money on their pets. And some of you guys, again, it'll be very, very obvious. But some of you guys, it won't be as obvious, but you've helped the client free up time to enjoy their children more or their pets more. I've given you 7 reasons why they will say yes. 7 reasons why they historically enthusiastically want to give money. And in the top 7, how much they like you has not been mentioned yet. It's not. Okay? Why they will say yes is because they like you enough to hear your story and you help them to be better in some area of their life. Why do you think anybody would do business with you? Because I love helping people. Great that you love helping people, but you're the star of the story and you're not selling to yourself. How is it going to benefit them? Now, I suspect some of you guys probably already found some value, but I still got 6 minutes to go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. Actually 7, because I only set my timer for 19 minutes. But I wanted to share this, okay? Because if I loved you and wanted to ensure that you were successful in selling yourself and your services, I will teach you why people historically enthusiastically want to say yes, but I'll also teach you this here. People are going to hire your services or buy into what you offer for their reasons and not yours. Their reasons are not yours. And in their reasoning, they're going to put it in a couple of boxes, either emotional reasons or logical reasons. Emotional reasons are the way they imagine they're going to feel after they say yes, or imagine they're going to feel after they acquire the thing or the service. Logical reasons because it's smart and it makes sense and it's a good deal. Now, what do you believe is a more compelling reason to do business with you? Either emotional reasons or logical reasons. And for the sake of time, I will just tell you that people spend their money 9 times faster for emotional reasons than they will for logical reasons. People buy what they want way faster than what they need. And if it's a need, it has to be an urgent need. That's going to be the primary driver. For example, a woman buying a black party dress because it was on sale. She bought the black party dress because it was on sale? No. She bought the black party dress because she imagines she's going to look good at the party, good in that dress at the party. The fact that it was on sale is merely the justification for what she already wanted to do. That's the point, okay? People don't buy Mercedes-Benz because they have good brakes. They buy them because it's an ego love. It feels good and they emotionally want it. Knowing this to be true, you, my friend, you, ma'am, you, sir, must learn to sell emotionally. Now, I'm only going to give you a couple of ways to do that real quickly. But the number one way I want you to do it is using your primary tool, which is the words that you choose to use. The most emotional word in the English language starts with the letter L. And guess what it is? Yes, you're right. It's the word love. Most adults have taught themselves how to become uncomfortable using the word love. I want you to become comfortable using the word love and use it often in your sentences. Can you think of a sentence right now using the word love to sell your services? Don't go with the I love helping people. How about you're gonna love, or my clients love, or people that work with us say they love? You, them, they love that. Talk about that, because that's a good use of an emotional word in a sentence that helps you. Now, the second most emotional word in English language starts with an H, and that word is the word home. Home, home. But most people, home is a very positive connotation. That's where their stuff is. That's where mom and them is. That's where their protection and security is. That's where their food is. Using the word home and selling your services. Some of you guys are going to be easy to do that. We help making the drive home much more pleasant knowing we've done this here. Or your whole, it'll feel great knowing that everyone within your home is now protected, with some sort of insurances. That's a great sentence because you're using an emotional word, and a sentence that uses both the words in the same sentence, love and home, can take on a almost hypnotic effect on the client. You're going to love knowing that everyone in your home is. You're going to love heading home knowing that this has gotten done. Love and home in the same sense. Magical, another word that you need to learn to use skillfully is the word that most adults wish they heard more often. The word that most adults wish they heard more often is the sound of their own first names. I encourage you to get on a first name with your clients and potential clients. The way I do it is, my name is Brian McNeil. You're welcome to call me Brian. What would you like for me to call you? And whatever they say. Call me George. I'll call him George. Call me Scooter. That's what I'm going to call him. Call me Mr. Williams or Miss Williams. Whatever they say, that's what you're going to call them. But the cool thing about saying a person's name as you're presenting to them, every time you say their name, you gain attention. And every time you say their name, it's as if you are edifying them or complimenting them by just being willing to say their names. Say my name, say my name. That's a good lyric from a good song, from a good singer. Saying a person's name is impactful. Love, home, and a person's first name. Learning why people actually will say yes to you and your services. Learning about time and money and good feelings and solutions to a problem. Yes, it's important to be well liked, but they do not have to like you enough to put you in their weddings. Yes, it's important to be approachable. Understand this too. Selling is a process, but the most important part of the process is the salesperson. You must be the quality of person. You must earn the right to ask for business. My name has been Brian K. McNeil. I knew that when I started talking, if you tuned in and you stayed with me this whole ride, by the time I was finished talking today, you would feel more confident about your ability to sell. You would know some stuff. You would learn to talk about your business different. I'm very confident that I was able to accomplish my goal today. I encourage you, ma'am, you, sir, take what you just got. Think about you and your business. I'm easy to find. Look me up under Brian K. McNeil if you want to talk to me. This is an amazing event, and I'm super excited to be a part of it. And I'm going to call that my time, because I'm not going to be the speaker that they say talk over.
Hello, everyone. Before I begin, I have a question. How many of you have ever gone online to look up a symptom and then 10 minutes later discovered you were apparently suffering from 7 rare diseases and thought you only had 3 days left to live? Well, congratulations. You survived long enough to attend this conference. And this brings me to a more serious question. What if everything you thought you knew about healthcare was only half the truth. First, we extend our deepest gratitude to Brigadier General Retired Tia Young for the privilege of standing before this remarkable gathering of leaders today. We are Trilera Wellness Ministries, doing business as Trilera Holistic Care, and you may find us at TrileraHolisticCare.com, where our motto is simple yet powerful, helping people heal naturally. Our title today is Going Beyond Conventional Care. And we have both urgent and transformative information to share with you. $1 trillion is being cut from Medicare. Let that sink in. And just today, my 95-year-old mother received a notice that her Part B coverage is gone. If this does not awaken us to the need for a better path forward, nothing will. Preventive integrative concierge care is answering the call through modalities such as EBU, extracorporeal blood oxygenation and ozonation, chelation, and IV therapies that restore the body at its cellular foundation. Medicinals are actively removing COVID spike proteins that continue silently harming millions. Colon cleansing, raw dieting, and drinking half your body weight in ounces of water daily are not trends. They're tools of restoration. Homeopathy has more than 200 years of research on safer and traditionally less expensive medications, including Gelsenia, recently proven to support real results for brain health. Now, sickle cell status must also be known, especially if you look like me, because universal screenings have only existed since 2006. Type 2 diabetes is reversible. High cholesterol may be rooted in hormonal imbalance, not fate. And cancer, yes, cancer can be holistically treated with excellent life-changing results. Just ask me how. Leadership means choosing the courageous path. Heal naturally, heal completely, like me, 100% disabled veteran who is learning how to reverse disease while minimizing my pain points. If anything I shared is helpful or intrigued you to learn more, please go to TrileraHolisticCare.com and make an appointment to learn more. I want to thank you so much for your time and attention. Let's all dare to lead audaciously, live intentionally, and leave a legacy of health, hope, and healing for generations to come. Thank you.